privileged to be hosting this auspicious occasion at Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore, and to have among us distinguished dignitaries, pioneers, and visionaries. May I kindly introduce them to this august gathering. Professor R.K. Shyamsundar, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Shri Arvind to be hosting this auspicious occasion at Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore, and to have among us distinguished dignitaries, pioneers, and visionaries. I request all of you May I kindly introduce them to this august gathering. Professor R.K. Shyamsundar, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Shri Arvind to be hosting this auspicious occasion at Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore, and to have among us distinguished dignitaries, pioneers, and visionaries. I request all of you May I Thank you. As per our tradition, we now begin this auspicious occasion with the invocation and lighting of the lamp, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and the dispelling of darkness. I request our dignitaries to kindly step forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for gracing this occasion with this symbolic gesture. As a mark of our deepest respect and honor, we now extend a warm felicitation to our distinguished guests. May I request Shri Ashish Banati to felicitate Professor R.K. Shyam Sundar with a shawl. Now I request Shri Ashish Banati to felicitate Shri Arvind Kumar. Now I request Professor R.K. Shyam Sundar to extend his welcome to Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. I request Professor Shyam Sundar to felicitate Dr. Sunil Vipulla. I request Professor Shyam Sundar to felicitate Sri Dilip Barman. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Balaji R to felicitate Sri Ashish Banati. Thank you, dignitaries. Our first speaker is Sri Dilip Kumar Barwad, presently serving as Deputy Controller of Investigation in the Office of Controller for Certifying Authorities, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. With over 2 decades of experience in information technology, digital security, and advanced computer networks, Sri Burman has been instrumental in implementing national level initiatives such as UGC Net, ICAR Net, IACTE Net, and the National Medical College Network. He has also led projects in developing an Indian browser and Indian SSL root setups, strengthening India's digital sovereignty. I request you, sir, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to you all. It is my immense joy and deep sense of honor to be here with you at the 6th International Conference on Public Key Infrastructure and its application, PKI 2025. When I look around the hall, I see the gathering with remarkable minds, scholars, researchers, innovators, industry leaders, and young enthusiasts. It feels special to be in such a company where knowledge, ideas, and experience come together to shape the digital trust ecosystem of tomorrow. At very outset, let me warmly welcome our chief guest, Mr. Arvind Kumarji, who has been in my boss till 15 days ago. Our guest of honor, Sri Sanjay Tyagi ji, and all dignitaries who have been here to taken time to be here. I also extend my greetings to all the distinguished speakers from across the world, the panelists, paper presenters, and our valued industry partners. And of course, a special warm word of appreciation to the Techno Expo 2025 exhibitors, whose spirit of innovation truly adds life to the conference. Friends, PKI has been an initiative of CDAC Bangalore with support from Office of CCA and IEEE Bangalore Chapter. Over the years, it has grown into a respectable global forum, and the fact that we are here in its 6th edition is a testimony to India's growing role in digital trust and PKI technologies. The next 2 days give us an opportunity to do something very meaningful, to share knowledge, force collaboration, and build pathways that will help strengthen not just the digital future of our country, but it also contribute to global trust landscape. I hope PKI 25 will be remembered as a platform where knowledge meets purpose, where dialogues are sparked with innovation, and where together we make another stride towards a digital secure tomorrow. With that thought, I once again extend my warm welcome to each and everyone present here. May your discussion be inspiring, our collaboration be fruitful, and may all leave the conference with new energy and direction. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Our next speaker is Sri Ashish Banati, Deputy Controller of Technology at the Office of Controller for Certifying Authorities MITI. With more than 3 decades of service at the Ministry of Electronics and IT, he has made remarkable contributions in the fields of software and hardware security. He has led pioneering projects such as the Biometric Device Certification Scheme, Indian Common Criteria Scheme at STQC, and several e-governance initiatives including NSDG, MCA21, and Passport Seva. His expertise has shaped India's digital signature regulation, global recognition initiatives, and the indigenously of CCA ecosystem tools. It is my privilege to now invite Sri Ashish Banati for the special address.
Yeah, good morning. So, members on the dais, Shri Arvind Kumar ji is Senior Advisor CDAC now. He was our boss earlier, prior to this, a few days back. And then Professor Shyam Sundar ji, Dr. Sunil, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi ji, and Dr. Bala, and my industry representatives, academia representatives, friends, colleagues, and friends. So it is an honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the inauguration of 6th IEEE Conference on PKIA 2025. My heartfelt congratulations to CDAC Bangalore and its partners for successfully convening this pivotal event held alongside the Tech Expo with a shared mission of advancing the digital trust ecosystem. Since its inception under the IT Act, Office of CCA has played a foundational role in shaping India's digital trust architecture. As the national regulator of PKI ecosystem and the custodian of Root Certifying Authority of India, our mandate has been to ensure interoperability, legally enforceable digital signatures and certificates across domains ranging from e-governance to banking, from financial markets to digital commerce. At its heart, our mission remains clear: to uphold integrity, trust, resilience in every digital transaction. PKIA has over the years evolved into a globally recognized forum for dialogue on PKI technologies, digital trust, cybersecurity frameworks. The sixth edition of this conference continues that journey, bringing together our international experts, industry pioneers, policymakers, researchers. The global engagement not only enables the sharing of best practices, but also reinforces India's growing role as a thought leader in the digital trust and PKI. CCA has been instrumental in nurturing PKIA with a vision to foster sustained collaboration amongst academia, industry, R&D institutions, and the regulatory body. Such synergy is essential to ensure technological innovation, policy frameworks, academic research advance hand in hand, fortifying our national digital infrastructure while preparing us for the future. To further this mission, we have established a National Center for Digital Trust, NCDT, as the technical arm of CCA. NCDT is a pioneering next generation PKI solution, blockchain based trust frameworks, zero trust architecture, while also serving as a hub for capacity building and academia industry collaboration. It is also working to embrace frontier developments in cryptography, including post quantum technologies, ensuring that India is well prepared for the next era of digital trust. In this spirit, let me highlight some of the key achievements and ongoing initiatives of CCN. So once we have created a future-ready root CA facility, has been successfully commissioned, enrolling continuity, resilience, scalability of Indian National Trust anchor. The National Center for Digital Trust, as was mentioned earlier, is a driving innovation in next generation PKI solutions, blockchain-based framework, zero trust architecture, while deepening capacity building through academia industry partnership. We are advancing post-quantum cryptography readiness through pilot projects and research collaborations to safeguard the Indian digital ecosystem against the quantum era threats. As part of indigenous development, there has been a priority that we support initiatives such as we have supported initiatives such as mobile PKI solution development by one of our licensee, eMudra, the indigenous token development effort by one of our token vendors, Precision, is a Chennai-based company working on biometric-based trust products. These partnerships are helping reduce reliance on external technologies and build India's self-reliance in digital trust infrastructure. We have launched through CDAC, METI Route, an open challenge for development of an Indian browser, which was an initiative aimed at creating a secure, standard compliant, trusted browser ecosystem that can natively integrate India's digital trust framework and address emerging cybersecurity challenges. CCA is spearheading efforts in hardware root of trust and hardware attestation services, which are critical to ensuring integrity and trust at the device and chip level, an essential foundation for a secure digital economy. Through our persistent initiatives like One Nation, One Card, we are intending to extend digital trust to citizen-centric services, ensuring convenience, interoperability, and security in everyday transactions. The new trust services are being enabled, including timestamping, e-notarization, web trust certification, along with efforts toward establishing a Indian SSL TLS certification framework for enhancing sovereignty in trust services. CCA has also spearheaded efforts to extend digital signature certificates to IoT ecosystems and mobile environments, supporting the government's vision of secure and trusted digital transaction at a scale. Looking ahead, digital trust will remain the bedrock of governance, commerce, innovation, and global cooperation. CCA is committed to acting as a national trust anchor, ensuring that India's digital ecosystem rests on a foundation of security, authenticity, and resilience. I urge all stakeholders, policymakers, industry leaders, startups, and researchers to leverage this platform for a meaningful engagement, knowledge exchange, and joint innovation. Together, we can architect secure, resilient, inclusive trust frameworks that empower citizens and further strengthen India's leadership in global digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Our next speaker is the General Chair of PKIA 2025, Professor R.K. Shamasundar. He is a live Fellow of IEEE, Fellow of ACM, and an ACM Distinguished Speaker. A distinguished alumnus of IISc Bangalore, he was the founding Dean of the School of Technology and Computer Science at TIFR and has served as J.C. Bose National Fellow at both TIFR and IIT Bombay. He is currently INAE Distinguished Professor at IIT Bombay and Adjunct Professor at NITIE Mumbai. With immense pleasure, I invite Professor R.K. Shamsundar to introduce PKIA 2025.
Good morning. Welcome to the PKIA. This one. First, let me see the distinguished audience on the dais. Dr. Arvind Kumar, who is the chairman CCA, Dr. Banati, who has been the backbone of the CCA from a technology, and then he is pushing all the things, and also nice to see people from Software Park where they are going to use this from varieties of things. And also I miss Dr. Sudarshan, who is the brain behind, apart from Arvind Kumar and Banati. Together, the trio, they did all these things for their last couple of years. And also Dr. Balaji, who takes the initiative to see that every detail is worked out, kind of a thing. Thank you. And also, I think Dr. Anand Kumar has been one of the persons, perhaps he could have been on the dais. It does not mean the other also is a very distinguished audience are there. Yeah, off the dais, kind of a thing. He is the man behind getting good papers and then making the proceedings for the IEEE and keeping the things are the other. So coming to, I'm not going to take much time on this kind of a thing. The public infrastructure is an important aspect that plays a role, particularly even in the context of, we have digital privacy laws that has been, data privacy laws has been done. So now what is the major thing people are doing with the PKIA and how we can ensure privacy? Because it's a very complex process. Privacy is implemented through security, but privacy and security are not the same. So this is something that people have to understand what is the thing or the other. So for example, one of the main things people are trying to see is that how identity can be decoupled from the actions that it takes. For the actions, you have some kind of a public infrastructure. So in that sense, how do we separate out? If we de-link, then it becomes very easy to forget the one what has been attached to that identity, because nothing gets attached to that at all. And another aspect is that people always talk of post-quantum cryptography. And now the question people always will arise is that what is post-quantum cryptography? Technically, it's almost like a lattice-based cryptography kind of a thing. But apart from it, there is a real quantum cryptography and also quantum distribution of keys, which is taking a very important role in the whole world or the other. Now, I would imagine our CCA will also see that with the emerging quantum technology, distribution of quantum keys plays a very vital role. And I am sure that CCA and the controller would have taken appropriate actions, both from technology and an engineering aspects, how to do that kind of a thing or the other. So I think it's a very nice thing, and perhaps the areas can also be enriched to take into account the technology, quantum, and also the hardware, because India is going to become a hardware hub. And now we have a lot of IoTs. In some sense, how do we use PKIA in spite of the fact it takes a huge computation or the other? How do we deal with that? And all these things play a very vital role. And I would like to see that emerging community gets built up as the hardware. India becomes one of the hardware hubs kind of a thing. In this context, I think all the persons who are in charge and CDAC and others will be responsible to see how this would be handheld for the whole community, a kind of a thing. And I wish the conference all the success and all the organizers a success. And then hopefully the emerging discussions will lead to some way how that could be used from both an engineering side as well as from academic side, because academia and engineering industry, everything is becoming combined together in the context of AI coming into the picture. Again, I wish you a very nice stay in Bangalore with a nice weather, and also you can also see how the traffic is there. This is one of the ways in which whether it is working we have to be like a quantum particles. We have to move from one place to another place kind of a thing or the other. So it's a probability we will reach airport in a reasonable amount of time kind of a thing. Thank you and have a pleasant stay and have a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Our next dignitary is Dr. Sunir Kumar Vupalla, VP AI Labs at Origo Bangalore and Chair of IEEE CS Bangalore Chapter. With over 21 years of industry and research experience across Oracle, Infosys, Philips, and Ericsson, he is an inventor with 40 plus patents, 30 plus publications, and recipient of multiple prestigious awards, including India's Top 10 Data Scientist 2019, Zinnov Technical Role Model 2020, and IEEE TEMS Engineering Manager of the Year 2020. He is a senior member of ACM and IEEE, a fellow of IETE and IEI, and an ACM distinguished speaker. I now invite Dr. Sunil Vupalla to address the gathering.
Very good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, delegates, authors of the papers, researchers, and student friends. It's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to this prestigious conference of 6th PKIA 2025 in vibrant city Bangalore, the India's innovation capital. As the general co-chair of this conference and IEEE Computer Society Bangalore Chapter chair, so it's my privilege to welcome all of you once again to this event. And I'm thrilled to see such diverse and accompanied guests from academia, industry, and the government, all coming together with a shared vision of advancing frontiers in digital trust, security, and identity. We stand at a pivotal moment in the evolution of secure digital ecosystems. The increasing complexity of cyber threats, the rise of quantum computing, and the proliferation of IoT and edge devices demand a reimagining of how we build and scale the trust factor. PKI is not new, but it's long served as a backbone for many years for our secure communication, authentication, and data integrity. But today, we are witnessing a paradigm shift. As other speakers mentioned, not just only the blockchain things, what are coming to my mind, the top three things. One, the post-quantum cryptography, as Professor Shyam Sundar and then Sri Ashish also mentioned about the same. So as the advent of these quantum computers is becoming more and more, we need to rethink how we solve the problem as well. It's an opportunity for us. Second, PKI for IoT and mobile devices. Because the traditional certificate management systems which are heavy, those systems struggle with the constrained devices. So with the lightweight protocols, decentralized trust models, and automated certificate provisioning, which are critical areas of innovation, and when I checked the different papers of others, and I'm sure we are discussing some of those topics in this conference. And the third one is integration to biometric and PKI fusion. So what is the benefit of that? If you see the integration of this biometric authentication with PKI, it can enhance the usability of security, especially the citizen-centric services like Aadhaar-enabled digital signatures. So these are the top three things on my mind, and I'm sure more inputs will be discussed. And then there are keynote addresses, panel discussions, and paper presentations on various topics like this. The PKI conference reflects the collective aspiration to build scalable, inclusive, and resilient trust infrastructures that empower every citizen, enterprise, and institution. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to other organizing partner, IEEE Industry Application Society, and our collaborators, CCA, CDAC, MIT, for their unweaving support. A special thanks to our keynote speakers, panelists, whose expertise will illuminate the path forward, and our volunteers and technical committee, whose dedication has made this event really possible. Let us use these 2 days not just to exchange the knowledge, but to forge new collaborations, challenge assumptions, and inspire action. Welcome once again, all of you, to PKI 2025, and I wish the conference all the very best. And this may lead us to more secure and trusted digital future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. We are deeply honored to have our guest of honor, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Jurisdictional Director at STPI. With over 30 years of hands-on experience in consulting, strategy, policy, and project management, Dr. Tyagi has been a driving force behind national initiatives, including the establishment of Software Technology Parks of India. He has worked extensively with governments and industry to attract investment and shape India's IT ecosystem. I warmly invite Dr. Tyagi to deliver his address.
Shri Arvind Kumar, Senior Advisor, CDEC, the former CCA. Professor R.K. Shyamsundar, General Chair, PKIA 2025. Shri Ashish Banati, Deputy Controller, Technology, CCA METI. Dr. Balaji R., TPC Co-Chair, Scientist Staff, CDEC Bangalore. Dr. Sunil Vopela, Chair, IEEE CS Bangalore Chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, Dilip Burman, also a Deputy Controller Investigation from CCA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me to date at this inauguration of the 6th IEEE International Conference on Public Key Infrastructure and its Application at this wonderful place, Christ University Auditorium. Organizing this seminar, at the academic institution is the testimony that the government is willing to participate with the academia to move ahead into this challenge which is coming out in earning the digital trust through PKI. I congratulate the organizers, CDEC Bangalore, CCA, METI, and IEEE for organizing this wonderful event and bringing together such a distinguished global community, researchers, industry leaders, policymakers, to deliberate on the digital trust and the PKI. I would like to take you back, you all, in 2015, when the Digital India program has been launched by my Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. And this Digital India program has manifested through 10 pillars, focusing on citizen-centric services. And these services have been implemented using public key infrastructure, And since then, public key infrastructure has evolved from a technical enabler to a pillar of the digital economy. It underpins everything from digital signatures, secure e-commerce, and online banking to Aadhaar-enabled services and paperless governance. In India's interconnected world, digital trust is no longer optional. It is fundamental. The very theme of this conference reminds us that the public key infrastructure is at the heart of the enabling this trust. India's emergence as a progressive fintech nation has been driven by the enablement of the India stack through trusted identity in the form of Aadhaar, trusted data and data exchanges, trusted consent layer through the eKYC authentication, and trusted interoperable and scalable payment platforms like UPI and BBPS. Along with this, Jan Dhan accounts and the widespread penetration of the smart mobile, all this trinity have brought the financial inclusion, have become the instrument for bringing the financial inclusion in our country. Software Technology Parks of India, to which I am representing, have been a proud partner in the journey. For over 3 decades, STPI has acted as the backbone of India's IT and the startup ecosystem. When in 1991, economic liberalization has happened in this country, for the IT, ITES and the ESDM sector, that economic liberalization has manifested through STPI. STPI have implemented the foreign trade policy of the Government of India. And we are now a $300 billion industry in this country, for which 44% of that export is happening through STPI. And the largest part is from the STPI Bangalore itself. So this enablement STPI have done in last 3 decades. And we are now continuing our support to the startup ecosystem by setting up the Center of Entrepreneurship in the emerging technologies. We are working with all the academic institutions, with the industry to nurture the startup ecosystem. STPI vision has always been to foster innovation, ensure secure digital infrastructure, and create trust-driven ecosystem. In today's era, where every service is moving to cloud and every device is connected, the integration of PKI and a strong cybersecurity framework is central to our mission. But we must also acknowledge the challenges before us. I think these all have already been pointed by my earlier speakers. Quantum computing threatens to disrupt existing cryptographic systems, and it is being rightly said by my predecessor speaker that the post-quantum cryptography, which has to be which this conference highlighting is very, very vital. Identity and authentication now go beyond humans to billions of the IoT devices, industrial systems, and machines. Data privacy and the compliance are the global priorities, and PKI will remain in the anchor for secure and auditable systems. The rapid rise of the artificial intelligence is not only providing the opportunities, but also posing so many challenges. And that also has to be kept in mind while we are talking about the digital trust. These challenges underline the importance of the platforms like PKIA, and where academia, industry, and the government can co-create solutions. As we look ahead, I see these priorities becoming quantum ready, global interoperability, and inclusive trust for all. Probably these are the 3 priorities for all of us. And I hope that all of you will deliberate upon in next 2 days of this conference upon building confidence in the system that shape our economy, governance, and daily lives. On behalf of STPI, I assure you that we will continue to play our part in fostering secure, innovative, and globally trusted digital platforms for India and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. Our chief guest today is Sri Arvind Kumar, Senior Advisor at CDAC and former Controller of Certifying Authorities. An IIT Delhi alumnus, he has served as Director General STQC and Group Coordinator for R&D in Electronics and Cybersecurity. He has mentored startups, envisioned large-scale PPP projects, and provided invaluable leadership in ICT and cybersecurity. With great honor, I invite Sri Arvind Kumar to address this gathering.
Good morning to all. With deep humility and the sense of honor, I am standing before you at the inaugural session of the 6th IEEE International Conference on Public Key Infrastructure and its Applications, PKIA 2025. My heartfelt thanks to the organizers for bestowing upon me the privilege of joining as chief guest of this August functions. I wish to congratulate the Office of CCA, CDAC, METI, IEEE CS, and IAS Bangalore, who have stood a resolve that has elevated this PKI to its 6th edition. Witnessing this conference flourishing from the early beginning to a platform of global acceptance and eminence with the participation spanning across countries, it fills me with great pride. For me, gathering is not merely an academic conference, but it's deeply personal journey. As former controller of certifying authorities, I had the privilege of being closely associated with the early shaping of India's digital trust infrastructure and framework. Today, it gives me an immense satisfaction to see that this initiative blossoms into a global platform of recognition. Over the time, PKIA has evolved as a premium global platform where policymakers, industry leaders, academicians, innovators, startups, they deliberate on the foundations of digital trust. To witness this 6th edition, it is to see India firmly placed on the global stage of digital trust and PKI. I also take this moment to acknowledge the pivotal role of the Office of CCA in laying down the trust infrastructure for the country and its continued dedication of CDAC in advancing the secure technology development in the domain. Together with the regulator and the research ecosystem have created a model of an excellent collaboration that strengthens not only India's digital backbone, but also contributes to the global dialogue on cybersecurity and digital trust. In an era where the cyber threats grow more sophisticated, PKI remains the bedrock of digital trust. From securing financial systems, e-governance systems for enabling digital signatures, trust identities, blockchain-based trust services, PKI is no longer a niche technology. It is a very architecture on which the future of digital society will stand. With DPDP in place and the rules coming very fast, PKI will play a very important role in the protection of PII. Today, the global community has witnessed a very defining moment. We have seen the global business disruption, which is resulting into the issues of supply chain and the need for indigenously sovereign secured products for the whole supply chain. This platform is giving more importance to deliver on the challenge and the working out the opportunities in this domain. Today, NIST has also finalized the first set of post-quantum cryptography standards This makes a monumental shift, preparing the world for the emerging quantum threats and heralding the crypto agility with the concept over harvest now and decrypt later attacks. These standards provide a very resilient foundation to secure digital infrastructure of the future. I am proud to share that India has already initiated its PQCI roadmap through the Office of CCA, ensuring a very smooth transition of quantum safe systems in alignment with the global standard, which is supported by the National Quantum Mission. India is investing in both quantum technologies and quantum resilient infrastructure. Our mission is not just to adopt these technologies of PQC, but to lead the research, to lead the development in this domain, ensuring interoperability both nationally and globally. In this journey, the recently established National Center of Digital Trust plays a vital role. This is playing a pivotal role in engaging with not only the researchers, the industries, the startup, the standards body like IEEE in developing the whole domain of PKI and the future PQC concepts and technology development for the sovereign and secure products. What makes PKI unique is its power to connect with diverse stakeholders, the regulators, the academicians, the industry leaders, researchers, the global experts, and it is the confluence of minds that generates new pathways and solutions for the trust ecosystem. As today we embark on PKI 2025, I urge each one of you to use the platform not only to share the knowledge, but also to build relationship, foster innovation, inspire confidence in the future of digital trust. Let this particular edition of PKI 2025 should be in the line of the national priorities, in the line of national interests. At the moment, we embraced crypto agility, quantum readiness, blockchain, trust services with attestation of services and products and the root of trust. And when India's vision to become a global hub for digital trust took another decisive step forward, with these words, I thank the organizer once again for giving me this honor, congratulate the entire community to bringing up this PKI to the life, and extend my best wishes for the fruitful deliberation in these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring keynote. To conclude our inaugural session, I invite Dr. Balaji Rajendran, scientist at CDAC Bangalore and TPC co-chair of PKIA 2025, to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Balaji heads the Resilient Information Systems and Engineering Group at CDAC and leads the National Center for Digital Trust. With over 24 years of R&D experience, he has shaped India's digital trust ecosystem, established Asia's first Center for Excellence in DNS security, and continues to drive mission-critical cybersecurity initiatives. I request you, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Chief Guest Arvind Kumar sir, respected guest of honor Dr. Sanjay Tyagi sir, Deputy Controller of Technology Ashish Banati sir, Deputy Controller of Investigation Dilip Burman sir, General Chair Professor R.K. Shamsundar sir, General Co-Chair Dr. Sunil Vipula sir, TPC Chair Dr. P.V. Anandamohan sir, who is of the dais, senior members of the Office of Controller of Certifying Authorities, my own colleagues from CDAC, industry members, academic community members, and the entire PK startup and PK ecosystem community members, a warm thanks to all of you for being here. On behalf of the program committee, as well as the organizing committee of the 6th IEEE International Conference on PKIA and the Tech Expo, Digital Trust Ecosystem, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at this inaugural session. First and foremost, I express my deep gratitude to the chief guest and the guest of honors on the dais. And our heartfelt thanks goes to the national and international keynote speakers who have readily accepted our invitation and are being here, and the panelists and the paper presenters who have joined us from across the globe.
Your contributions transform PKIA into a truly international platform for dialogue on digital trust and PKI. We also extend our appreciation to our partners, industry experts, MeitY officials, controller of certifying authorities, IEEE societies, both the Computer Society and the IAS chapters, and Christ University for their continued support in making PKIA a landmark event this year. To our industry members and exhibitors, we thank you for bringing energy, perspective, and real-world insights to this forum. To our colleagues in academia and R&D, we are grateful to your role in bridging research, innovation, and practice. As we gather here today, we are reminded that digital trust is expanding its footprints across domains and cross-cutting sectors in banking, healthcare, national security, and everyday IoT devices around us. And in this period of post-quantum era, we need to embrace crypto agility as one step ahead. PKIA is trying to bring both the regulators, industry, R&D forums, R&D organizations, and academia in doing exactly the same thing to make the solid foundation for a secure digital tomorrow. And before I close, let me add a lighter note. While PKI depends on keys and certificates, our gratitude requires no encryption. So let us state that in plain text openly today. Our thanks goes out to openly and wholeheartedly to each one of you here who have made this event possible. A special word of appreciation goes to our student volunteers and young researchers at Christ University, whose enthusiasm and support brings us a unique energy to this event. You remind us that the future of digital trust will be in very capable hands. Finally, my sincere appreciation goes to the program committees and organizing committees and tireless support teams, the admin teams, who have worked behind the scenes to make this conference a reality. And also, on behalf of CDAC Bangalore, I thank all the senior members and all the STU heads who have supported this particular event year after year. So let us make this edition PK 2025 as the edition where we not only embrace crypto agility, but also strengthen the bond between the R&D, industry, and academia and the regulators, putting India firmly on the global stage of the digital trust. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. That concludes our inaugural ceremony of PKIA 2025. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries, partners, and participants. With this, we now move forward to the technical sessions and discussions that promise to be insightful and impactful. Thank you, and once again, welcome to PKIA 2025. Please note that the keynote talk will start at 11:45 a.m. on data-centric security by Professor Vijay Varadarajan from University of Newcastle, Australia. Join us back after the break for the keynote session. Thank you and welcome once again.
Sure. Thank you.
Unmute. Unmute.
Hello?
Unmute.
Yeah.
Hello,
Hello?
Professor Vijay, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yeah.
So your voice is not there.
My voice is not there, is it? Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now? No?
Volume. Yeah,
You can hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear, but voice is very low.
Very low, is it? Okay, I'm talking, okay, that's the maximum sound I've got here.
Yeah. Now it is fine, sir.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Is it still all right?
Yeah. Perfect, sir.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay.
I got these two things with it. One is the podium, the other one is CDAC. I'm on the podium. Is that the right one?
Actually,
Should be
from
on the
podium, we are starting the session. You can share your screen and.
Yeah. Should I be on the podium or should I be on the CDAC?
Yeah, both are same, sir.
Oh, both are the same. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we are starting with our first keynote of the conference. The talk is by Professor Vijay Varadarajan. He is Global Innovation Chair Professor in Cybersecurity, University of Newcastle, Australia. He will be giving a talk on data-centric security. Professor Vijay has a strong leadership and management skills with extensive international experience. He is an experienced chairperson with a demonstrated history of working in both industry and academia. He has served as a senior professor and senior manager in the technology industry. With over 30 years of research and strategy experience gained in the UK, USA, and Australia, he specializes in cybersecurity, cloud computing, secure distributed systems, software security, malware, the Internet of Things, and big data security. He is also a highly qualified education professional, having graduated from the UK and INSEAD. Sir, I request you to start your keynote.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, you have to put it in slideshow mode.
Yeah, I have put it in slide mode. Can you see it now?
No, the slide is visible, but it is not in slideshow mode.
It is in my PC. It is in slideshow mode. Okay, let me see if I can. I have two monitors. Maybe I should make it to one monitor. Just give me 1 minute. Let me just do.
Sir, press F5.
F5. Yeah. Yep. No, I put it. Hang on, just 1 second. Let me just get rid of, because I have it in duplicate extended mode. Let me just show it in one.
Sir, below on the right hand side, there is a button before the slider.
Before the slider, yeah.
Before the slider, there is a slideshow button.
I have it. That's the one I have it on?
Yes. But your share has been moved. Can you reshare?
Yeah, I've reshared it now. No? Can you not see it? Okay.
Yes. Now.
Let me stop. Let me start again. But okay, let me start again. Hang on. Because I. Okay. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Yes, it is in full screen. Thank you, sir.
It's in full. Okay.
You may kindly start the keynote.
Okay. First of all, good morning. I'm delighted to be here. I would like to thank Dr. Sunil Bupakula for kindly inviting me to this conference, and I'm grateful for that. Look, today my talk is entitled Data-centric Security. So what I thought I will do is first start with the technology scenery, and then look at cybersecurity briefly there and then move it into data context and perspectives. But my real focus of this talk is the third bullet, which is the data-centric security. That's where I'll be spending most of my time. And then I'll just conclude with some remarks in the end. Okay, so when I look at the technology scenery, as the chair just mentioned, I've been around in the cybersecurity space for over 40 years now. In the UK, US, and Australia. And I've had a chance to, I'm grateful I've had a chance to work in many of these fields that I've got here. But I see a technology scenery as, we got different types of networks, whether fixed networks, mobile networks, ad hoc networks, wireless networks, and so on. And then we got distributed systems. That's, we have distributed services, cloud infrastructure, so on. Web services, service-oriented architectures. Then we have small devices to large-scale data centers. So we have small devices, sensors, IoT, to large-scale data centers, grid computing, high-speed computing systems. And then, of course, we have mobile software. The distributed applications and services are fixed distributed systems and software, whereas mobile applications, they move around, mobile agents, apps, and so on. And then we, of course, are on distributed databases. And I've singled out social media networking here as a particular class of applications. So all of this, there are security, privacy, trust requirements. So the technology infrastructure ecosystem is this spaghetti of various different technologies, network, software, stacks, so on. But the objective usually of a technologist is to be able to provide information that is really accurate, reliable, trustworthy, so that users and applications and services can make reliable decisions, dependable decisions. So when I say users, yes, we have individuals, but also small, medium enterprises, big corporation, government agencies, and of course, lots of applications and services, right, in a distributed systems world. So that's the sort of the spaghetti of technologies ecosystem that we are dealing with. And this is where security, privacy, and trust issues come in. Trust, security, these issues come in every bubble that I've got here, mobile networks to distributed systems and so on, but also they come in integrated solution, because at the end of the day, as an architect, as a technologist, cyber security technologist, you're supposed to provide a solution for the users so that they can have reliable access to information to make decisions, but underneath you get all this variety of these technologies. So this end-to-end solution is often necessary for the architect to develop solutions too. So now within this context, in my 40 years, basically these are the technologies that I've been able to work with. In many of these, gets my hands dirty. But in the last decade, I would say, probably just over a decade, there are three areas which have come up to be major players. One is, of course, the cloud infrastructures and services, and then the IoT and cyber physical systems, and then the big data, and now which is coupled with AI systems. So these are, and again, there are security privacy requirements in each of these bubbles, in this circles, in the Venn diagram type figure you see here, but also at the intersection. Because often, new techniques, new solutions, novel ideas, novel prototypes, novel startups tend to happen at the intersections. Because, for instance, you might be taking data from IoT devices and cyber physical systems, and then you may be using cloud services infrastructure to store this data to do some processing. And then you will have business applications and AI-based reasoning applications running on the cloud to make business decisions. So it is at the intersection of these three areas which often results in business solutions or even new startups and new opportunities. Okay. Just a couple of slides on what I think security is before going to data-centric security. Security, although we talk about technology quite a bit, but security has got, I see it as four pillars. There is of course, the technology angle pillar, and then the business angle. Different sectors will have slightly different requirements, different constraints, and different policies. And then there is the social angle, social aspects, how the security systems are being used by the society and what implication consequences there are. And then there are, of course, the legal angle, quite a few aspects of legal things, whether it is to do with mandatory data breach, to encryption, to, nowadays, lots and lots of legal aspects come in, especially with privacy and trust, and as well as security. So cybersecurity has got all these 4 pillars. Although we tend to, as a technologist, we tend to spend a lot of time on technology issues, it's critical that we understand, as a technologist, we understand the sector, the business applications that we are working for, and the implications it has got for social and legal purposes. Yeah. Last slide on the intro. Often security people, even seasoned security professionals, tend to confuse certain things. So I thought I'll set the baseline here. The security is about often owner of information having control. So security is not privacy. Privacy is the subject of information has control, and privacy requires security. Anonymity has no subject, it requires security and guarantees privacy, but it is neither. So what I mean by that is, let's take an example. So if you take a healthcare system, for instance, in the healthcare system, as a look at patient data. So I go to a hospital and I get some tests done, radiology scans, or some X-rays done. And these data are stored in the hospital information system. And the owner of this hospital information system is the hospital administrator, the hospital. And therefore, they have the obligation to provide security, that is, to ensure my data is secure when it resides within their system, when it is being used by users within their system, And security is not privacy. Whereas when does privacy matters? Privacy comes in if the subject has control, that is, who is the subject? With respect to this X-ray information or blood test, I am the subject, because the X-ray is about me, the blood test is about me. So the subject, if I am given the control in terms of modifying the data, looking at my data, ensuring who can access my data in the hospital information system, I can specify policies. This consultant can see it, this person cannot see it, so on and so forth. I get a say in this, then that system has privacy. And in order to achieve that privacy, in order to achieve these types of things, we need security mechanisms. Privacy requires security. Anonymity, in which there is no subject. So in the sense that in principle, there's no principal or a user associated. When I say principal, it is an authenticated entity or a user, for instance. There is no subject associated with it. And it requires security, guarantees privacy, but it is neither. And typically, when you think of anonymity, let's say if I go and buy a pizza manually, or in a shop, I might just say, let's say I'm paying cash, and the guy who's giving me the pizza, he doesn't care about whether it is Vijay or John or Jane, whoever it is. The only thing he may care about is whether he gets the $10 or the $20, whatever it is. So in that sense, there is no subject in this sense of the user, but there is no, it is an anonymous transaction. In the internet, funny enough, although, in principle, getting theoretically fully anonymity is quite a difficult challenge. It is, there's a theoretical result which will tell you if getting full anonymity is actually quite difficult indeed. But whatever it is, it requires security mechanisms and it guarantees privacy because there's no subject, but it is neither security nor privacy. So having set that baseline, let me go to the data context. In the data context, so we know pretty much we are sharing data. There are users share data amongst themselves. We share data with devices. And of course, more importantly, devices and applications and services share data. In fact, that is probably where large amount of data gets shared in the third category. Now, many CIOs and CISOs and CTOs over the last decade, whenever you go to a conference or an industry forum, stuff, they'll say, oh, data has become the new currency in the digital world. Oh, probably true. Probably true, but let me just pose a question. We'll come back to this question later on in the talk. Let me just pose a question. If data is become the center of the digital world, which it is true, then we should be able to do something like this. I should be able to sit on the terminal in my PC, laptop, iPad, mobile phone, wherever it is, and I can say, I should be able to ask a question about data. For instance, I should be able to ask the thing, who has my credit card, for instance. As of now, if you try to sit down with your laptop and ask that question, you won't get an answer. Because at the moment, the infrastructures are not geared to answer these types of queries. So if data has become the new currency, that means it has become a primary construct in the language we are going to use, we should be able to answer these questions. So this sets the seed for what I mean by data-centric security. We'll come back to that later, but that's what I'm trying, the infrastructure, future generation infrastructure, there are some currently in there, which are dealing with this type of issues where we would be able to focus on the data itself, not necessarily on the container where the data gets stored. Okay, so looking still at the data context, we all know we use lots and lots of data. I just picked up some of these figures recently, 3 billion online users in the last 10 years. We'll add lots and lots of data, whether it is YouTube, social media, and so on. Some other interesting thing, all movies that have been made to date is probably about a petabyte or so. All music recorded to date is also about a petabyte. So if you want to capture everything that you ever said from the time you're born till the time you die, it is less than a few percent of petabyte. Everything you did or experienced in living color is a few petabytes. Yeah. So that gives you a sort of a perspective how much data we need. So this effect, of course, changes the business models, right? Because whether I store the data, use the data locally, whether I have its cloud server and all sorts of, this like pendulum goes back and forth, whether, from the terminal, everything else is stored centrally or from locally and so on and so forth. But this gives you an indication of roughly the type of data we are dealing with, amount of data at least. So what has happened, if you look back in history, little bit. Previously, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, default position was information was private until you opened it up. But now in the cyber world, pretty much everything is open. And the thing is, you've got to close the thing. You've got to ensure, you've got to set your privacy settings in the social media or applications and so on platform to ensure that it is not always open. So the presumption has changed from one of controlling the opening to controlling the closing. Yeah, that is with respect to what is private. What is public? If one looks at what is public, previously one did something in public and few people saw it, sure, and they may share it with other people, they may put it, whereas now in the cyber world, pretty much everybody has got a mobile phone or something, they can capture the data, they can share it. We all know that. So in fact, when we used to think George Orwell, he imagined government operating telescreens in our houses and looking at everything what we did. In fact, now it is much worse. Furthermore, the data what we have now may not be forgotten and may be recalled, may be aggregated by different people at different times. So so what is public is now, the perception is completely changed compared to 20, 30 years ago. So having said this, so data is important. Data will be, if you take data-centric approach, you will need to have data as a primary construct. And when the security, privacy, and trust issues with respect to systems and services have got to be tailored around this data-centric approach. And that's where I'm going towards, okay? So there are a lot of data-related challenges, several issues, questions, where does the data come from? Data provenance, how trustworthy it is. We got to define trust models. How do you know where your data is? Do you know who can see your data aggregated? There's all a bunch of questions. There are lots and lots of projects and work, solutions, techniques we can do based on answering bits and pieces of these questions. And this is typically, sorry, I want to say one more thing. That is, in these, when we do answer these questions, nowadays the elephant in the room obviously is machine learning or AI or deep learning algorithms, and they are heavily dependent upon data, as you know. So so data, at least at a high level, in these algorithms, neural networks, or deep learning or machine learning algorithms, typically data comes in when you train it. So data at training time, and also data in testing time. So, and there are attacks possible both at training and testing time. So this is one instance where data gets used heavily nowadays as well. So these questions, when we ask, where does the data come from? Who can aggregate it? What is your data? Is all equally applicable to machine learning systems as well. Okay. So in machine learning system, data is significant because slight modification of data can lead to pretty much completely different answers. So this is typically the area of adversarial machine learning. And this is one of the areas we've been working on for the last decade. But, for instance, in slight, let's say you see a school bus there. And so this is a paper which was published in ICLR in 2014. So school bus there, and, adding noise to it, although our eyes can recognize that this is still a bus, but machine learning algorithm, tends to, shows it's an ostrich or it's a bird. So clearly the modification of data is significant, even, in the machine learning context. Yeah. Okay. So having said that, now what I want to do is let's look at typically what do the users and the different players in the ecosystem, what do they want with data? Users, they want to have control over their data, and the control is a very elusive word, because even if they don't want to exercise control, they want to feel this control, right? They want to say they think they should have the control, even though they may choose not to exercise it all the time. That's typically a user behavior. And they want agents, the entities which process their data, to be trustworthy. So they only want organizations or servers or hosts in those organizations, they only trusted entities to process their data. From a regulator point of view, generally, there are these regulations such as GDPR or the California Consumer Privacy Act, which says, like, data, control of data is a fundamental right, human right, and there are some mandatory rules and regulations associated with it, such as if the data breach happens, you've got to do A, B, C, and so on. We'll look at GDPR a little bit before going into the data-centric security. From an industry perspective, often what industry wants is it wants consistent rules. Because once it knows the rules, it can change its behavior, whether in building the relationship, whether how to comply to these rules, but it wants those rules to be consistent and somewhat stable, not dynamically changing every other day, because it doesn't know how to behave. So that is, it won't take away the uncertainty. So they want consistent rules often. That's what the industry often looks for. Of course, industry is also not interested, is interested in less regulation generally, right? Because they think they can self-regulate more. It doesn't depend on whichever sector you go to. They will still say we can do our own self-regulation. But generally, they are looking for consistent rules. Yeah. So I want to take a couple of minutes about GDPR, because that sets the scene for data-centric. And GDPR, I'm not going to do very much. I'm just going to hand wave. Basically, GDPR talks about personal data. Personal data can be anything: location, biometrics, so on, user ID, IP address, so on and so forth. And it applies to, if you're processing data within the EU, you're subjected to GDPR, of course. And similarly, if you're processing data belonging to a EU resident, even though it is outside of the EU, you're subjected to these regulations. There's a huge set of regulations, which you probably know. And there's compliance issues. If you do not comply, there are punishment and fines and so on. but also there are obligations issues. It says if you find out there's a data breaches, then you have to do these notifications within a certain period of time, and so on and so forth. There's lots of rules and regs associated with it. From our point of view, data-centric approach point of view, the thing we are interested is this individual rights. What is the GDPR? I just want to say, because this is important, because it tells you why we need a data-centric approach, taking GDPR as a way of saying this. It is, if you want to satisfy GDPR, data-centric approach is probably the best way to satisfy that. But here it says, GDPR is will say the user has the right to know about how his or her data is processed, right to see who has stored your data, right to have a withdraw consent, right to have data erased, forgotten. Also, there are a bunch of these things. That's all to do with who stores, who aggregates, how long it's stored for, when should be deleted, so on and so forth. Taking that as the cue for data-centric approach, what I want to do is I want to talk about two distinct things. One is how data gets propagated in the internet world, what we can do, and I'm going to take only one problem, find where the data is and limits its use. That's one problem. The second thing I want to take about is data access control. I'm going to use those two things to explain my data-centric security approach. Yeah. So let's take the first one, find where the data is and limits its use. This is a typical requirement in GDPR, as you saw in the previous slide. Okay. So I need to be able to track sensitive data. And that's the example, for instance, I gave you before. And I started who has my credit card or who has my social security number or other ID, so on and so forth. That's the typical instantiation of that question. And we need to do that over the whole internet. It's all right to do it within an organization or even between organizations, a large corporate organization, subsidiaries. But ideally, we would want to do it over the internet. And we need to be able to track, for that, we need to be able to track data at any time and see and look at who's doing what, which agent is processing. Let's take that problem and let's see how we can develop a solution based on data-centric approach. So the data-centric approach, the first thing is you need to have data tagged with some metadata which talks about the policy associated with the data. And the policy and the data, the metadata, should be tightly coupled. So in other words, you should not be able to separate out the two. Let's take that as a first step. And then we will say, okay, we need to say something about the agents who are going to be processing this data, right? What assumptions we are going to make. And then we need some policies. The user, the data owner, will be specifying some policies as to who can use the data, how the data can be used, so on and so forth. There are different types of auditing policies, tracking policies, obligation, access control, so on and so on. There are a variety of policies we can write, okay? So let me take a very simple scenario, and let's take the data tracking protocol, which allows the data owner to track the flow of their data. Okay, this might happen in a number of scenarios, data from IoT devices, data in social media, lots of scenarios. This is one of the simple requirements, basic requirements we might have. Okay, so in order to do that, let's do a small architecture. Let's do, so we have our agent, a user's agent, and then user's policy, which says who can do what, and then there is the processing agent where the data gets processed. Let me show you a diagram. So we have data originator A, and he or she sending it to B, a processing agent, and very simple, and there's no security here. So first the user A sets his or her policy in his or her policy server, and basically it says like if this data ID can be processed by this agent ID or not, process ID or not, processor ID or not, yes or no. Very simple rule-based policy server. And A sends that information to B. A sends information data ID, in step 2, sends the data. And if you look at a protocol, a simple protocol will be, he sends the ID of the data plus the data, and then he sends the URL of the policy server. So the policy server is owned by A, he set the policy to begin with, and he gives the URL, that policy server. Then what the B is supposed to do, B is trusted to actually go and check the policy in the policy server before processing the data. So it's a trusted environment. B is trusted to do this. And then, he goes in step 3, he goes to the policy server. He says, hey, I got this data ID and I got it from A, origin ID, right? He knows because the data ID goes, because he's going to the A's policy server. Remember, he's not going to another general policy server. And then he says, I have the data ID. My name is B, processor ID. And am I allowed to open this data, use this data? And then because it's a yes or no, and then he gets used this. Right? Very common, we've had this type of thing long time ago, digital rights management, right? I send a photo of my daughter to somebody, and then I say, look, you can open this photo, but you should not be able to forward this photo to somebody else. And I trust the guy because he may forward it, she may forward it, but I trust it so that he looks at the photo, but he does not forward. This is a very common example of this data-oriented policy. And we can add lots of complications, like make it secure and stuff like that. And a very simple first step in the security protocol, you will say, yeah, I'm going to send the data, but I'm going to encrypt the data. That's the data star. A encrypts the data, and then A sends it to B. Again, B now says, I have this data ID to the A's policy server, and then says, okay, here is my public key. And then the policy server says, okay, yes or no, fine. But then it provides the key to unravel the data star, and this key is given using encrypted under the public key of B. So, very simple protocol, and we can use timestamp nonsense and make it secure, all sorts of analysis. We can do this type of protocol. But this is just A to B. But in the internet, what happens, as I said, A to B to C, and not only A to B to C, but also B might take some data and modify it. And when B modifies the data, it becomes data dash. So the policies associated with data dash might be policies of A, plus policies that B might have as well. So it becomes complicated, yeah? So we can have, a chain of this thing. And now you can say, oh, B is in the same organization as A, but then that gives you something, domain. Or then you can say, no, B is in a different organization than A. Then you can have a hierarchical structure, federated peer structure. You can make this problem as, the real world, it becomes quite complicated, this type of thing. The only other thing I have not mentioned in the slide is the DTP record. I mean, what I'm just saying is, instead of saying, the previous slide, I had the URL as the policy server be distributed. Now, sent along with the data. Here now I can use the domain name server to store the policy server so that B knows where to go to find A's policy, server. So, and this type of thing, we would need some sort of a repository. So this but the main essence I want to convey is, it is about B, before it is using the data, it is checking the policy of the data owner as to what it cannot do with it. And B itself, in this case, is a trusted agent. If it is not trusted, then the whole thing falls apart. So that's why the trust association with the agent is important. But in general, if I may extrapolate from here, we need a secure coupling mechanism between the data and the policy, right? That's got to be securely coupled, and securely coupled means by signature, encryption, so on and so forth. Then there is this processing agents. We need to define our trust model as to which agents we trust, which agent A trusts, which agent B trusts. They are, not the same, right? So we may have a policy with respect to that. But the most important thing is, we need these two additional infrastructure component, which is policy to data mapping and data to policy mapping. This does not exist per se by default in the internet as of now. That is the problem. You could not answer this question previously. Where is my credit card or Aadhaar card now? If we have this in the infrastructure, just like we have a domain name server, the routing server, all sorts of servers, if we have these two types of servers, and as I said, they are dependent upon the originator, the receiver. These are these policies associated with the originator with respect to the particular data types and so on. So it's not as it has got different data structures compared to the domain naming server and the routing server, but we need these infrastructure components in our internet infrastructure to be able to handle data-centric security approach that can address questions like the one of tracking data. So what do you do? I mean, the next step is we can have a policy language to capture different types of policies. We can have composition, because I said A does something and then A sends the data to B, and then but B modifies something, sends it to C. C modifies the data further, sends it to D. When that happens, we need to be able to specify this updates dynamic data evolution, the policies associated with it, and we got to compose them. But it could be quite rich. We can do that, and then we can solve different types of policies and different, we can be able, when there are cross-border data flow between different domains, between different countries, we would be able to specify these policies and evaluate them and so on and so forth. The example I've got here, a law enforcement official may not act on improperly obtained evidence, but if the same information was obtained through lawful channels, the official is able to act. That type of policies we can clearly capture, right, using data provenance constraints. So, but there is a lot of, excuse me, 1 second. There's a lot of work here which we have done. Now, from that problem of data tracking, now I want to go to the data access control problem, the data-centric accuracy. So what is the problem here? Typically, when you do access control, you will say, yeah, a principal is authenticated, principal being user, application, service, device. And then once the data access, authenticated, and I give an access control policy, I can give access to my data, the application is often trusted not to leak the data. So the access control is often principal-centric. Right? But really what we do want from a data-centric approach is the one here. Access control should no longer be solely on principal or application, but should be data-centric in the sense it is controlling data flows between applications. And that is the important thing. So for instance, if I have a medical data collected from sensors, when the data moves around, just like I had a tag, remember that tag I associated with it. Now, if I define a type tag, which says this is a medical data, then whatever policies that I write will be based on the medical data type, so that only the users who have access to this type of data, so will be able to do that. Again, this is access control policy. We have done this type of thing many times, but focus is on the type associated with the data, okay? Now, a typical example, in a practical world, what happens is, if you look at web platforms like Facebook and so on. In fact, Facebook, when a few years ago, you might remember the Cambridge Analytica at the time. That's one of the times when we started our work, about 7, 8 years ago in this. What happened was third-party applications were taking data. It was user specified the policies who can access the data and so on and so forth. But a third-party application, when it got hold of the data, it was able to share the data with somebody else, other data. That was the problem. It was the data flow between application was not controlled. And in some sense, the third-party application, the other problem was what it actually did was, because the third-party application was running outside of the web platform, such as the social media platform, often it led to data exfiltration as well on top of it. But really, it was the data flow between applications was not controlled. And now we know how to do this again in the security world. So, and that is, it's very old. We have so-called information flow policies. I'm sure you would have, Orange Book, the ITSEC criteria, the common criteria, the federal criteria, they all have these types of things, but it was in a different context of operating system. But we can use these models, the Bell-LaPadula model and Biba model, which talks about associating labels with data. For instance, typically you can associate confidentiality label, you can associate integrity label, but they are associated with data. Then you can say, write policies as to when data can flow. For instance, this is what happens even if you take a Windows operating system. This started happening around 2007, 2008, around the time in, Windows 7 model. No, Yeah, Windows 7. So what happens is, so the browser, internet browser application was typically of low integrity. So the integrity label was lower. So therefore, it was, even though it had secure access control, gave the right to be able to write data into the registry, for instance, which is at a higher integrity level, even though the access control, the normal access control in the Windows operating system gave that, this integrity mechanism, by adding this integrity label, it prevented Internet Explorer to write data into higher security, higher medium or higher level integrity objects. This is the first time this type of thing was pretty much employed, as far as I know, in a commercial context. There are a lot of it in the military context with respect to Bell and Viva model, the operating systems world, but it became pretty much commodity level at that time. So the typical rule here is, you will say the lower confidentiality can, information can flow from an application A to application B if the confidentiality label of A is lower than the confidentiality label of B, and if the integrity label of A is higher than to the lower integrity B. So it's always, you can write up in confidentiality and you can write down in the integrity. So you got to remember that rule. So it's duality. So that's the type of policy rule we will have with respect to tags associated with data flow. If you do that in the application world, we will need some additional, we need to make sure other operations like adding the label, removing the label, that type of operations we would need. We would also, we would need these meta operations. But then once you have got that, then you can define a context. What is the context? Is the entities with the same labels. If I have an application which has got this set of labels, confidentiality label, an integrity label, then I can define a domain for this based in terms of this context. Then I can write the policy. Flow of data between application A is allowed to application B if this rule is satisfied. That's in a nutshell, that's how it works. And now, but there are problems with respect to, what this will mean is you will always have flow of data going into more constrained domain. And in order to, in practice, you will need some additional operations to make sure for meta policies to modify the labels as well, declassify. It is not important for me to go through all these things. It's not important. What is important is we can write meta policies with these operations, and which will ensure that the data flows between applications can be controlled in a particular context. So I'll give you a couple of examples to just to set so that you get a feel for this. So let's say a requirement is medical data must only be stored in encrypted form. So in order that to happen, what do we need to do in the system? We need to make sure that the database in which the medical data is stored is able to accept appropriately labeled data. So that needs to be changed. We at the moment, we may have a current data system may not have this, but we need to, whatever policy we are writing, the labels we have, we need to be ensure the database is set up like that. So that encrypted data can flow into that. So it can accept labeled data. But then we also need to make sure that the data gets encrypted. And this is where the endorser has to make sure, what does the endorser do? Endorser ensures the integrity labels to say that, endorser changes the integrity labels to ensure that the encryption function has been applied. Similarly, that if you take the next one, medical data can be used for research purposes only if the consent of the owner is obtained. So there is a tag which says the consent is obtained and the data is anonymized. So we need to have a tag consent is obtained. We need to ensure a function that does the data is anonymized. And then we need to make sure that the declassifier transforms the labels accordingly. So if that is done, then the database is set up to receive it. So this is the way where we can express and enforce policies which would allow application domains to handle sensitive data meaning integrity, confidentiality data. And this controls the flow of data, not the container, right? Container, it says, oh, the data is stored in this file, I can access this file or not. But this says that data in this file, can it move to this one? Data used by this application, can it move to, that's what this controls. Now, the last bit of my talk, I just want to touch base on one other idea. It is still concerned with data-centric approach, but it is primarily to do with storing data in cloud in such a way that it only allows the users with a certain policies to be able to access the data. Let me explain this first, just a minute. Let's imagine, we have got this diagram here. So there are the user, there are two types of things. One is a data owner. So say I write my patient record into the cloud, okay? That is, I'm the data owner. And then the user who wants to look at my patient record. Here, the difference is, it is my data record, my patient record is encrypted. When I store it, it is encrypted. The cloud, as soon as it leaves my laptop, it is encrypted. So the cloud provider has only encrypted data, right? It is not that it is encrypted in the cloud. It only has encrypted data. So now I write policies. For instance, I might write a policy that says, okay, the data, my patient data can be seen by this consultant and by my wife. Now, so the cloud provider will not be able to see the data as well. So that policy has got to be evaluated by the cloud and operated on encrypted data without decryption in such a way that my wife and consultant will be able to see the data, but nobody else will be able to see the data, access the data, view the data, including the cloud provider. So what it does is, so policy-based message, okay, let me now read this. Policy-based, not this one. So what it does is, it's a way of combining cryptography with access control. It's slightly different. Previously, when I talked about metadata, I did not operate on encrypted data, right? Now I'm operating on encrypted data. When I operate on, it's not homomorphic function, right? Not computational. What it does is the policy enforcement is done on encrypted data. It is not arbitrary operations. It is only my policy enforcement. So what is happening is my data is encrypted to different roles. In the case of, I can apply any access control, but I'll just say role-based is common. So my data is encrypted to role or roles. That's why I said my consultant and my wife or a family member. Data owner encrypts the data in such a way that only users who satisfy the role-based access policies specified by the owner are able to decrypt the data. That is, only the family member, my wife, and the consultant in the particular hospital would be able to decrypt the data. If the data is stored in the cloud provider does not have the appropriate roles, the cloud provider will not be able to decrypt data. So it reduces the trust level on the cloud provider like Amazon, Azure, whatever it is. But at the same time, it gives, and the beauty is how it is combined, it is intricately, it is not two separate systems, cryptography and access control. It is an integrated system which we have developed. And we actually trialed this with the patient record in new health record system in Australia with the different types of hospital administrators, emergencies, also different multiple roles and so on and so forth. And there's a whole PhD thesis here, and it's got the new technique is called role-based encryption, and then it has sorts of probably in terms of performance, the beauty is it's got an efficient revocation scheme, and it's got a constant. It's lots of nice properties like constant size, cipher sect, and so on and so forth. But those are all crypto properties anyway, which you needed for that. Now, this type of work has got applications in other sectors, other areas as well. So I talked about secure cloud data storage with respect to new health records, but also you can secure data sharing in a consortium. Let's say if you have 5 banks, in a consortium, and each bank has got their own data and their own policies. So a bank 1 will be happy to provide the data to bank 2 in an encrypted form associated with its policies, if and only if it is guaranteed that bank 2 will enforce, will only be able to view bank 1's data if and only if bank 1's policies are satisfied. So this is the way, and this is, so we've all done further work, and that's also been, whether we've applied it into sort of, streaming services as well, like Netflix and a variety of them. So there are lots of application, but the idea is still, the focus is on data. So let me conclude. And what we have seen, the first one, we said, okay, with respect to data-centric security, what it means is data is the primary concept. So the policies are specified on the data rather than on the container. By the way, it's also true in networks world, and this is also pretty old in some sense. Our work was on access control in the networks, but NDN, named data networks, you might have heard of, which started somewhere 2009. In the networks, typically you have IP, you control the sessions and the channels by IP address, MAC address, and those stuff. They're all addresses of containers, not the data. Whereas if you start working on the data itself, which is where we did our streaming service, because then what happens is the movie which you downloaded from the Netflix server, the identifier is for the movie. We are protecting the actual movie, not the container of the Netflix. So then the movie can itself be stored in different routers. I don't need to go back to the Netflix server to be able to download the parts of the movie again next time when I need it or when another user needs it. So it has got all sorts of, it's part of like your CDN, ICN, content-centric content data networks, information-centric networks. These are all based on that, but our work was on the access control for this. So data-centric approach has got multiple areas where it's relevant. But the approach is we need to attach tags with data, define the policies, define how the agents can process the data. We need to write trust assumptions and then write protocols and make the system so that data is the valuable content. So data is the new currency. But there are lots of challenges. Challenges are data visibility, because organization might have different types of data, how much of the visible, and the categorization of data, dynamic data evolution. So as the data gets updated, the policy changes. So that's, and then if you have legacy system integration, which you always will have, these are all practical issues you will deal with. But also regulation is an issue. Regulations keeps changing. GDPR is one, which is, although it's big, there are aspects of it which you can capture, but it's very useful for when you talk about data flow between countries or between organizations. But demonstrating compliance is also another issue which is there. Anyway, so I just wanted to introduce this idea to you, the data-centric approach. I'm sure some of you would have seen that, but we've been doing some work in this area. And with that, let me conclude my talk.
Any questions? Okay, so I have a question. So in the role-based encryption, the encryption schemes are traditional, only that the role has to be checked, and if the role has credential, then only the decryption will happen. Am I understanding correct?
Exactly, but they are not two separate systems. It is not I do the encryption, I do the role check. They are not decoupled, they are integrated. So the encryption scheme is integrated with the role. The role has the key. It is not that I first check the role. Hey, I got the role. Oh, this is John. John is a project manager. That's tick. Then I go and the key, I do the decryption. It's not like that. Okay, that system has got other issues. That is what I mean by two systems. This is what the whole area, you might have heard of this in Stanford. They did, I think, mid to late 2000s, called attribute-based encryption. That attribute-based encryption is, so, and this is similar. The role-based encryption is similar, but it's based with roles rather than attributes. Attribute-based encryption is like, why I'm telling you is that you might have come across that. Attribute-based encryption, let's say, instead of saying BJ can decrypt this data, they will say like, if a user is wearing specs and he happens to be an Indian, he can decrypt it. You see, is the attributes associated with the principles. In this case, it's a role, but the role gives you the whole things of inheritance, hierarchies, which attributes don't have. So that's why we can do much, much more powerful things with role, which are relevant for enterprises. Attribute-based encryptions, you will do that for IoT systems, whereas role-based you will do for enterprise systems. So anyway, but answer to your question is, yes, what you said is correct, but how they are integrated is that's where the nub of the problem lies. That's why it is called integrating cryptographic techniques with role-based access control. It is not saying I do role-based access control, then I do cryptographic. It's not like that. Yeah, there's a whole thesis. So if you want to read about that, I can. I mean, if you Google, design of RBE schemes and their implementation, if you just, I mean, the PhD student was Lan Zhu, SZHOU, Lan, first name, and he was my PhD student, and in fact, it won an award for this, the one when we did the new health record, but you will find about 10 papers explaining the various things, what we have done.
Sure. Thank you, Professor. There is one more question.
Yeah.
Mike.
Presentation from you. I was actually on that Australian Department of Health and Aging electronic medical records project, and so we were working on that, trying to associate all the agencies and the doctors and the Medibank Private and all that associated agencies. And one of the key areas was trying to establish a kind of a data glossary, and the data was metadata driven, pretty much on physical business metadata, technical metadata, operational metadata. So everything that the data was consumed, as you have mentioned, that it will be data centric, but however, when the analytics are driven, they're tagged, and based upon that, the data associated with that will be processed. So how do you take, when you are referring to data-centric and metadata-centric, how do you differentiate that? That is one aspect. And what are your thoughts on the recent Medibank private data breach? I was one of the victims there. And so what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
The first one, the first one, what you said, the associating tags to different tags, whether it's technical tags or business tags, different types of tags, and having a language and writing policy rules is exactly this, right? That is exactly that. But what it gets complicated is you always have to, when they do the implementation, they revert back to usually this container-based approach. Although they use the tags, the policy language and the way they evaluate it is they go back to the traditional access control. That's one of the problems I've had. So you got to maintain the true nature of data-centric all the way through, not only in the specification, but also in the evaluation and enforcement. But when it comes to Medibank, you're right. In fact, after the Medibank, there was much interest in this project, because this project got the award in about 2015, 2016. We worked with, at those days, it was called PCEHR, Patient-Centric Electronic Health Record, with the Department of Health, Federal Commonwealth. But then it turned into New Health Record. But they still haven't implemented this. Right? So as of now, PCEHR does not have this. They have a traditional access control, role-based access control. As they have to store the data in plain, and some of them may be encrypted. But exactly like, if you're the patient or you're the patient's relative, something like that, they will do authentication of the front end, and authentication will check your ID and will check your role, and then it will get to your key where you will decrypt it. But at the moment, most of the data in the patient, new health record, as far as I'm aware, it is public. It is the plain. It is not encrypted. So when the Medibank thing happened, there are a few issues came about. One, why did Medibank store this data for such a long time? So there was a storage policy issue. How long? Why do Medibank collected data which they don't need? They collected some data, different types of data, which data. But then the issue was, you see, if Medibank had encrypted the data in the cloud they provided, then the data breach would be minimized, because even though there is a leak, the guys, the hackers would not have got it. But the problem with these things is, when you store the data in encrypted form, you have to enforce all the policies on the encrypted data. So for instance, you say a patient, okay, I'm a patient, I have my Medicare data, I want my Medibank, Medicare data stored in, medical data stored in Medibank, I want to give that to another provider. Let's say I write that. When I write that, the other provider should be, this is a legitimate policy, the other provider should be able to view my data, access my data, even though the data is encrypted, but it remains encrypted until it reaches his computer. So that is the problem. So when you decouple the two, what happens is you do the access control on one hand, you do the cryptography on the other hand, but often what happens is in the cloud itself, it is in plain somewhere. But as far as Medibank happened, they did not have encrypted data. So the breaches which happened were really plain text. I got breached by recently by Qantas. Right? Qantas happened. Again, they don't encrypt the data because it has got computational issues. That's why the schemes we need to adopt here has got to be performance efficient. That's why we did a lot of work, extensive computation study to show that ours is efficient. But efficient, true, compared to other schemes, but still it does have an overhead. And unfortunately, at the moment, this is not implemented in the systems like Medibank. It's implemented in prototypes, but it's not implemented neither in Medibank nor in Qantas, type of things. Yeah, that's probably the why.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
There is one more
Thank you
question.
very much for the question.
Sir, just one more question.
Yeah.
So this is more of a comment rather than a question. Actually, the idea of DTP records getting added into the DNS and protecting the privacy, that's actually a very welcome move. And I feel that at the gateway level or the enterprise entry point itself, we are able to do it, manage it well.
Yes. Yes.
So any standardization efforts of that particular record, because DNS is fully standardized. So that's my...
No, there is no. In fact, as the previous questioner mentioned, there are some different sectors trying to do some work on it. Healthcare is probably the more, there's some work happening, but I'm not recent. But to be honest, thank you for your question. Honest, I'm not involved in the recent standardization activities. There may be some, but my recollection is about few years old, 4 or 5 years old. At that time, there were different sectors trying to do something. Healthcare was the one that I was primarily involved in. Financial has got some things as well I know of. But this type of idea is still not there in the to the extent standardization will happen, because this the problem at the moment, so let me give you, I don't want to throw some names, but Tim Berners-Lee is also interested. He created a company in 2019 around that space to do some similar type of work, creating these types of data tags and policy language, and they wanted to actually propose. There's a paper called Data Algebra he wrote in 2018, which is a short paper. But really, answer to your question is, as far as I'm aware, there are ad hoc activities happening, but I do not know of a standardization for DTP record which should be included in something like a DNS. In fact, I would love to create, this is what I've been saying to different people, but it is not getting traction. We need to create this policy to data, data to policy. And for that, you need to be able to standardize something, infrastructure component, and we can merge it with DNS exactly the way, but it is not there as far as I know.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll start with our next invited talk. Our next speaker is Sri Nandan Rao, architect, Aulara, India. And first of all, I will request Dr. Balaji, scientist F, CDAC Bangalore, to felicitate our speaker. Yeah. profile. Sri Nandan Rao is a seasoned architect whose work sits at the cutting edge of cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI technologies, and IoT. As an architect at Avalara India, he has been instrumental in building the global compliance cloud platform with a core focus on designing the secure identity and access management solutions that power its entire ecosystem. He is currently focused on the AI transformation, building secure and scalable agentic AI solutions in the compliance space. Before joining Avalara, Nandan spent over 6 years at ABB, where he was a leading voice in the security of industrial IoT system. It was there that he led the groundbreaking first PKI rollout for industrial IoT use cases, a critical project that laid the foundation for secure communication and device management in the industrial space. Srinandan has a proven track record of implementing secure boot, TPM integration, and certificate management for devices. His work has been recognized with multiple patents and publications, including a paper on the very topic of PKI challenges in industrial networks. He is driven by a passion for proactive security, building it in from the ground up to fortify an organization's most valuable digital assets. Sir, over to you. I will share it.
Thank you for that kind introduction and welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon. So today I will talk about one of the industry use cases of using PKI. And this is something that we implemented in my previous organization, ABB. This is a PKI conference, so excited to talk about how we actually brought multiple technologies together to solve some of the trust problems in an industrial IoT system. So I'll start with what is an industrial IoT system? So this is a photo of a factory shop floor. You can see some devices out there, robots, drives, motors, etc. I mean, this is an AI-generated image, so it will have some of its own quirks there. But the idea is that you have multiple devices in a factory floor. I mean, this could be representing a manufacturing industry floor, or it could be an oil and gas station. It could be utilities like a water treatment plant or a power system, right? So the idea is that there is this industry workspaces where there are multiple devices connected, and these are special purpose devices. They're doing their own jobs, and not all of them are general purpose computers like the ones that we use day in and day out. Now, typically these devices and these industry areas are sort of isolated, right? They are never connected to the internet for very good reasons. I mean, these are controlled environments. You don't want your devices to be accessible to the outside network for hackers to take advantage of things of your network and control your processes, right? But industrial IoT sort of defeats that very own castle and moat sort of an environment that the industry builds. And it tries to connect these devices to the public internet, your AWS, your Azure, and GCP. Why would we want to do something like that? Why would we want to take critical infrastructure like your water treatment plants or your power infrastructure and connect them to the public internet and open it up for hacking for everyone? There must be a good business value to do that, right? And that's true, there is. So these networks, these systems are not really built to analyze how they're performing as a whole, at an individual level, at the devices level, or as a whole, at the factory as a whole. But what you can do with the power of cloud is you can pull the data out of these devices and networks, and then you can start looking at how is a factory doing as a whole? What devices are performing well and what devices are not performing well? What devices need maintenance? Predictive maintenance, right? Before a robot can break, you can sort of look at the performance metrics coming out of that device and say, oh, this robot will break in 3 weeks, if not maintained properly, if a part is not replaced. So you can probably go and order the part before the device breaks, and you can replace it before the device breaks. So there are multiple, use cases where there is where you can analyze this data in a cloud environment, and you can derive business value out of it. So this is what industrial IoT is. You're trying to connect these, purpose-built devices that are performing together to solve some of your problems in the industry, to the public internet, to cloud. And you're bringing in data. You also have command and control. You can actually issue commands to these devices and make them perform actions based on your behalf, sitting at a cloud console, right? So so this is what you're trying to do in an industrial IoT kind of an environment. So the same diagram I'm going to show in a little bit of an architectural view. By profession, I'm an architect. I always like this black and white diagrams with icons and boxes out there. So for those who are technologists here, this would be much more close to your heart than the previous diagram. So what you see here is what is called as an OT network, or operations technology network. This is the closed network that you have in a factory, for example, right? So where you have different devices interconnected. Some of them are interconnected, some of them are not interconnected. You have robots, you have motors, you have drives, controllers, process automation systems that are working together to do something, to produce something in a factory, for example, right? The boundary around this sort of says that this is a closed network. This is not really open to public. It's access controlled. Anybody cannot go and access these devices in these network for very good reasons, right? So you want efficiency in factories. You want to make sure that the production never stops. You want to make sure that the quality of what gets produced in a factory is always top notch, and there is no tampering in terms of how these devices operate and produce what is being produced in the factory. So this has been traditionally an isolated air-gapped sort of a network. And we are talking about connecting this network to the cloud. So what did a common pattern in which we decided that we'll connect these devices to the internet is to sort of put a special purpose device, what we call as an edge computing device, and make this edge device talk to internet. We don't want to connect each of these devices inside the factory network, each of your robots, motors, drives, etc., directly to the internet for very good reasons, right? They're not built to be secure and to be able to talk to the internet. They are built to perform very specific action in a factory. Of course, there are exceptions to this. You may have, for example, connected cameras out there. You may be having a monitoring system with cameras that you may want to directly connect to the internet. But in general, right, the pattern that we established is we'll have a special purpose device called an edge computing device, which is more secure, which can be hardened to be able to connect to the internet. But how do you connect the device to the internet? So another common pattern that we use is to put the edge device in what's called as a demilitarized zone. It's a network isolation practice, a well-established network isolation practice, where you have a private network called the OT network that's got no connectivity to the outside world other than only to this demilitarized zone, or DMZ. And the DMZ is the one that has internet access, right? So your edge device sits in the demilitarized zone. It can connect to the internet. And the only device that the OT network devices have access to is the edge device. So there's a layering that you're doing, a sort of a sandwiching to make sure that your factory devices are protected. Now, this edge device talks to the cloud, and typically it talks to a device in the cloud called a cloud gateway, right? That is the single entry point into the cloud from all of your industrial devices to collect the data, to process it, and to issue command and control out there. So it is the edge that makes a connection to the cloud gateway device. And once this connection is established, you can pull in the data. You can pull in the configuration information of each of your devices. You can pull in the operational information in terms of logs and how each of the devices is performing, and so on and so forth. And now that data is available in the cloud for you to store, process, analyze the data, right? And the way you offer that analysis, the storage, and the data to the outside world is by exposing it via what's called as an API gateway to the applications. And you would build these applications to do your predictive maintenance, preventive maintenance, your fleet analysis, your factory analysis, and so on and so forth. And this is where the real business value of an industrial IoT system is. So a quick introduction into industrial IoT. Now we'll look at what are the challenges from a security point of view to get this end-to-end working. The key challenge is verifiable trust. How does my edge device verify that I'm talking to the trusted cloud gateway and not to a hacker put up a computer somewhere in the internet? And how does the cloud gateway verify that it is talking to a trusted edge devices and not to any device that's trying to make a connection and send poison the data by sending false information into the cloud, right? So we have to obviously look at how do we establish that trust at these device level, at the edge devices level, and the cloud gateway level. We have to look at how do we establish trust at the API level, because your data, which used to stay in your factory all these years, there is a copy of that data in the cloud. Now you need to be able to you have to be exactly sure as to who has access to that data and how is that data being used. And finally, you have to look at how is this communication secured between the cloud and the edge. So before I move on, one thing to keep in mind, right? The edge, there will be tens or hundreds or even thousands of these devices, depending on your different factories, the factory configurations, the number of edge devices you put out there connecting. So it's not one-to-one here. On the cloud side, it's already abstracted. So you're talking to typically a virtual machine that hosts the cloud gateway and so on and so forth. But it's many to many is the relationship here. How do we solve this security problem? So we solve this by using digital certificates, right? What does a digital certificate offer? Digital certificates offer us the CIA triads of confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. So the first thing that the digital certificate offers us is a very strong identity, an identity associated with the asymmetric key pair and the common name associated within the digital certificate. It helps us to uniquely identify a device with its own key pair and authenticate the device to the cloud and vice versa. So it's a mutual authentication. We want the edge device to authenticate to the cloud, and we want the cloud gateway to authenticate to the edge device, right? So a certificate allows you to uniquely identify that this is a cloud gateway and this is an edge device. Confidentiality. When you use certificate-based authentication to establish a mutual TLS connection, you're essentially using the asymmetric keys associated with the certificate, the public and the private key pair, and you're doing a key exchange. You're deriving a symmetric key for that particular session to encrypt everything that goes on in between the edge and the cloud gateway. The entire communication is encrypted, and TLS also offers you integrity protection. So essentially what you're doing by using certificates at both ends is you're creating a secure tunnel for this communication. Anything that goes on in this tunnel is a private communication that anybody on the internet cannot eavesdrop upon, right? So certificates really help you to achieve this whole thing. And on this end, again, this is a well-known internet paradigm. So if you open your web browser and go to google.com, you see a padlock icon on the top, right? So that's exactly what you see at the API gateway level. You have Google's certificate that gets downloaded and verified at the time of the TLS connection set up between your browser and google.com. And then it says, okay, this is a verified certificate. You are really going into google.com and not to some hacker put up website out there. So we'll not focus on the internet security. That's a typical internet security paradigm there. We'll focus more about the IoT communication security in this talk here. So we established certificates can help to secure this channel, right? But how do you go about issuing the certificates, making sure that only you can issue certificate to your devices and not a hacker and so on and so forth? That is where PKI comes into picture. That's where your public key infrastructure comes into picture. Now, public key infrastructure is, you have a question? Yeah, so the DMZ that you see there, the edge, that's where you put the fog layer, fog computing. So the whole idea about fog computing is that you bring in the computing power of cloud closer to your own industry, your own network, right? So the fog computing is not something that replaces cloud computing. Fog computing is something that you see it as augmenting your cloud computing. It's a very good question, by the way. So there are certain industries and certain customers where there is some set of data that you absolutely don't want to put into cloud at all. That's where your fog computing comes into picture. That's where you build a mini cloud with a network of edge devices and nodes. And some of that data only resides in that layer, in your fog layer. It never goes to the cloud. It never hits the internet layer. And you use those computing machines to analyze the data and take some immediate actions. A good example is those applications that are latency sensitive. You don't want all your data to go all the way over internet to cloud. Somebody get analyzed there and the commands coming back. It takes a lot of time. Whereas with the fog computing, you can do the analysis quickly there and take actions much faster than in cloud. So fog computing has its own benefit, but it's mostly at the edge layer that you see fog computing. Does that answer your question? Okay. So back to PKI, right? PKI is an infrastructure. An infrastructure is like your scaffolding, right? So if you think about a building here, your foundation is a part of the infrastructure. The beams are a part of the infrastructure. If you design your foundation well, if you design your beams and trusses and your ventilation well, then you get a robust, durable building as an output. But if you design your foundation bad, you don't put the right foundation, you don't put the right pillars, you don't put the right beams in building this building, then the building is going to collapse at some point in time. PKI is exactly like that. PKI is an infrastructure that allows you to securely manage your digital certificates in any environment. But PKI is not a magic pill that's going to solve your problem of verifiable trust in an industrial IoT or any other system, right? So what I'm proposing here is, and the PKI typically comes with hierarchy. What I mean to say here is if you try to have a certificate authority that issues certificates, and you use a single certificate authority to issue certificates for every use case out there, you're setting yourself up for failure because you have no visibility into what a certificate is for and stuff like that. Whereas if you design your PKI in a way that you have taken care of separation of concerns. So you see in this example, you have a hierarchical PKI structure where you have a root CA and an intermediate CA, which are typically kept offline. You don't want the private keys of these CA certificates in the hands of a hacker, right? What you do is you have purpose-built issuing CA servers. There's one for code signing in this diagram. There's one for IoT. There's one for web and API. And there's one that you use to issue certificates to your users in your enterprise, right? Now that allows you to segment your certificate usage into different use cases. And you can leverage what's available in the digital certificate itself as usage, right? So you can issue a certificate for digital signature purpose. Now, when you have that documented in a certificate, you can't use that certificate to authenticate. You can use it only to sign documents or to sign software and stuff like that. You can issue a certificate for communication, which is what you can use for authentication and establishing secure communication. So the key takeaway from this is you have to think about separation of concerns. How do you organize your CA, your PKI hierarchy, and how do you segment your different certificates across different use cases? There's a possibility that you go very granular. You start saying, oh, I have 4 floors in my building. I'm going to issue a certificate authority for each floor in the building. Maybe that's a bit too much. Or you go at the other extreme and saying that, oh, I only need 1 certificate authority for all my use cases in my organization. That's the other extreme. And this is more contextual. It depends on your own organization and what problem you're trying to solve. But the key thing is you have to think through and do the right design for your PKI. So what PKI offers you is to automate your certificate issuance, renewals, revocation, and so on and so forth. And we'll see about that. So what did we do so far? We said we have in industrial IoT, we wanted to connect our industrial devices to the cloud. And trust is a problem in this whole scenario. So we can use digital certificates to solve some of the trust and secure communication problems that we have. And we also said PKI can help to manage the whole certificates in an industrial IoT system. All good, all solved? Life is not always so easy. So what are the challenges? Anyone, what are some of the challenges that you can think of in terms of getting to a production grade PKI environment, which is able to issue certificates and manage those? Anyone? Rotation, renewals, very good. Anything else? Okay. So the first one is of scale. Just think about it, right? So how many devices do you have in your factories, in your environment? You may have thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even million devices. Every sensor can potentially become a device of its own, right? We only spoke about edge devices out there in the diagram that you saw, but there are use cases where you issue certificates at a device level and a device makes communication directly. So you cannot have people going in and manually going and configuring the devices and issuing certificates. How do you provision the certificates to each of your devices? You need to really solve that automation problem. So you have protocols such as simple certificate enrollment protocol that you can use to already have a certificate in the factory when a device is manufactured. Or even at field, you can do a firmware upgrade, a software upgrade to these devices, build this simple certificate enrollment protocol, and the device goes to the CS server and gets a certificate. Those are good for the devices that you manufacture. What about the devices that you manufacture but sell it to your customers and they get provisioned in customer environment? They don't trust your CS server. They don't trust your PKI hierarchy. Your customer has their own PKI hierarchy. That's where the concept of birth certificates come into picture. So in your factory, when you manufacture the device, it goes through a certificate enrollment process. It gets a birth certificate. And the birth certificate becomes a trust anchor in your customer's environment to exchange that for a certificate in the customer's PKI. There's a very good, there's a specification in the industry to talk about this. It's called 801.AR, 802.1AR. You can read about it on how you can provision the certificates at the time of manufacturing. But this is a problem you have to solve. You cannot have manual configuration of certificates and handling of private keys in each of these systems. What's the other challenge? Your private key management, protection of your private key. If there is one weak link in this entire chain, it's this. Unless you can have assurance that your private keys are protected well in these devices. Remember, these edge devices are accessible via internet. Any hacker can try and get to these edge devices. How do you protect? If you put the private key in a file system, you're inviting the hackers to. It's sort of, putting a lot of padlocks on the front door and keeping the back door open of your house, right? So it's as good as no security. So you need to use hardware security modules. TPM is a great hardware security module that's available now in most of your laptops. Not just that, right? So you need to also control who has access to these hardware security modules. You need to make sure that there's only a single process in your software area, in your user space area, that has access to the TPMs and your HSMs and can use the private key inside of these HSM. And even if a hacker makes it to the edge device, they cannot really get access to the private key in the HSM or even the HSM, right? So this is a very key thing that most of the people miss. The other challenge, tampering. Some of these devices are, if you have a big oil pipeline, you may have to put some of these devices out in the wild, right? Anybody can go and steal these devices. So if I steal a device, can I then pluck out the HSM, try to put it in a general purpose PC and impersonate your device? Yeah, somebody's going to try doing that. How do you prevent against that? You have to build tamper-proof hardware designs out there. You have to make sure that the moment you pluck out the TPM or your HSM, it's actually killing the private key inside it. It cannot be reused once it's plucked out of a device. Not only that, but let's say your device is stolen. What do? You have to have revocation. You have to have a facility. PKI allows you this, by the way. You can revoke certificates saying that this certificate is no longer valid. The certificate was issued to a device, but that certificate is no longer valid. And if anyone tries to make a secure connection using that certificate, the connection won't go through. You cannot impersonate the device anymore. So certificate revocation lists and online certificate status protocol are two protocols that are available for you to use in case of certificate to manage the certificate revocation. OCSP has privacy concerns. People recommend OCSP stapling now. That's another enhancement to the OCSP protocol. But the point is, in your PKI infrastructure, you have to enable these protocols, manage revocation processes, right? And then the second weakest link in all of this thing is guess what? Humans, right? You did all of these things, but you forgot to configure your cipher suites, the algorithms, the key exchange algorithms. So if you do all of this and you still do SSL v3 connections, you're inviting somebody to hack this entire thing. Anybody can eavesdrop your whole conversation. You have to take care of making sure you're hardening your edge devices, you're selecting the right key exchange protocols and the cipher suites that are used to make the connection. And this configuration is the one that usually gets ignored because nobody wants to take make a decision on, oh, these are the only cipher suites that we support, right? It's the human problem. And finally, the renewal. Somebody mentioned this, right? So certificates, like everything else, expires. Do you want to issue certificates to devices that have 20 years validity? That's a very inviting thought, right? I just issue certificates and forget about it. But 20 years, I'm going to retire anyway. It's somebody else's problem. That's what happens typically, by the way. You don't want to do that. Your cipher suites are getting obsolete. Your quantum computing is going to come and destroy your keys any which way in a few years. So typically, the way things go is you would issue the leaf certificates, which are valid for 1 year or 1.5 years or 2 years at maximum, which means that at the end of expiry, somebody needs to renew these certificates. So if you have 100,000 devices, do you want somebody to go and renew each of those certificates, or do you want to automate that? The obvious answer is automation. And you have also there, you have protocols. One of them is the ACME, Automated Certificate Management Environment, which allows you to automatically renew your certificates before they expire, right? So unless you take care of these challenges, your PKI implementation would sort of give you a false sense of security, which is worse than having no security at all and knowing that you have a risk. So in conclusion, PKI can help for you to realize verifiable trust, not just in industrial IoT, but any system that requires verifiable trust across multiple devices or systems. But in order to get a robust verifiable trust in PKI, you need to take care of provisioning, automated provisioning and certificate enrollment. You need to take care of device security, protection of your private keys. You need to take care of configuration, hardening of your devices and making sure that the right cipher suites are selected. You need to take care of revocation when the device falls into the wrong hands or gets hacked, you sort of revoke the certificates and they're no longer useful. You need to take care of renewals when the certificates expire. And you need to take care of, you need to monitor this entire system to see that it's actually functioning the way it is supposed to function. So no different from actual architecting a building well, taking care of all of your foundations and pillars and beams and ventilation and stuff like that, and then making sure that you have a robust building at the end. So when you do this, that's when you have a robust PKI implementation that you can rely upon. With that, I'm open for questions.
Hi. The 10 lakh devices you said, right? That is edge device or IoT devices?
So in the architecture that you saw, it had an edge device.
Correct.
But in reality, this could be IoT devices. Your smart camera is a very good example of an IoT device, right? It has sensors. It can be directly connected to your internet and stuff like that. So it's a combination of edge and IoT devices. in reality.
We won't allow, that is what the demilitary zone, right? We are not allowing to connect to the internet.
So
Then-
this is one of the architectures that you see here.
Correct.
This is an architecture that you typically see in critical infrastructure, right? But if you're doing your own home automation, you're not going to invest in an edge device just to connect to the internet. You're going to use your smart cameras, your smart lights, and your smart fans to connect directly to the internet, right? Now, those are your smart IoT devices, and those still need some form of security, because one of the devices get hacked, then your entire network can get hacked. So in reality, it's not just this, right? So if you look at big enterprises, yeah, they can afford to do this. Your big factories, your car manufacturing factories, your process automation factories, your critical infrastructure, they go with this pattern, they go with this pattern, they go with the fog computing pattern, and so on and so forth. But there are small industries, there's small factories with 10 or 20 devices. They wouldn't be investing in a purpose-built edge device. They would try to connect the devices, make the devices IoT enabled, and then connect these devices. So you still need, if you're putting certificates out there, you still need everything that I spoke about as a protection mechanism there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leveraged from edge front, like going forward, the challenges that you mentioned,
yeah,
like mutually exclusive, I guess. But then do you see going forward, there are some advancements taking place at the device front as well as security concerns are addressed, or it's going to be something that we can leverage from the edge front?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the devices themselves, if you think about a robot, for example, right? A robot is manufactured by specialized companies. And if you look at the way the robot gets manufactured, it's built for a specific purpose. It's built to operate on an assembly line, for example, or paint a car or something like that. It's not built to connect to IoT. It's not built with security in mind, right? Now, theoretically speaking, can we make the robot secure and capable of connecting and communicating with an IoT and directly without the edge? Absolutely, yes. But is there an incentive to do so? Probably no, right? So this is where the business dynamics come into picture. Now, to make that robot IoT capable and all of that, it's going to increase the cost of that robot. So there's a lot of pricing dynamics, the business dynamics that come into picture. Whereas an edge device is a purpose-built device for this communication. There's also an incentive on edge device manufacturers to make it more robust, make it faster, make it support more protocols. Your robot may not support your internet protocols, your MQTTs and AMQPs and TLS and stuff like that. Can we make it do that? Yes. But is there an incentive to do? Maybe or maybe not, right? So it's not a technical problem per se to solve. It's more of a business problem to solve. Technically speaking, if you keep cybersecurity in mind, cybersecurity has this concept of defense in depth. So if you go by the defense in depth, the recommendation is don't enable your robots and motors and your IoT devices to directly talk to internet. You have a layer in between where the edge device can withstand some of the attacks, and you isolate your devices. That's the only technical cybersecurity advice that someone can give. But nothing stops these devices from directly connecting other than the business dynamics.
Hey, hi Nandan. That's a very good talk. My question is, because you talked already about defense in depth, so what can be the alternate, like if you're not able to build in all the devices, building the PKI infra is not that easy, right? So what can be the alternate solution? And if there is a PKI, what can be the defense in depth solution? I mean, what additionally we can bring as a defense in depth to?
Yeah. Good question, actually. So PKI, as you saw, has all this quirks that come with it, right? The certificate management, your revocation and stuff like that. It again depends on scale, right? If you have a few tens of devices, you don't have hundreds of devices. So the cloud providers offer you multiple other authentication and encryption mechanisms. For example, Microsoft Azure offers you what's called a SAS token, right? A SAS token requires you to authenticate in a different way rather than using a digital certificate. You could still create this tunnel that you see in between, an encrypted tunnel, and you could go with it. These require mostly manual configuration and stuff like that. When you're talking about the scale as we saw here, that's when certificates really make a huge difference. The whole automation that PKI offers you, the certificate enrollment, revocation, and stuff like that, that makes a huge difference. So if you don't want to go with PKI because it involves upfront investment, it takes time to deploy all of these things and stuff like that, you can always work with things like your SAS tokens. OAuth is another protocol for authentication, right? So you can keep your authentication and secure communication as two different things. You can use OAuth. OAuth 2.1 is a newer version of the OAuth protocol, which allows you to do what's called as client credentials, where each device gets its own credentials. You still have the problem of saving and securely storing the credentials somewhere. You need to still solve that. But with that, you can do an OAuth flow with an authentication provider, and you can get a token, what's called as a Java Web Token or JWT, and then you can use that to authenticate to your cloud gateway and use that to negotiate a secure tunnel to do your communication. So there are options available beyond the certificate, but all of these options are limited to when you have limited number of devices and connectivity that you want to do, and you're okay with some kind of a manual work for people to do to maintain this whole thing. But if you really want to deploy this at a scale, you want to automate this, PKI and certificates is the way to go.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I think compatibility will also become an issue when we will be going with the OAuth and the JOT token.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to have
the OT network.
Yeah, you need to establish the trust between your identity provider and the cloud in that case. That's true.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. We'll hold the questions as of now because we are already spilling over the lunch time. So,
well, I can answer your question directly. Thanks everyone for patiently listening to my monologue.
There can be many more challenges in terms of legacy devices, protocol support, and processing power. We can handle it offline. Okay. So our next speaker is, I'll just load the presentation first. So our next speaker is Mr. Markus Mosenbecker. He's a system architect at Infineon Technologies, Austria. First, I will request Dr. Balaji R to felicitate our speaker. Sir, please. Mr. Markus is a renowned system architect with a wealth of expertise in the field of security device and identity solutions. With a strong background in product definition and portfolio management, Markus has developed a unique understanding of the complex interactions between hardware and software components in government identity solution, mobile identity applications, and payment system. Mr. Markus holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from the University Graz, Austria, and an MBA from the Californian Lutheran University, California. He has more than 20 years of experience in the smart card business in different positions. Yes.
So thank you for your introduction. Good afternoon to everybody of you. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's an honor to talk about PQC. And I'm focusing on security controllers, which are also called secure elements, which are used in applications like IoT, in passports, payment, networks and also in a TPM, which was mentioned just before. So PQC first, maybe I start with quantum computers in general. So IBM has introduced the first quantum computer in 2019, the IBM Q System 1. And the main difference between classical computers and quantum computers is that classical computers are working with zeros and ones, and quantum computers are working with the superposition of 0 and 1. So you never know the result. It can be 0 or it can be 1. And you can also see it as a bit which is on the sphere, and it can have either 0 or 1. So quantum computers can solve problems which currently cannot be solved with classical computers. There are several applications, and we are focusing today on attacking asymmetric cryptography. So we will have, in some years from now, we will have a threat in security which we need to solve. So especially asymmetric algorithms are endangered, like RSA and ECC. So RSA is based on prime factorization. So this means it's a product of two prime numbers, and it's very hard for classical computers if the keys are long enough to get the two primes out of this product. So a classical computer needs about 100,000 years or longer. If you take a 2000 bit RSA key length, and the quantum computers just needs some minutes. Symmetric algorithms are not endangered. If you use AES 128, it's sufficient. However, countries like Europe and also in Europe propose to use 256 bit-sized AES keys. So if you take a look, we are not there yet with the quantum computers. In this graph, you can see the number of quantum computers. So there are always press releases about IBM and Google. We have already several thousand qubits. But it's not about the number of qubits, it's about the quality of qubits. So the challenge for the quantum computers is the error correction. So here you can see several providers of quantum computers. And you can see also here, for example, the Quantinum, which is on the left-hand side. It doesn't have as many qubits as IBM, for example, but the quality is much higher. And we need to go to the left side into the green zone to be able to use the quantum computer for different applications. And at the top, you can see what is needed to crack a RSA 2048 key. So as I said, we are not there yet. So currently, quantum computers can provide 10 up to 40 high-quality bits, so also called logical bits. And so only 0.3 to 1% of the capacity is available to be able to crack a RSA 2048. But with 4,000 logical qubits, it will be possible to crack also RSA 2048. Nobody knows when we are there, but it's expected that it will be between 2030 and 2035. So not a long way to go there. So this means we need to think now already about tomorrow. So we have different challenges, which were mentioned also before already. Harvest now to decrypt later. So you can harvest now valuable data which is encrypted with RSA and DCC, and you can simply crack it then with a quantum computer. It's also about sensitive information, which is used for governmental person data or also for payment. And we also need to think about applications in the industry for aeronautic and also automotive and industry, which also was shown in the last presentation. So depending on the application, we have different challenges or different threats. So for mobile phone, possibly it's not that dangerous now, because you have it usually up to 8 years. It's already a long time to use a mobile phone. Or for electronic document, it depends. For payment applications, credit cards, it's not so dangerous because they used 5 years. And INVICO, which is the standardization organization for payment cards, even only thinks to introduce PQC secured devices in 2038, because they say the current security is sufficient with the current infrastructure. But for ID cards, it's different because a passport is 10 years in the field. And based on that, we need to be prepared already now to be PQC secured. Also for cars, automotive have a 15 years lifetime. Here it's even more important to take care about PQC, as well as for industry applications, which are used up to 30 years. So when is the Q day? So nobody knows, as I said. Yeah, it will be about 2035, based on the feedback of several quantum computer providers. So the solution for the PQC algorithms. And as I said, I focus on embedded security. So first is the use about quantum safe security encryption algorithms. They need to be able to implement it in hardware, which is also a challenge for security controllers, because they have not, so they have limited memory. And the first standards have already been deployed by US NIST, but there are also local PQC standards, like in Germany, BSI also has introduced some standards. But I will now focus on the NIST standards, which are mostly used. So yeah, we have different challenges. So we have the infrastructure challenge, which is also a PKI system. We have much bigger keys, which has to be taken into account. We will have bigger certificates. It's quite complex, and full transition will need time. Then quantum computers also evolve, and they are not waiting until we have prepared our products, and it can come in 5 years or in 10 years. And the solution is to have a PQC ready hardware, which means that it provides the performance, the memory which is required. So the hardware fully needs to be able to support PQC, even though the application standards are not available yet. So meaning once all the standards are available, it has to be possible to upload and to do a secure upload of the application, which also is called as crypto agility. So even if there are new crypto algorithms, they shall also be able to be updated on the device, which is already in the field. So here we come to the NIST standards. What is the most optimal algorithm for key exchange to be used in embedded security controllers is MLChem, which is a lattice-based algorithm. Then we have the MLDSA. This is for signature generation, for digital signature. This is also lattice-based. So those two algorithms are the optimized algorithms for security controllers. SLH-DSA, it has very small signature size, much smaller compared to MLDSA, but it has the disadvantage that the performance is up to 6 times slower compared to MLDSA, and FNDSA, also called Falcon, is also a digital signature algorithm which has very big key sizes compared to MLDSA, up to 6 times higher. This is also a disadvantage. And HQSA could be an alternative to MLChem, but it has the big disadvantage that it has bigger cipher keys, and it needs up to 400 times more calculation time compared to MLChem. So all those algorithms beside MLChem and MLDSA are not really able to be used in security controllers. Then we also have stateful hash-based algorithms like XMSS and LMS, which also can be used to secure an OS, so to check the integrity of an OS. The disadvantage of XMSS is that you can not use it unlimited, so you can only do some signatures. So the challenges for security controller. So as we know, there are certificates available for security controllers like common criteria, INVICO certificate, which is quite similar from the testing and from the attacks. So the industry has already experienced, and the test houses, about more than 20 years. So many attacks are available, and so it's no issue to test a product based on the security level. For post-quantum cryptography, it's different. First, we don't have any quantum computer which is able to attack the chip, and there are fundamentally different algorithms. So nobody has tested those algorithms yet. So only with proofs, those algorithms have been tested, and also the protocols then in the applications will be tested. So the countermeasures also need to be developed and proven in the framework, and the test houses need to anticipate the attack techniques, as also the implementer has to anticipate an improvement on the security measures. So here we have the example of a challenge to implement PQC in a security controller, because the signature sizes are much bigger. So we are not talking about bits here, we're talking about kilobytes. So the biggest key size is 5 kilobytes, which is really a lot. So it's up to 80 times longer than conventional cryptography. So what is the solution now for secured embedded applications? So first, we start with the security controller hardware, so hardware security. It's very important to extend the memory. So first, the NVM memory, because for crypto agility, you also need to implement in-field update. You also need additional cryptography. You need to implement hybrid mode. So hybrid mode means the combination of conventional cryptography with PQC cryptography, not for the sake of backward compatibility, it's for the sake of security. And then what is not available yet are the implementation in the infrastructure, the application standards, like for ePassport ICAO 9303, or for other applications. The protocols are not defined yet, and also the OS also needs then to be adapted to support the application. The PQC algorithms are already available and released by NIST, and they can be implemented already now. So in a nutshell, RSA and ECC are used in many systems, especially in PKI systems, and there is no simple drop-in replacement of the algorithms. Standardization is still ongoing for additional standards like Falcon algorithm, for example. And however, we need to ship today the products which can support PQC in 5 to 10 years from now. They need to be prepared. So at least the hardware needs to be prepared. And also we need to implement hardware accelerators to have a comparable application performance as with current security controllers. So what is our stake, Infineon's stake in this topic? So we started already quite early in 2017. We made a demo project on a available chip, commercially available chip, by implementing the algorithm New Hope for key exchange. It was a passport application. And since 2018, Infineon is actively involved in several funding projects with other companies of the industries, also with customers. And in 2021, we released the first product. It is a TPM, which is using XMSS for code integrity of the operating system. And Infineon also actively contributed in the standardization at NIST with Sphinx Plus, which is also called SLH-DSA. It's a hash-based algorithm. And finally, in December 2024, we succeeded to get the first certificate with CCEIL 6+ certification of a security controller supporting MLCAM. So this is a security controller which is used for eSIM applications, so embedded SIM applications. So actually, we are very proud about that success because it's the world's first certified security controller. And we also did a press release with the German Federal Office for Information Security, BSI. So the challenge was here to implement the right security models, also the PQC acceleration, which we implemented in the hardware, and also the bigger memory. It was also a challenge for the test houses because they don't have that much experience with the attacks. They needed to anticipate the attacks which could occur. So what we are doing, so we are the first on the market which can provide a PQC coprocessor, including the algorithms in a crypto library. And we use and implement this crypto agility with the Tekeon product. It's the name of the security controller, which supports Integrity Guard 32. Integrity Guard means that it checks the program flow. So we have two CPUs. And if one CPU has a different result, then it will be detected by the security system. And we also have we also have EDC, which is a big error correction frame in the NVM and also in the RSA. We are also partnering with customers in the industry. We are partnering also with universities. And our global team can support you. We have in every region, we have PQC experts, which also can support our customers for implementing PQC secured and PQC prepared products. So thanks a lot, and I hope that you have learned something about PQC. Are there any questions?
Hi. So, see, home automation is going to be the future. So it's going to happen soon.
Sorry, it's hard
The
to.
home automation. Home automation.
Home automation.
Yeah.
Home automation is also a topic. So it's referred to
Yeah.
IoT.
Yeah. So so we have multiple devices which are connected when we say home automation. So there are some devices which are very low power. So how good is the coprocessor which you are mentioning for the devices which is having very low processing power? So you said like there is a hardware.
Sorry, it's really hard to understand you from me.
No, I say that there are devices in a home automation. Consider in a home, there are devices which is having very low processing power. So which are still connected in the network. So with respect to security, you said you have a coprocessor which can be embedded with any CPU. How good it works with a device which is having a very low processing power?
How it works with the device which is used in the home automation, you mean?
Yeah, which is having very low processing power. Consider a washing machine, a fridge, which may not be having a much higher processing power.
Yeah, so for home automation, there are several standards like Matter, for example, and all those standards will also have implemented or they will be available also for PQC. So in home automation, in every device, you can have, for example, a security controller, which secures the access to the net. Or it could also be done like it has been shown in the industry example, that you just secure your whole network at the gateway. And this possibly makes most of sense.
And from your slide, we have seen that 2030, the quantum computers can able to break all the silicon chips. But no country is coming forward and they say that we have achieved this. Practically, as of today, there's no papers available that we broken the encryption. But some countries are saying that we have broken the encryption. But nobody is announcing outside. And PQC, the Q day is today, or the 5 years gap is still exist, 2030.
Did you understand?
The PQC, what you told, the quantum day 2030, all the encryption, the quantum computer can able to break all the silicon encryption, silicon chips encryption. It is 2030 or 2025. Some threat nations are not revealing outside that they had a powerful quantum computer. Even they are building with qubits of many qubits. Thousands, 10,000 qubits, but no country is coming outside and saying that today we had a powerful computer in the world. Now and then everybody says that we had a powerful computer, we had a powerful quantum computer. And that 2020, today we are in 2025, and 2030, the quantum computer can break all the encryptions. That is revealing today, or the so many state actors are not revealing outside. So, because you'll be dealing with many of the stakeholders, it is true, or still we had a 5 years timeline to achieve that?
So can you summarize your question? I didn't really understand you.
My question is, by 2030, quantum computers can able to break all encryptions. What we are rely on silicon chips today. As post-quantum cryptography came into effect, does it going to take 2030, or before that it's going to break?
I will respond. So actually, as Marcus was saying, Q day.
Yeah, Q day. Yes, Q day.
Q day will take time. And the breaking of this breaking of any current encryption is not based on the PQC. It is based on the capability of the quantum computers, and that is yet to build. We don't have very powerful quantum computers. It will take time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it will
So
take time.
He said that it may come up to 2035 or even later.
Right.
And though SOAR algorithm says that it can factor in polynomial time, but till now we have seen the success of only a number of 21, which is a very small number. So
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah,
have to wait.
that is came outside through papers through IEEE, but some nation countries are building secretly the quantum computer, which they are not revealing to the world. That's where I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, however, we need to be prepared already now to have hardware which supports quantum computers so that we are prepared in 5 to 10 years from now to support PQC. So these products need to be able to work with PQC algorithms. They need to support the performance which is required, also the memory, and also in-field update. So this is crypto agility, which needs to be supported already now to be able to support PQC once the application standards are available and the quantum computers can crack the algorithms.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So at Infineon, I just wanted to ask whether you are working on any pluggable module which I can plug in even older device so that it becomes PQC enabled.
You can also plug in it in an older device. However, you need to think about the interface. In theory, you can plug it in, yes.
Okay. Because we are also trying to work on similar thing so that we have a pluggable module. It can encrypt, and at the other end, another pluggable module which can decrypt. So that nobody has to change their device. They has to.
This is possible, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you.
Thanks
a lot.
Thank you for having me.
So we'll go for lunch. So lunch is served in the building on the right-hand side in the parking lot. After the parking lot, there is a right-hand side where you can go and have lunch. Volunteers will be there to guide you. Now, we also have our next talk at 2:30. We are already half an hour late, so I will request you all to kindly hurry. And we have our next speaker from Triple IT Naya Raipur. He will be talking on energy efficient modular exponential techniques for public key cryptography. So please be back by 2:30. Thank you. So we'll start with our next invited talk by Mr. Solomon Richardson. He is CTO, National Information Technology Agency, Ghana. Mr. Richardson has over 16 years of post-qualification experience in IT, telecom management, largely in the public sector. He is currently the head of the Technical Services Department within the National Information Technology Agency, which is the ICT regulator for Ghana and also the agency within government responsible for digitalization. Solomon has served in various capacity within NITA over the years. He holds a BSc in Computer Science and MSc in Telecom Management. Solomon has been key in the development of the e-government infrastructure for the government of Ghana. He led in the design, deployment, and management of the e-government infrastructure, which includes data center, fiber optic network, LTE network, microwave network, LAN network, security operations center, public infrastructure, and a host of other government shared infrastructure. He also spends a lot of his time sharing Ghana's digital journey experience with other African countries to help them approach their implementation in a more cost-effective and efficient manner. So I request Mr. Solomon to start his talk. Please put your presentation in slideshow mode.
Sure. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You can start, please.
All right. Thank you very much. And it's morning over here, but good afternoon to you all. So I just will want to talk on the adoption of public key infrastructure in Ghana. And then at the end of it, we'll talk a bit about what we are also doing on the African continent. So I work for as the MC said, I work for the National ICT Organization. We are the ICT regulator for Ghana. So we regulate ICT in Ghana. So just to give you a bit of a background of the institution I work for, the National ICT Agency was actually formed in 2008 with an act of parliament that established the organization. That was in 2008. And the mandate of the organization per the act is to establish, is to regulate ICT and to provide related purposes. If I continue, then same in 2008, we also had the Electronic Transaction Act also passed by Parliament. And then the object of this act is to provide for and facilitate electronic communication and related transactions that is in the public interest. So if you look at my institution, to summarize what the institution does, you can say our mandate is in twofold. Our mandate as a regulator and our mandate as CTO for government. When I say CTO, that's the Chief Technology Officer, or you can say organization in this case. So under our mandate as a regulator, we regulate the ICT space in Ghana. We handle consumer protection within the ICT space in Ghana. We set up and enforce standards across the public sector and of course the private sector as well. We do periodic audit of IT systems within the public sector, and then registration and certification of players within the ICT space. When I say players, professionals, service providers, consultants, consultancy institutions within the ICT space. Then when you come to the CTO aspect, we lead the national digitalization agenda. We provide technical advisory, consultancy, and support for IT projects across the public sector. We provide technical advisory, consultancy, and support in operations and maintenance across the public sector so far as IT infrastructure and platforms are concerned. We also align technology projects to the digitalization vision and framework. and then implement the policies churned out by the Ministry of Communication. So when the ministry churns out any policy within the ICT, it is our role to ensure the implementation of that policy. And then we also lead the training of ICT professionals within the public sector. So as I mentioned earlier, in 2008, we had the Electronic Transaction Act passed. Within that act, there are specific provisions that gives the legal framework for the adoption and implementation of PKI. So if you look at under that act, we have section 10 to 14, 28 to 45 that provides the legal mandate or the legal framework for the implementation and adoption of PKI in this country. The ETA mandates NITA to establish the certifying authority for Ghana, and then the certifying authority shall establish and manage the country's root certificate authority. So you can see NITA, the organization I work for, as the you can see us as the certifying authority when it comes to PKI. Now let us get to PKI adoption for Ghana. So the law has been implemented. The law was enacted way back in 2008, but it has sat, especially the PKI component, inactive until recently, somewhere in 2021 thereabout, when we now decided that, look, we think it's about time we look at the act, we start implementing the PKI, especially when PKI had become now a global topic that was being adopted by a lot of countries for the purpose of trust, for the purpose of security, and all those sort of things. So we now took it serious to implement it. Because the law had been enacted for so many years, what we decided to do when we were ready to implement PKI was to review the law and see if the law was still fit for purpose. So we did a baseline study of the law. By baseline study, what I mean is that we looked at the law, compared it to other jurisdictions, other countries, to try and understand whether our law was still relevant. Because, you know, technology changes so fast. So we wanted to find out whether our law was still relevant. After the baseline study, we came up with a roadmap of how to now implement based on the baseline studies that we've done. So as part of the baseline study, we realized we needed that PKI root infrastructure. And so in 2021, we set up our root infrastructure and then went for some international recognition. ICAO was the first one that we did, and tried to integrate our country root into the ICAO PKD platform, just for the purpose of signing, for the purpose of recognition in terms of travel document. As at that time, the only travel document that we had that was making use of PKI was our national identification card. So we have built a chip-enabled national identification card, which is digitally signed, and then also using PKI to encrypt the data on the chip. So with that one, we worked with ICAO to integrate so that those, even national ID, the public keys can be made available on the ICAO platform. Then when we did the baseline studies, the gaps that we identified so far as the law was concerned, instead of changing the law altogether, we decided to bridge that gap using regulations. And so we are currently working on some regulations to fill those gaps that we've identified. And let me say that for these blocks that you see over here, anything that you see in green, that means the activity is completed. Anything you see in amber, it is ongoing. And anything you see in red, that means it's yet to start. So currently, the PKI regulation, we have a consultant we are working with to come up with some additional regulations for the PKI space. Luckily for us, last week, we did our National ICT Week celebration, and at the celebration, we officially outdoored the certifying authority for Ghana. So right now, this activity is completed. We now have a certifying authority in place to now start the PKI regulatory framework. Now that certifying authority is completed, has been established. Together with the PKI regulation that will come up, we hope to come up with accreditation and licensing and auditing framework for the country. Based on this framework that we'll come up with, we are now going to start accrediting and licensing certificate authorities, certificate service providers, try and license them so that they can start providing those services. Then from there, we'll move to the deployment of PKD, that's the PKI directory. We want to implement that of a national one so that at least all public keys that are issued will be lodged. And per our law, it is compulsory that all certificates that are issued within our jurisdiction will be lodged at the with the certifying authority. So we are creating this directory so that all these keys can be lodged over here. Then, of course, we have some use cases that we are also rolling out. Some we have started, and then there are more that we are trying to do. So with that being said, let me say this you see over here is the architecture that's the framework that Ghana has chosen. We have already established the root CA, as I mentioned earlier. Then under the root CA, we are establishing two main CAs, the government CA and the civil CA. So for us, for the government CA is going to address all certificate needs of government. So if you're a government institution, you plug into the Gov CA and then you get all your certificate requirement over there. But what we are doing over here is that for sustainability, we have chosen a PPP approach to the whole PKI ecosystem. We've chosen a PPP, so we are partnering with the private sector to really enable our PKI environment. So under the Gov CA, the strategy is to deploy what we call a DPI, a digital public infrastructure, under the Gov CA. So all common use cases and common applications that we think cut across government, we intend to deploy them as DPI. Take, for example, e-signature, timestamp, digital seal. All these ones, we think that they are services that cut across government. So to save government money, we don't want every government organization to go implementing their own. It will cost us so much. So we'll implement it as a shared service, as a digital public infrastructure for government, where all government agencies will now be onboarded in a multi-tenant platform. And then when you need to sign document, you just get onto the platform, sign in, and then you upload the document, and then you sign. So that is the approach that we are using so that it will be cost effective for government. And then we are currently going through a process to select a private sector vendor who will provide all these services on behalf of government. And the government agencies will actually pay for it, for those services that is being rendered onto them, just so that it becomes more sustainable. So that is the approach that we are using. Then we also understand that some government agencies, by their nature, might want to be set up as a complete sub-CA under the Gov CA. So we also allow, depending on your use case, when you apply and your case is reviewed, we might set you up under the government as a Gov CA for you to do your own certification activities. Then when you move to the civil CA, over here, we intend to have also some sub-CAs over. Maybe the financial sector can have their own sub-CA, the telecom sector can have their own sub-CA, just like that going. So that is what we have chosen. When it comes to the auditing, for instance, we also using the PPP approach for the auditing as well. So the regulator, being the certifying authority, will not be doing the auditing themselves. We hope that we will accredit some trust auditors, global trust auditors, and then publish their names on the certifying authority's website. Once their names are published over there, every CA or certificate service provider who needs, per the law, to undergo any auditing, we'll have to use one of these auditors. The auditing is done and the report is shared with the certifying authority, and then the necessary action is done. One of the reasons why we have chosen this approach is that we want to make sure that we are working with auditors that are globally recognized. And if they are globally recognized, then that means that your your environment, your trust, and your PKI environment will most likely be trusted by other jurisdictions. And that is very important for us. Then, of course, we have our country signer infrastructure over here that we use to deploy our, we use to sign documents that are of national or that goes outside our jurisdiction. So this ones I will jump because I think I've spoken about it when I was explaining all that. So currently, the use cases that we have deployed at the national level are these three use cases. We have the national ID, as I mentioned earlier, which has been deployed currently. Out of 35 million citizens, we have over let's say close to 20 million citizens that have been enrolled and issued with a national ID card. Right now, this national ID card is mandatory for most transactions that we do in the country. You cannot get a SIM card if you don't have a national ID. You cannot get a passport if you don't have a national ID. You can't access any service, government service, and even the financial sector. All of it is now mandatory that you need. We have been able to integrate our national ID database with almost all the different sectors, the pension, the financial sector, the insurance sector, educational sector. We've integrated all of it as we talk right now. Then last year in December, we also now rolled out our e-passports. So currently we are now phasing out the barcode passport, and then we're working with the e-passport. So the e-passport was rolled out in December last year. And right now, when you apply for a new passport or for renewal, you only get the e-passport. We've also done the e-visa, where we've integrated our PKI infrastructure into the e-visa. So these three use cases currently are live. We've implemented them. Now, going forward, this is where I think it gets very interesting for us as a country. We have these use cases that we are trying to roll out. Some of the use cases: digital signature, timestamp, digital seal, power of attorney, certified bank statement. These are some of the. But then we want that every citizen document, as at now, for us, we are making it mandatory. Issued a policy directive to this effect that every government agency that issues a citizen document, any form of citizen document, like digital ID, like driver's license, land title deed, tax certificate, business registration certificate, educational certificate, and other forms of permit, plus whatever you can think of as a citizen document, it has to be digitally signed. So we have given all of them 1 year. The deadline is end of June 2026. That by end of June 2026, all those government agencies must fully comply, and that all these documents must be digitally signed. Now, when all these documents are digitally signed, then that means that we will have the digital version, the digitally signed versions of them. Then we intend to accredit and license what we call the electronic document wallet providers. Our strategy is that they must be separate from the government agencies. We don't want the government agencies to offer those services. We want third party to offer those services. So third party electronic document wallet providers sit between the citizen businesses and the government agencies that own or host these documents. And then they connect and provide it as a service. So as a citizen, you will be able to select which electronic document wallet provider you want to sign up with. And then you get your document all ported in your wallet. That is what we have chosen to do. So as of now, we are going through a lot of stakeholder engagement
We are going through a lot of stakeholder engagement to sensitize the industry about the new way we want to do things, about what are the things that are mandatory. Our approach in sensitizing the sector is to work with the sector regulators. Example, we sat with our central bank, and then we took them through the whole approach. Then now we are working with the central bank to agree on certain use cases that is going to be mandatory for the financial sector. So example is that they told us that they now want to use PKI to ensure that every transaction that is completed successfully within any financial institution will be digitally signed. Once it is digitally signed, then that means that the issue of SQL injection and the likes can largely be dealt with, because when you even inject rows into their databases, because that you will not be able to sign them, that means that they will be able to tell which transactions are legitimate and which transactions are not. So we are working with the central bank authority now to identify the use cases that they will make it mandatory for the financial sector. Then now they will also issue a regulatory directive to their regulators, telling them that on this date, we are all going this way, and so everybody should start preparations to conform. We are working with the pensions authority in a similar approach, the insurance authority in a similar approach, hoping that by when we do that, we will be able to roll out very, very quickly, because every regulator is making sure we work with the regulator to push out the standards through them to make sure that it is done. So that is the approach that we are using in getting those ones done. Currently, as I said, we are doing stakeholder engagement. We identify certain kind of use cases to make it mandatory for each sector, working with the regulators. As a result, we're working with the sectorial regulators for the implementation. So at the national level, this is where we are right now. This is what we are trying to do. Now, when we move from the national level to the continental, we say that currently PKI adoption on the African continent is very, very, very low. Most countries on the continent do not have the necessary framework and infrastructure to roll out PKI. The reasons include lack of technical expertise, funding, and then enabling environment. Some countries do not even have the law that can support the rollout of PKI use cases in their country. So these are some of the challenges that we are having. Participation of Africans at the global or international level with respect to PKI is also not encouraging at all. When you go for any of these, you find out that the African countries are just not present. Of course, if you haven't deployed PKI at that scale in your country, if you are not using it on your digital platform, then you have no business even showing up at the international level for whatever reason it is. So this puts the digital ecosystem in Africa as a whole at a greater risk, as the ecosystem, that is Africa's digital ecosystem, will largely not be trusted by other jurisdictions. So this is the situation that Africa finds itself in right now. So as a result, we have the Africa PKI Consortium. A few countries like Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, I think Cameroon, somewhere in 2024, came together and decided to form the Africa PKI Consortium. I think our inspiration was from the Asia PKI Consortium. So we decided to have a similar thing in Africa. And then I think last week, we had our first annual general meeting of the Africa PKI Consortium in Accra. I hosted the Africa PKI Consortium from the 26th and 27th. So I can gladly say that now Africa PKI Consortium has been born. And then we had our first conference just last week, where we had about 10 African countries participating for a start. So we think that if we have 10 African countries participating, this looks very, very encouraging. And we hope over the next year to court the rest of the African countries to join, and also to have the necessary affiliations on the African continent and at the global level as well. Now, why are we forming the Africa PKI Consortium? The main reason is for a continental push for secure digital transaction and trusted identities, need for cross-border interoperability and mutual recognition, shared capacity building, and common standards and harmonized PKI. Hello. We want to promote PKI standards and best practices. We want to facilitate and harmonize PKI frameworks in Africa. We want to support capacity building and awareness. We want to advocate enabling policies and regulation, and then, of course, foster innovation across sectors. Then the core objective is similar to what I said earlier: standardize and harmonize harmonization, global best practices. For interoperability, we want to consider the issue of cross-border recognition of certificate and trust services. Capacity building is very big on our core objective, because that is what is hampering the adoption of PKI from the latest studies that we've done. Of course, we also want to do policy advocacy, PKI-friendly regulations and compliance framework, and industry-focused regulation to enable adoption and use of the PKI. Then, of course, we need to look at research and innovation, where we look at blockchain, PKI, post-quantum, which has become a big issue right now when you talk about PKI, and then public awareness across stakeholders. So this is just a quick brief of what is happening here in my country, Ghana, and then on the African continent, trying to get PKI adopted into our national architectures and then used in all sectors of the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful session.
All right. Thank you very much.
We now move to our next invited talk, which is on energy efficient modular exponential techniques for public key cryptography. And our speaker for today is Dr. Satyanarayan Bolala. I would like to call Dr. Sanjay Adewal to felicitate sir. Sir, please. Dr. Satyanarayan Bolala is currently serving as Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. He has received his PhD from the NIT Tiruchirappalli with his research focusing on the hardware security. During his doctoral degree, he was awarded the prestigious President Fellowship under the TEQIP program. Dr. Bolala has received Best Paper Awards at IEEE International Conferences and holds multiple patents in the area of hardware security and post-quantum cryptography. He has authored and co-authored over 40 papers in reputed peer-reviewed journals and international conferences. He has successfully secured Rs 1.5 crore funding from the MHA, Government of India, under the I4C to organize the Cyber Commando training program. Sir, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, one and all. As of now, everyone spoke mainly about what is it, security policies and implementation at system level and organization level. So my presentation is slightly different from the earlier presentations. As an accommodation, we are having certain constraints. What is that? Certain constraints. Due to that, we are mainly focusing on theoretical work rather than fully of implementation or design of modules and all. Okay, now today my presentation is mainly based on efficient modular exponential techniques, which is one of my research scholars' doctoral thesis work funded by DST of India. The outline of my presentation involves introduction and energy efficient multi-modular exponential technique. If time permits, we'll also look into concurrent cryptography transformations. Okay, so I will be starting with the basic introduction only. So today we are speaking something means yesterday someone has created or given a thought to discuss or do something on that one. So that is why I'm to know the essentiality. Yeah, okay, sir, no issue, no issue. To know the essentiality of why we need to focus on modular exponential technique, we should know where exactly we are using those techniques and all. So nowadays, every security, whether it is information security or network security or quantum cryptography or cyber security, the core subject behind that every security is cryptography. We know that is broadly divided into two types. In 1975, Diffie-Hellman put forward the concept of public key cryptography to minimize the secure channel to exchange the information between two parties. Since then, so many cryptographic techniques came into the picture, out of which the widely used cryptographic techniques are, we know Diffie-Hellman key exchange algorithm, RSA public key cryptography, Elgamal public key cryptography, Robin cryptography, elliptic curve cryptography. If you are looking into each cryptography, mainly it is having three operations, like the two cryptographic transformations like encryption and decryption, and one key generation. So if we identify, that means if we look into the three operations, almost all cryptographic techniques, that means public key cryptographic techniques, the fundamental and core operation is modular exponentiation. So that means the efficiency of all the publicly cryptographic systems are entirely depends on competent implementation of modular exponential techniques. As we know, modular exponentiation is the repeated operations of modular multiplication, and modular multiplication is involving trial divisions. So it will come under integer factorization problem. So it is not easy to implement these trial divisions. It is completely different from general division under. So now how we can implement those trial divisions when we are using these cryptographic techniques where ME has a core operation. For that, Montgomery introduced a new concept called Montgomery modular multiplication. In his work, he has converted the entire number system into residue number system where the modulus is exact power of 2. If any modulus is exact power of 2, then the operations, divisions and multiplications are becoming just shift operations only. So performing shift operations are very easy in comparison with multiplication and division. So, and the performance of any system is measured in terms of power consumption, heat dissipation, clock rate, and the number of active cores which are involved in that process. In initial days, most of the people focused on unicore system. So that means the unicore cryptographic system where we can perform only one encryption or decryption at a time. So if you want to increase the speed of that unicore system, we need to increase the frequency of that system, which resulted in high power consumption and more heat dissipation. Sometimes due to more heat, the chip may not perform the exact functioning. That means it may misperform the functioning. Okay, then the multi-core system came into the picture where a processor is containing 2 or more active cores which are integrated in a single chip but on different dies. Okay, so with the help of this multi-cores, so you can perform a parallel operations so that it is what is that saving the time consumption. That means indirectly it is increasing the throughput and reducing the heat dissipation. Yeah. Now, like for managing the cores, we need a scheduler. If the system is containing 10 cores, then which operation will be given to which core? We need a scheduler. That means in multi-core environment, scheduler is going to play a major role. So when we are designing the scheduler, we need to keep two things into mind. One is balancing workload. Another one is the operation must be assigned to a core which is performing the exact what we need the operation. So from this, we can conclude that the major component of every public key crypto system is modular exponentiation. Then the time taken for evaluating modular exponentiation is depends on the number of modular multiplications involved in that modular exponentiation, as well as time needed to evaluate each modular multiplication operations. So if you are minimizing the number of modular multiplication involved in modular exponentiation, indirectly we are increasing the throughput of the system. So the minimization can be done in many ways. So here we focused on that skipping the not only improving the performance and of throughput and power, but also the security level of a crypto system. So that means almost all the existing systems like RSA, Elgamal and Robin, if they are using the existing modular exponential techniques, if they are implementing in hardware, that are vulnerable to the side channel attacks. Now, so many AI tools are existing to monitor the power fluctuations and time fluctuations. Based on the spikes and power fluctuations, the models may predict the key. So now, to avoid the side channel attack, to provide the more confusion mechanism, we have introduced new techniques. We have introduced that new techniques. One second. Those are called bit forwarding techniques. Now, these are the currently available techniques for evaluating model exponentiation. 4 techniques are available. So almost all technique is vulnerable to the side channel attacks due to the AI tools. Yeah. Now we have introduced certain bit forwarding techniques. Those are bit forwarding 1 bit, bit forwarding 2 bit, bit forwarding 3 bits, and adaptable Montgomery multiplication. That method may not only useful for this bit forwarding technique, you can also use for general evaluation of modular multiplication, which is presenting in any cryptographic technique. So in general, in existing modular techniques, you have to scan the bits, you have to scan the key either from left to right or right to left. So if you are focusing on left to right, for every bit, you need to perform one square operation. And if the bit is high, that means if the bit is 1, immediately you have to perform the multiplication operation. So with that, what is happening? For example, if you are having 3 consecutive ones, all bits are high level. Therefore, a square operation followed by multiplication operation need to perform 3 times. With that, what is happening? So the power consumption at every bit will be almost equal. By analyzing that graph, yes, intruder can predict that here 2 kind of operations are happening. Either the bit will be 0 or bit will be 1. That means the number of choices from 2 power 3 become 2 power 2 only. That means you have to predict either it is 0 or 1. Okay, so that means if he is understanding that the power consumption is at high level, then he can predict that the bits are 3 ones, 1, 1, 1. Like that, he can scan all the bits and he can predict the key. So here in bit forwarding techniques, what is happening is we are checking the consecutive ones. For example, if there are 2 consecutive ones, we are delaying the multiplication at first bit and performing the multiplication at second bit only. So that what is happening, though there are 2 ones are presenting, then we need to perform 1 square operation followed by 1 multiplication operation. That means 2 square operations followed by 2 multiplication operation. But if you are delaying a one multiplication at one bit, then what is happening? In first bit, we are performing only square operation, and at second bit, we are performing one square operation followed by one multiplication operation. That means the power consumption between two bits is becoming different. From that, the intruder is predicting that the bits are 0 and 1, but the actual bits are 1, 1 for 2 bits. Similarly, if you are having k bits, if you are having k consecutive ones, so you can delay, that means you can skip all multiplication operations at first k minus 1 once, then you can perform only one multiplication with the help of a multiplying factor at kth bit. Then in the power fluctuation graph, what it is showing, for the first k minus 1 bits, the power consumption level is very low, and at the kth bit level, the power consumption is at high. Then intruder is predicting that the key is k minus 1 zeros followed by 1. But actual key is, we know there are k ones. So in that way, by forwarding the bits and delaying the multiplication, we are not only reducing the modular multiplications, but also providing a confusion mechanism at scanning level. So almost all these techniques are based on the fundamental property of modular arithmetic. So that is nothing but the product between any two numbers with respect to a modular modulus is same as alpha dot beta mod gamma is same as alpha mod gamma dot beta mod gamma followed by old gamma mod gamma. So now this is the algorithm which we are using, converting our general number system into residue number system, where the modulus n is becoming exact power of 2. So if it is exact power of 2, just we discussed that the multiplication and divisions are becoming shift operations only. Now this is the what is that, a method which we are converting from general number systems into residue number system, and we are calling it as adaptable Montgomery multiplier. So that means we have customized the Montgomery multiplier as per the requirement of bit forwarding techniques. So now this is the hardware architecture of the same algorithm which I have shown just now. So and it will be invoked for every square operation, as well as same thing will be invoked every multiplication operation also. So now this is the existing algorithm where every bit is scanned from left to right, and as I told, for every bit the square operation is must. And if the bit is high level, that means if the bit is 1, then along with the square operation, we also need to multiply. We also need to use multiplication operation. For example, if you are considering the steps 3, 4, 5, 6. So what is happening? So in the third step, I am scanning the bits from k minus 1 to 0. That means from left to right. Then for every bit, I am performing the square operation by invoking AMM for the same values like Ri plus 1 and Ri plus 1. Then I am checking whether the bit is high or not. If the bit is high, then only I am performing the multiplication, otherwise moving to the next bit. So this is the traditional technique which is available. Okay, now our technique, what is happening? So in this algorithm that we are naming it as bit forwarding 1 algorithm, we are forwarding 1 bit. So same, at 5th step, we are scanning the bits from left to right. And at 6th step, yes, I am performing square operation, because for every bit we need to perform square operation. Then I am checking the consecutive occurrence of 2 ones instead of 1 1. If there are 2 consecutive ones, then I am forwarding a bit at 8th step. Okay, again I am performing a square operation because two bits are there, therefore 2 square operations are required. Then at the 10th step, so a multiplication operation is performed. Here, instead of multiplying the result with M1, I am multiplying a result with M3, so that there won't be any change in the result. Okay, with that, what is happening? For every occurrence of 2 ones, 1 multiplication we are reducing, as well as we are also providing 1 confusion mechanism. At the end, again, at 12th step, again, whatever the calculations we have done in residue number system will be converted into the natural number system, that means general number system. There we are getting the exact result. Like earlier days, how we can perform a multiplication and division. So a multiplication can be performed with the help of logarithm. If you are applying a logarithm, then multiplication is becoming addition on the log values. After performing the addition on the log values, if you are applying the anti-logarithm, then you are getting the multiplication of numbers. Same way, we are converting into residue number system. There we are performing the record operations and then converting into the virtual number system. Okay, now the hardware architecture for the bit forwarding 1 bit is here. We have also provided this hardware architecture. We are in the phase of design of a chip. Similarly, we can also check the occurrence of 3 consecutive ones. If there is any 3 consecutive ones, same way in how we forwarded 1 bit, we can forward 2 bits at a time, and at 3rd bit we can use the multiplication operation. Now here again, the multiplying factor will be different from technique to technique. In bit forwarding 1 technique, the multiplying factor is becoming M3, that is the power 3, and in bit forwarding 2 techniques, 2 multiplications we are forwarding, hence the multiplying factor is becoming M7. M7, like in bit forwarding 2 techniques, for example, if you are not able to find 3 consecutive ones, the algorithm is also checking the occurrence of 2 consecutive ones. If we found 3 consecutive ones, 2 bit will be forwarded and only 1 multiplication will be performed. And if you are forwarding only 1 bit, that means if you are able to find only 2 consecutive ones, then 1 bit can be forwarded and the multiplication will be done at last bit and that. Okay, so the corresponding hardware architecture for the bit forwarding 2 bit is this one. If you are observing the diagram, there are no critical operations and all except the multiplier. The highest complexity operation is multiplication. All the remaining operations are like only the increment, decrement, addition, subtraction, and using of basic gates like AND, inverter, like that only. So that means though the techniques are involving high complexity operations like exponentiation and multiplication, where it is involving the trial divisions, are entirely converted into a simple operations like subtraction, addition, shift operations, and like applying of logical gates. Okay. Similarly, I'm not going to detail into the bit forwarding 3 algorithm, but we check it up to k bits and all. Like if the key size is 1024 bit, then we have checked up to 64 bits. And for 512 bit, we have checked up to 32 bits. For every like what is that algorithm, like bit forwarding k algorithm, we are able to provide more confusion mechanism as well as increasing the throughput by reducing the multiplications and all. This is the corresponding architecture. Yeah, now when like every time I'm telling that we are reducing the multiplication operation, we have also thoroughly verified not only through implementation of algorithm with the help of a Verilog, we have also designed a mathematical model to compute the number of multiplications required by each technique. So then I'm showing the what is that? This graph is representing the number of bits, number of multiplications required by each technique. So the green spike is indicating the multiplication needed for the existing technique. When it comes to remaining 3 techniques, our proposed techniques. So the last technique is bit forwarding, that means red. One is indicating bit forwarding 3 bit. The blue is indicating bit forwarding 2 bit. And the purple is indicating bit forwarding 1 bit. If you are observing the graphs and all, so you can like come to a conclusion that the proposed algorithms are taking a few number of that means lesser number of multiplications. So in hardware, every operation count, even if you are performing 1 extra shift operation, also extra power and what is the time is needed. When it comes to software, those can be negligible. So we have also computed the clock cycle required by each technique and displayed in this table. And as usual, the proposed algorithms are taking lesser number of clock cycles in comparison with the existing techniques. And you know how we can compute the throughput when it comes to coming to the cryptographic transformations. If the processor frequency is f and the number of clock cycles required for one cryptographic transformation is x, then throughput will be f by x. That means frequency by number of clock cycles. So that means throughput can be improved in two ways. By increasing the frequency, as we know, that will be resulted in high power consumption and more heat dissipation. And the second one is by reducing the clock cycles. So we focused on the second technique, that is instead of focusing for a fixed frequency, by reducing the clock cycles, we have increased the throughput. So here the clock cycles are entirely, that means directly proportional to the multiplication, that means multiplications. Therefore, the reduction in multiplications is also resulting in reduction in clock cycles. That is resulted in higher throughput. So like we have analyzed power consumption, area required, throughput required and all. So here we significantly gain the profit in power consumption as well as throughput. But when it comes to area, in comparison with the existing technique, our proposed techniques are taking slight more extra, because for forwarding the bits, we need to store certain pre-computed values in the memory. But nowadays, earlier days, there was a huge cost for buying the memory, but nowadays the memory is not a problem. So that's why we neglected that memory requirement. Instead, we focused on power and throughput only. So this is the comparison graph of throughput between the various algorithms and all. That means first two algorithms are existing. That means last two algorithms. In the graph, last two spikes are existing algorithms and first three spikes are proposed algorithms. Similarly, the number of multiplications required for each exponentiation we predicted here. Yeah, we have also calculated energy computation by using this formula, which is given by again Montgomery in his research paper in 1984. So based on his formula, we have computed this energy, which whatever the energy we computed by using his formula and the energy by simulating the algorithms in FPGA, we got almost equal values. There was a slight difference in the digit format, that means like after the dot. So those will be negligible only. Yeah, now we are now our conference theme is public key infrastructure and its applications. So now where we can use these algorithms? Okay, really, if you are using a high length key like 512 bits and 1024 bits, which may not be applicable to the IoT devices, because IoT devices are memory constrained devices, but the servers, banking servers or the data maintaining servers, where we need huge memory, there these techniques are directly applicable. And as per the requirement of algorithm, that means we are having a choice from bit forwarding 1 bit to bit forwarding k bit. So it's not meaning that for every key, the bit forwarding k bit is always giving the efficient result. So it is not true. Sometimes bit forwarding 1 may give efficient result than the bit forwarding k bits. If the key is containing more number of consecutive ones, the 2 consecutive ones, then bit forwarding 1 algorithm is performing better than the bit forwarding k algorithms. Now NIST is also using the same technique, that means modular exponential techniques for multi-party authentication. Also there also these bit forwarding techniques will be applicable. So is time is permitting, sir? Yeah. So now the higher throughput we can achieve with the help of bit forwarding techniques, and we can also achieve implementing the same techniques with the help of multi-core architectures. So here in multi-core architectures, there are two kinds of multi-core architectures. One is homogeneous multi-core and another one is heterogeneous multi-core. In heterogeneous multi-core architectures, the cores are performing different operations. But in homogeneous architecture, the cores are performing same kind of operations. It is a kind of heterogeneous and homogeneous. We are using different RSA algorithms at different cores, because first one is based on one multiplication called general MSM technique, and the second core is based on second multiplication called BFW1 and all. So the cores, the algorithms which are available at cores are different, but the purpose of core, that means purpose of that cores are same. In both the ways, we are computing the RSA algorithm and all. So here, for managing this core, we have designed our own controller and scheduler by using a priority queue. So here the scheduler will check the availability of a core. Then whenever the request for a cryptographic transformation is receiving, then the scheduler and controller will check the availability of free core. free core. So whenever the free core is available, then that operation will be given to that core. And it is not only allotting the operation randomly, it is also allotting the operation in a load balancing way. For example, if we want to perform k number of multiplications, k number of operations, then this controller is assigning almost k by 2 number of multiplication in each core. In that, the load balancing factor is also satisfying. So here at different cores, we are using two different techniques, and each technique, the power consumption is different as well as throughput is different. Time requirement is also different. So though we are performing the same operation with the same key, but by core 1, the values are different from the core 2. So in this way also, not only by using the forwarding the bits, but also by using the multi-core architectures, we provided diffusion mechanism also. That means at two levels, two kind of extra operations we are providing, that called confusion and diffusion techniques under. Okay. This is the description of controller, and this is the priority key, priority queue, which we used in the controller. And this is the state diagram of the controller. First, initialize the processor. Okay. Whenever there is a cryptographic transformation is available, then the controller will check the availability of a free RSA core. If it is available, directly it is assigned to the core. You can see that arrow mark from ready to allocate RSA core. Then it will complete the task, and result will be written in BRAM. So if the core is not available, suppose we are having only two cores, but we received 3 operations at a time, 3 cryptographic transformations at a time. Then only with the help of 2 cores, you can perform two operations. So third core will be kept, that means third operation will be enqueued in the queue. Okay, this queue, if you are assigning the priorities to the task, then the highest, that means highest priority in the sense, the priority which is having lower number will be performed first. Otherwise, the same queue can be act as a first come first served based on. Okay, then first initially, if the RSA core is not available, then the controller will enqueue the operation. Whenever the core is available, it will be dequeued from the queue and will be allocated to the RSA core. And here enqueue and dequeue is taking only one clock cycle. Okay, so this is the high-level description of a hardware scheduler. I'm not going into full details. So this is a VRAM. Whenever you are using a hardware device, so in software, okay, the memory will be allocated dynamically. But when it comes to hardware implementations, we need to allocate a dedicated memory. So we here in FPGA, for allocating a memory, we are having a a block called BRAM. That size will be depends on our requirement only. So here request and responses will be stored. And which will not be available for any intruder. Even the designer cannot cannot take this space into his account and all, because everything will be stored in the memory, which will not be visible to anyone and all. This is not the future of our proposed technique. It is the future of hardware design only. Okay, so after implementing the same cryptography techniques with the help of multi-core architectures, the throughput is almost doubled. The power consumption is also like doubled, because though you are using 2 cores, at 2 cores you are performing the 2 operations, therefore the power consumption will be increased proportionally, but throughput is getting doubled. So we not only verified the algorithms with the help of 2 core architectures, we have also verified this algorithm up to 32 cores. So that means the proposed algorithm where we designed a BRAM is supporting up to 32 cores. So if we want to scale it up to 64, accordingly we need to increase the BRAM size also. Now already indirectly in the entire flow I have discussed about security analysis also. So these techniques are not vulnerable to the any side channel attack. And of course, these are also not vulnerable to the current existing post-quantum cryptography techniques and all. So the current existing post-quantum cryptographic techniques, breaking the keys by using brute force, by making use of the power of computation. As of now, there is no new technique to recover the key. So the only available technique, even in post-quantum cryptography also, brute force, that is trial and error technique. So you can increase the security just by increasing the key size. If you are increasing the key size, Then, for example, if your key size is 1024, then brute force needed 2 power 1024 trials. As of now, that is impossible to break it. At least 21 years, as per literature I'm telling, to break that 1024 bit key by using brute force, at least 21 years time is needed. So with this, I am concluding my presentation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Any questions?
Yes. Sorry.
Hello, your good bit forwarding algorithm, how it compares with high radix Montgomery? How does it compare with high radix Montgomery algorithm? High radix means more number of bits I take at a time.
Sir, actually here two different operations are there, sir. High radix Montgomery multiplication is to evaluate the multiplication. Here bit forwarding technique is meant to evaluate the modular exponentiation. Even in bit forwarding technique also, we can adopt high radix Montgomery multiplication. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a insightful session. I would now like to request Shri Anup Kumar Pandey from CDAT to felicitate sir with a memento. Sir, please. No. Thank you so much, sir. Tea is now ready for all the attendees. Please take a short 5-minute break to refresh yourselves. Meanwhile, we will prepare to begin the next session, which is on the paper presentation for the next hour.
We'll set up. This is the list of paper.
Okay.
Now,
Is there in the program schedule, right?
yes, here also it's open.
PE in CSE in 1999 from Bangalore University and ME in CSE in 2005 from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shivpur. He obtained his PhD from the Computer Science and Application Group, Department of Mathematics at the IIT Delhi in 2014. His research interest areas are in the area of wireless sensor networks, graph algorithms, and their application in engineering, cloud computing, and HPC. He has successfully guided 5 PhD students and 4 MTech by research students. 2 students are pursuing PhD under his guidance, and he is associate with a number of associations like IEEE Bangalore subsection, and he is senior member of IEEE, member of IEEE Computer Society, senior member of ACM, and life member of CSI and IEI. Dr. Pushparaj also volunteered as chair of IEEE Bangalore subsection for the year 2021. He is additionally holding responsibility as professor in charge of hostels, which hosts about 6,000 plus students. Over to you, sir.
This is the list. We'll start with this first. So, yeah, good afternoon all. Very happy to be here for this conference. Thank you, Balaji sir and all the organizers. To start with, the first paper title is an HLS-driven architecture design for the present lightweight block cipher. Author is Atul M. and others. Share.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Jay Gopal Pandey, and I am from CSIR Siri Pilani. I am here to present a paper where the contributors are Atul, Diksha, Jugal, and M. Santosh. So the title of the paper is an HLS. HLS means high-level synthesis driven architectural design for the present lightweight block cipher. So the content of the paper so outline is as. So first we will discuss what is the motivation, why we are going to do this work, what is the importance in the context of public key infrastructure and post-quantum cryptography, and what is the present cipher, what its needs, what is the research gap associated with it, and why we need to do some hardware implementation and new methodology should be adopted for that. And we have performed some experimental analysis. For that, we did some setup basically related to FPGAs. We incorporated FPGA boards and performed all the required simulation synthesis and post-synthesis simulation, and will perform all the job related to this. So motivation, we know that when we form an cohesive kind of infrastructure where pervasive computing is required, like IoT or edge-based devices, where tiny devices are communicating each other in an automated fashion. So here security can be compromised. For that, because these devices are going to be deployed in various kind of application like smart cities, gadgets, biometric data, some medical data recognitions, even bank transactions also. So here we all agree that secure communications is essential. So for implementing secure communication, hardware is the suitable choice, because we know that the block ciphers are mostly suitable for hardware, and where we can provide parallel kind of implementation. So for that, there will be a trade-off between security, cost. Cost means the silicon area, or it when silicon area is there, money will be also be there. Performance. So there is a trade-off between security as shown here, security, cost, and its performance. So we need to perform these trade-off between. So we need to have a lightweight kind of structure where all these three can be there. So for that, we have used infrastructure related to public key cryptography, and for block level data transfer, we have used present cipher, which is nothing but it is a 64-bit operand will be there, and data key can be 80-bit or it can be 128-bit. And for this, we have used HDLs for implementation, and for generation of FPGA HDL, which is suitable for FPGA implementation, we have used HLS. HLS is nothing but it is a high-level synthesis, and this is the present cipher. It is a SPN kind of cipher where 64-bit data can come in 1D array, and it performs encryption and decryption through some key, and there will be a common controller. So there will be linear layer and secure communication layer, and there will be in each round there will be round key. There are 31 rounds. So what is the research gap? As we can see in this graph, when we are performing at the RTL level, which is the purest form of the hardware, so we can have this green kind of implementation, but it requires a knowledge of hardware, understanding, and design VLSI algorithms and its implementation strategy. So we want to have a quick estimation and quick hardware implementation. For that, we need to work at higher abstraction level. So higher abstraction can be high-level synthesis approach, and it can also be designed at high-level modeling approach. When we use high-level modeling approach without bothering of hardware architecture, we can have this kind of implementation, which is shown in the orange color. The hardware was not there in the mind. It has been written like in a C or Python code, and the tool has generated the required hardware. But when we need RTL kind of code, we need to have an architecture in our mind. So the best way is to use architecture aware design and use HLS, high level synthesis, and so that the yellow kind of triangle can become. And our aim is to minimize yellow triangle so that it can merge with the green one. So this is a research gap where high level hardware implementation we need to streamline for the quick abstraction level so that it can also achieve accuracy and quick time to market as needed. So here, this is the architecture which we have described, and the algorithm is standard algorithm where 31 rounds can perform for add round key, S box layers, and some P layer, permutation layer will be there. So HLS controller has been designed at top level. It is a wrapper kind of thing, and at the bottom layer there will be structure for encryption and decryption. We have performed encryption, decryption, and combined unified encryption and decryption. So modeling, we have performed C, C++ can also be used, and we have used Xilinx AMD Vitis HLS, AMD tool for Vivado, and we have used Zinc 7000 series FPGA for performing, and we have also included this as an IP with AXI bus for ARM core processor. So FPGA implementation, when we performed, we got this kind of resources, and this is the slice count. Latency is 67, and this is the pure implementation. So when we implement as a PSPL implementation, so there will be a resource crunch in terms of we want to have processor which takes a lot of area, and this as an IP, but whole thing can be formed as an SoC. So for SoC, this can be a secure chip where present will be used for the block level cipher, and other ECC or other ciphers can also be used for the public key infrastructure. This is the pure FPGA implementation. Now we are going to perform FPGA level comparison. So as we have discussed about the comparison, so when we write a pure HDL, so like it is a pure architecture driven HDL code where the code is handcrafted at the RTL level using VHDL language. It takes around 221 lookup tables and 224 flip-flops. Latency was 33. 33 because 31 takes it has been taken by the algorithm, one for the initialization and another for the starting of the key generation block. So 31 plus 1 plus 1, 33 clocks are there. So this is the smallest footprint with maximum frequency of 278. So another version which is not aware with this, it is again RTL version. So it is similar kind of implementation where architecture has not been initialized and they took let us say 1 and there will be some increase. But when we have compared this with HLS, this work is also HLS and this is also. So HLS comparison, this implementation is not architectural driven. They have written HDL kind C kind of code, and without bothering of hardware architecture, what will be the implication at the hardware level, how we can use concurrency, other stuff. So they got around this kind of frequency, 125 megahertz, and the LUT is around 466 and flip-flops around 765. But when we write code using this architectural driven design HLS, so we can minimize flip-flop hardware resources also, and we can achieve a good amount of resources. We can save good amount of resources, and latency has also been improved, 67, and maximum frequency is around 224 so megahertz. So the proposed implementation has reduced around 38% of LUTs and 51% of flip-flops. It is, and we got improvement in latency around 99% because we know that how the HLS is writing its lower level implementation. So at that level we works, and maximum frequency we have reduced in comparison to the previous HLS which has been given here. So the conclusion is we have proposed an HLS-driven framework where SOC can be designed. Here, an optimized version of present algorithm has been ported as an IP, where C has been used as a language to model the HLS code, and design and implementation has been performed at the Vivado tool level, and FPGA used as a target device. And it outperforms the previous implementation as given in the previous slide. And we have also we got results comparable to RTL, but not very good result as compared to the handcrafted RTL, but is more or less comparable. But in the future, we are going to minimize that so that it can be comparable, or it can be equivalent to that of pure HDL. And this we have also integrated in a PSPL kind of system where SOC or a complete system with peripheral and connectors can be formed for achieving this kind of thing. These are the references, and this work has been supported by ANRF, and we are working in for a hardware security level project. The title project is the hardware modeling for secure communication, and the project has been granted by NRF. So we are thank you for that, and thank you. I will be happy to answer your question if is there. Thank you. Yeah.
I want to know how have you implemented the S boxes?
S box as a combination circuit, sir.
That is using LUTs or using combinational logic?
Yes, a combination logic.
Then can this be pipeline? Have you tried? No, can this be pipeline? That's what I'm asking. So that throughput can be increased.
Question is not clear, sir.
How the throughput can be increased? By pipelining.
5 by 9.
Pipelining.
Pipeline. Okay, sir. It is basically a small tiny box, 4-bit S box. So there is no need to store into the memory. If we want, we can also store in. Yes, sir. Rounds are there. Yeah. So it is a iterative process. One S box we have taken and performed 31 rounds iteratively. One S box has been used, a set of boxes. Overlap the operation. Which operation? No, algorithmic dependency is there because all the operation inside the algorithm is sequential in the nature. Pipelining is different thing. We can perform pipelining. Apart from the pipelining, we have shared the resources at the encryption and decryption. But when we are performing encryption and decryption both, we have shared the resources where pipelining and other stuff has been performed.
So you have done both hardware as well as the
Yes,
software
sir.
part.
Yes,
the
sir.
simulation which you have
Yes, sir.
presented.
Hardware, yes. FPGA realization we have performed on the FPGA board.
So in that slide number 10, which you had presented the results.
Yes,
there
sir.
The proposed work is what you
Yeah,
have,
this work.
and that improvement is only with respect to the HLS, the third row.
Yeah, because earlier one is the pure HDL. There is no need to compare because it's the purest form. So we want to achieve that form. So because when here we can see the HDL, this RTL requires knowledge of VLSI, knowledge of hardware architecture, and knowledge of hardware modeling using Verilog or VHDL. But nowadays with the advent of the tools and with the computer science background people, if we can achieve the same hardware implementation using C or Vivado, that tools claim and the methodology also. So we want to work at the higher abstraction level. So at this level, we can achieve secure accuracy as can be achieved through hardware realization, and we can perform the modeling effort very high. Basically, we can change the architecture as and when required. So quick time to market is very less here.
So this diagram shows that as you go down, that accuracy is.
When we go down, accuracy basically increases. And here, when we show the architecture design resources, if we take RTL, resources will be optimal, very low. And this is the highest resources because we are working at the higher abstraction level. So we know that resources will be there, but time to market will be very low.
So abstraction and accuracy, they are opposite.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When we work at the higher abstraction level, accuracy, we are going to compromise with the accuracy. But flexibility is there. Flexibility we can change here and there as it required. And we can quickly estimate the performance parameters, design parameters, and also change the hardware architecture as and when required.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. So final matrix is these, sir. Resources in terms of slices, latency in terms of clock cycles, and maximum frequency because these two depend. And we can achieve this. Power is also a factor. Power consumption is also a factor. So these are the design metrics through which other architectures claim that these are the architectures and these are the parameters. On that parameter, we are comparing our architecture. And it's standard one. This cipher has been standardized by ISO 2007. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Through this design method, we change. Even if we work at the RTR level, if there are iterative architecture, we can perform parallel architecture, we can perform hardware, loop and roll architecture. So depending upon the which design metric for which we are going to target, if we want to save hardware, iterative will be good. If we want to achieve higher performance, parallel architecture will be good. So it depends upon the need and silicon area, because sometimes we are performing some operation very fast, but it depends upon other operations. So why we are going to perform that operation fast? So we can save area, so we can slow down. So it depends upon where we are going to fit this architecture in an amalgamation form with the SOC other components. Thank you, sir. Thank you. After that, when we work at the security application layer, that will perform at that level only. This is the physical layer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation is on validation framework for module lattice-based post-quantum digital signature scheme by Abhay Jacob and others.
Good evening. Today I'll be presenting the paper on validation framework for module lattice-based post-quantum digital signature. So myself, Smita, and along with other authors, Rahul Kumar and Dr. Abhay Jacob, we are presenting today. Basically, we are from Crypto Module Validation and Testing Lab. So we are where we do algorithm and module validation as per ISO 19790 standard. So this lab is set up at CDAC KP. Okay, so today I'll be starting with introduction, overview of MLDSA and parameter set for MLDSA algorithm, auxiliary functions which are used for MLDSA algorithm, MLDSA key generation, signature verification, and test procedure and validation results. So this will be our flow. So when we look at the overview of MLDSA, MLDSA is optimized SHOR-like lattice-based signature scheme. It is standardized by NIST in FIPS 204 called MLDSA, that is Module Lattice-Based Digital Signature Algorithm. This relies on the hard lattice problems, module learning with error problem, and module short integer solution. So MLDSA standard, it has three parameter set. One is MLDSA 44, MLDSA 65, and MLDSA 84. So this research, it contributes to the validation procedures and systematic test vector generation with intermediate parameter verification to identify precise sources of implementation errors. So this is the parameter set for MLDSA algorithm. It includes modulus Q, ZQ, and matrix dimensions K, L, eta. For MLDSA 44, MLDSA 65, and MLDSA 87, it varies. So, and claim security strength for MLDSA 44 is category 2, and for MLDSA 65, it is category 3, and MLDSA 87, it is category 5. So, and here public key, private key bytes and seed and signature size are shown here. And auxiliary functions which are used in MLDSA signature are some of them we have listed here, like SHA-128, 256, SHA-3, 256, 512, which is used for expanding seeds, creating challenges, fixed length cryptographic digest, and entity, that is number theoretic transform, which is used for point-wise multiplication operations, encoding and decoding, which translates MLDSA public private keys into byte strings and vice versa. And expand A, which generates K bar L public matrix, expand matrix, expand mask, which produces masking vectors using seed, and hints are created during signing, and which is used for verification. So this is the flow of MLDSA key generation algorithm. So here we take a seed which is hashed to produce the public seed row, and private seed rho dash, and signing seed K. And this is expanded into the polynomial vector matrix A cap, and secret test vectors S1, S2 are generated, and finally T is equal to S1 into S1 plus S2 is generated, and which is again split into the lower bits T0 and T1. This T1 is used for public key generation, that is PK, and hash of PK 64 byte is TR is generated, which is used for the private key. So encoding of the private key is done using row K, TR, secret vectors like S1, S2, and T0, which is the generated private key is generated through this. So this using seed, which private key and public key is generated, it is given as input for the MLDSA signing algorithm. So here input is SK, M dash is the random message, and R&D. In MLDSA signing, there are two types of R&D. One is, we use two types of R&D. One is hedged, and the other one is the deterministic. So in hedged R&D, we use the random vectors. Random bits are generated, but in non-deterministic, 32 bytes of 0 is taken. And this private key, it is we extract all the parameters like row K, S1, S2, T0, everything. And A cap is generated using row from SK. And this one message is mu message is generated by hashing TR and random message M dash, which is of 64 bytes. And row prime is generated using hash of K, R&D, and message mu, which is of 64 byte. After this, the core of MLDSA signing is creating commitment, challenge, and a response. So here commitment is created, challenge is created, and a response is created. So commitment is this this is a loop actually. So this is a rejection sampling loop where W1 is generated. Then C hash is generated. This is the commitment challenge which is generated, and Z is the response. And using this hint polynomial is generated, where here we validate whether hint is properly generated. Some validation checks are done. If the hint is not properly generated, again the loop is repeated. Using and again new Z, Y values are used, and signature is valid signature is generated. This loop repeats till the valid signature is generated. If the valid signature is generated, then encoding of the message Z mod plus or minus Q and H is done, and signature is given. And for MLDSA signature verification, here we give the private key message and signature as input. From the private key we extract row T1, and from signature we extract C has Z and H. And here we validate whether the hint encoding is properly generated. If it is not generated, it is rejected as invalid. And A cap in entity form using row is generated. Message is again generated. And here there is a loop happening here for commitment, challenge, and response. So here the loop happens, and hint is used. Here we generate the hint, and we verify whether the output is valid. If all output is valid, if the output is valid, we say the signature is valid. If it is invalid, then the signature is not valid. So the validation test implementation will be continued by my colleague.
As algorithm FIPS 204 have like three for implementation criteria, there are three modules: key generation, signature generation, and signature verification. For key generation module, we have taken the 32 bytes of random seed, which given to the MLKA generation, and they generate public key and private key. So in the request file, it is taken as a seed value, and for response file, it is PK and SK, public key and private key. For signature generation, we have a two scenario where either random value is taken as a deterministic or hedge version. So in both cases, we have taking private key and message. The private key, which is generated from the key generation module, we are taking here. So in the response file, it is generating private key message and optionally R&D, and then with the signature value. For signature verification, we are taking public key, message, and signature, and the public key is generated from the key generation module itself. So, and then the output is either signature is valid or invalid. So this is the output which is generated from the cryptographic algorithmic module. So here we can say MLDSA 44 signature verification. For each test record, it is a different. Each record is a different test vector. So here PK, public key, message, and signature is given. Private key is given for the completion purpose, and PK SK is generated from the key generation module. And here output is tail as a signature verification passed or signature verification failed. These are the references.
So these are the references. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Hello, team. Good evening. It's a good work I see in the PQC area, but just give me an abstract of what exactly is the challenge that you are posing to the quantum computers for it to be challenged to be not breakable. In the sense, say, for example, we have an RSA or ECC, any of the existing algorithms, right? Encryption algorithms. So there is a weak point, right? If you take RSA, then it's probably factorizing of the prime numbers, which is being challenged by the quantum numbers because of the speed and the ability of it. Now, what is the key thing in your PQC that is really going to challenge the quantum computers?
This challenge we generate in the signature generation time we generate, and while the signature verification time we generate the approximate challenge. So when we try to check the validity, that whatever the challenge we generated in the signature generation has to match with the verification. That is how we are validating.
So it is just matter of having a challenge and the proof.
Yes. It should be almost all approximately same.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is the computational challenge what sir asked? What is the challenge in terms of computation? Yes. Can you?
Sir, let's. Sir, if you see, like in the signing, there is just rejection loop is there. So in generating the custom test vector, let's say 100 test vectors should be generated. 50 should be valid and 50 should be invalid. So we have to fix the how much loop should be there. So that way, the computation for the custom text generation is like in paper also it is there, like 2.66 is the average we are taking for the generating the whole custom test vector.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next paper is identity-based secure end-to-end quantum safe MQTT communication using ring LWE. Author is Gunashekaran, Raja, and others.
Okay, myself, Dr. T. Sudhakar, that is the second author listed in the PPT. I am from Anna University MIT campus, assistant professor in the Department of Computer Technology. So I'm going to present my paper. So my topic is identity-based secure end-to-end quantum safe MQTT communication ring communication using ring learning with error problem. So outline now my presentation is problem statement, objectives, some related works, proposed system, architecture, and algorithm, then result analysis and conclusion, and some of the references. So all we know for the industrial IoT environment or any lightweight device environments or resource constrained environments, so we have some specially designed protocols like MQTT, that is message queuing telemetry transport protocol. Okay, so this in this protocol, so in IoT environment or industrial environment, industrial IoT environment, there are many machines, so many IoT devices can communicate with many-to-many communications. For many-to-many communications, so the MQTT protocol is designed. So from this protocol follows the publish subscriber model. So the machine-to-machine communications can be done in many-to-many communication using this model. But in this model, there is a in-between device or a gateway called broker. So broker is the sweet part for the attackers. So the communication is communication between the publishers and subscribers between the brokers. So there is a security issues. So there are solutions for these security problems, particularly the TLS-based digital certificate-based solutions are there. But in order to avoid that complexity and scalability problem from these certificates, we are proposing the identity-based encryption based on the ring learning with error problems. So this is our problem statement. So objective, therefore, we have to design and integrate a ring LW-based identity-based encryption scheme into the MQTT protocol to enable secure key exchange and post-quantum end-to-end encryption without relying on pre-shared secrets. I think I skipped these related works. Directly coming to the architecture diagram of our proposed MQTT, that is modified MQTT protocol. So in this architecture, we have five entities, mainly publishers, broker, key store, the subscriber, and particularly the trusted authority KGC, private key generation or key generation center. We can say PKG or key generation center. Okay, so initially the PKG, that is private key generator, set up some system parameters based on the given security parameter. The system parameters contains the master secret key and master public key based on the quotient ring, and then it generates the trapdoor ring for generating the private key for each user. User may be, for example, key store or subscriber. So this is the initial setup. The KGC prepares the parameters for the whole system. Master secret key, it is a matrix or polynomials from the quotient ring. And then some trapdoor, that is also some hidden structure that is allowing us to generate secret keys for each user. Okay, so that is the initial setup. Then publisher gives the content based on the topics. The subscriber receives the topics contents based on the topics. Okay, so this has to be communicated confidentially. So therefore, the end-to-end encryption is necessary. But in the architecture, publish subscriber architecture, we have the broker entity. So where we have some security vulnerabilities. Okay, so therefore we need to adopt the very good security mechanisms. So instead of digital digital certificates, we are allowing identity based. So in this diagram, the publishers first generates the symmetric key. Okay, so that symmetric key. Second point, that the publisher generates the topic key. That is, the topic key is used to encrypt the topic. So based on the topic, that means that content. Okay, then the topic is used to encrypt the given message. Then the symmetric key is encrypted by, so initially before encrypting the symmetric key, one more point I want to tell you, that the key store and subscribers initially register to the PKG, that is private key generator. They give their identity to the PKG, then get the private key, because their identity is used as their public key. So this is also a public key based crypto system, but without digital certificates. Here, the user's identity is used as a public key. So for example, user's email ID, even fingerprint, that can be converted into a vector that is mapped to some ring element. So in this way, some sort of authentication is also needed to give that public identity, that is identity of the user, to the PKG. Then PKG uses is master secret key with the identity of the user. It generates the secret key for each user. The similar procedure is followed for both key store and subscribers. So in this way, the key store and subscriber sends their identity to the PKG. Then they get the secret key or private key for them. Okay, so after the symmetric key is generated by the publisher, it is encrypted by using this ring LWE method, that is post quantum cryptography method. That is sent to the key store. So the key store receives the encrypted symmetric key, and also the publisher generates the topic key, and it is encrypted by that symmetric key. That message is encrypted by topic key. So that encrypted topic or message is sent to the broker, that is forwarded to the subscriber in the requisition. Okay, but that topic is not decrypted in the broker side, that is sent to subscriber. That is sent to key store, and the content is directly sent to the subscriber without sending the key store. So if the subscriber needs to receive any topic of interest, they have to give the request to the key store. Then the key store sends the symmetric key, that is symmetric key encrypted by the subscriber identity, that is the public key, because that is authorized by this KGC initially. Then after receiving that public key, that symmetric key, the subscriber decrypts that symmetric key using again ring LWE based decryption. After that, we get the topic key. Okay, so the topic key, that symmetric key, symmetric key, using that symmetric key, the topic key is decrypted. Once the topic key is decrypted, the final message is decrypted. So in this way, the publisher gives the content or topic, the subscriber receives the topic or content with end-to-end security. So this is our full explanation of our architecture. So the same thing is given as equations. I skipped all those things. Even with the same points are given in the algorithm. Maybe I give very quick points. So the publisher side, we generate the symmetric key, topic key. The symmetric key is encrypted with this that is public key of key store, and the topic key is encrypted by the symmetric key, and the message is encrypted by the topic key. And the key store, it decrypts the symmetric key And while sending the same symmetric key to the subscriber, again it is re-encrypted by the subscriber's identity, that is a public key. Then in the subscriber side, it requests the message, then it receives the encrypted symmetric key that is decrypted by the RLWE based decryption. Then we get the what is that topic key. The topic key is used to decrypt the message. So that is what given the algorithm also, the same process. So some experimental results. The results are very that is simply the implementation of the cryptographic operations based on the previous existing system. Existing system used bilinear pairing for identity based, but here we have used identity based encryption based on the ring learning with problem post quantum cryptography algorithms. So based on the different message sizes, so our algorithm has less execution time, encryption time, and decryption time comparatively. But our implementation is normal laptop only. Our normal laptop only. That is even with very less configuration, 8 GB RAM and 64-bit operating system and 2 GHz machine only. Then again, the set of time comparison. So conclusion, for end-to-end encryption between the publisher and subscriber, that is in order to get the many-to-many communication for the machine-to-machines, we have MQTT kind of lightweight protocols, but this follows the publish-subscriber model. That model has the broker entity in between. That entity is vulnerable. So in order to give end-to-end security, various mechanisms we have to adopt. Thank you. Some of the references. Any questions, please?
Questions?
Hello. Hi again. Very good work.
Yes, sir.
Let him go ahead.
Because they say, for example, for Kyber, it is 3329. For dilithium, some very big value. So what is there are some considerations for choosing that prime? That's why I'm asking. Okay.
Okay. I can ask the question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. See, we understand MQTT is a protocol that's being used specifically for IoT applications because of a certain reason, right?
Yes, sir.
It can also be used somewhere else, but most of the IoT cases we have been using MQTT. And when we are using MQTT, we typically use MQTT protocol, especially when you send the data from your device to cloud or cloud to device, or when you store the data in either the device or the cloud, right? So now your new protocol, which you call MQTT something, is going to follow PubSub model, right? And PubSub model is typically used to avoid synchronous challenges, in the sense, a client can come and ask, they don't have to wait for the response. They can just subscribe to this particular topic and go. So whenever the data is going to be available, it can get the data. That is a general PubSub. So if you're saying that you're going to use MQTT for IoT based application, and you also call it as post quantum cryptography safe, two questions. One is, in case of device provisioning, we typically go for this PKIs. Is when we actually think of private key, public key, and we have those certificates stored in the devices. Or by default, we burn the certificates in the devices. So that's a one-time activity we do. But if you are following a PubSub model, then it becomes a question of, waiting for somebody's response in order to get those certificates. That is the first question. And the second is the standard question that I asked earlier. How are you calling it as PQC safe?
So second question, what is it?
Second one is, how are you calling it as post-quantum crypto safe? Thank you.
Sir, first question, because it is a PubSub, that is a published subscriber model. So it is mainly designed for this many-to-many, machine-to-machine communications. So that's why we have to avoid suppose the number of machines, many-to-many machines, many-to-many communications, for particularly machine-to-machine, many-to-many communications. So in order to avoid the complexity and scalability of these digital certificates, so we are adopting this identity-based, sir. Some literatures also gave this, but some sort of authentication still required, sir. The second question, because, but it is proposal only, sir. In future, suppose the devices are capable of executing this post-quantum cryptography operations, then it may be well suited.
So currently it's not PQC safe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because low power, because we tested in laptop only, not for any IoT devices.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
So the next paper is extending elliptic curve cryptography for quantum readiness. Author is Kunal Abhishek.
Good afternoon. So what we have done in this paper is make out a factual discussion that how elliptic curve cryptography can be retained for quite some more time until the PQC gets field trials and all. Hence, the title is Extending Elliptic Curve Cryptography for Quantum Readiness. So how we have started with this problem statement. We have thought that like PQC has started in 2016, and it has got standardized in 2024 actually. And within this short span of time, they have come for a new standards and all in 2024. And eventually they are saying that ECC and RSA will no longer be useful as they are posing quantum threats on them. So our point is little different, and we are now going to discuss on that quickly. So the structure will be like that. I will asking two main problem statement questions, and in the conclusion section we will try to answer that. Meanwhile, we will speak on how the technical trade-offs and strategic trade-offs, they are, influencing the ECC to be retained for some more time. So the questions are, can we use higher order curves for some more time until the existing infrastructure can be migrated to the PQC level, or we should immediately have the PQC in place? So these are the two questions which we are going to see in this paper, and we will try to answer that. The contributions will be based on that only, and we will discuss on the. We have discussed on the status of the ECC and post-quantum thing with the scalability challenges in generating the higher order elliptic curves. Because higher order curves are not easy to to compute, and it requires a lot of validation, crypto validations, as well as supercomputing powers. So technical and strategic trade-offs are there, which we want to argue on that, and to make a feel that higher order curves can still be taken up while the field trials of this PQC gets over. And we have presented a strong basis for that. So as the quantum threats has come, we have got two kind of things. Either we can increase the existing RSA and ECC, or we can directly move to the PQC. For that, let us have a look on the quantum programs of different players. IBM is one of them. In 2024, they have projected their quantum development program, where they say that the actual quantum computers with certain number of logical qubits can be developed in a timely fashion. So current years like 2025, we have got a kind of estimation of 1092 logical qubits with them. Then it has gone up to 2000 logical qubits in the next 10 years, 2033. So we have to now, if this roadmap is based on some good scientific estimation, then we can have a trade-off with the ECDLP problem, how it can be tackled in a kind of reasonable time. In 2019, Rotler of Microsoft has patented one ECDLP solving time frame. In that, he has told that ECDLP of a good curve like NIS and all, which are recommended, if its size is 521 bit prime field size, it will require 4,700 logical qubits, which is far higher than what we can see in 2033 as per IBM thing. So in the last bubble, you can say 2033, it is 2000 qubit, and here it is requiring more than 4,500 qubits. Subsequently, the requirement of Toffoli gates, which implements that thing, and circuit depth is exponentially growing up, and due to the problem of gate realization and all, it is not that easy to break ECC that quickly in practical terms. However, we have got a SATICOM challenge which is open since 2000 or before that, where they have clearly posed two different level of problems of solving ECDLP. Level 1 has got 109 bit ECDLP, and the other one is 131. 109 was solved in 2004. Till now, there is no solution offered by anyone for 131 bit. If the quantum PQC or something like that is, it can break it. There was a $10 million of reward for that. That is not easy. So that has not happened. The level 2 is still we cannot approach because it has started itself with 163 bit of prime field size. So what are the challenges which are making us to really think of how we can have a higher order curves? So there are three basic challenges. One is the need for sufficient hardware compute power. And the second one is the software programs, because you have to write a big, it requires a lot of Gaussian eliminations and all. And for that, your RAM size is more, it is required and all, and you need a massive parallelization. And that parallelization is also not very useful because each core will need separately huge number of, computing frequency. On top of that, the cryptographic validations also plays a very critical role, because you have to be cryptographically validated to get such curves. So overall, the getting higher order curves is also not that easy, but it is doable, and it is doable in a very cost-effective manner. And that is where we point it, because in CDAC Patna, where I belong to, we have already generated 768-bit curve, and that too with a minimal, I mean, we have used our supercomputing facility for that, but it is doable. So the point is, until the post-quantum things gets field trials nicely and checked for a reasonably long duration, we should not jump directly onto that. So we come to the technical trade-off, what the figure says. So in the 5-year block, a 10-year block, 5-year block, 2024 to 2029, the standard says that you use RSA either 2048 or 4096 bit. That gives you a symmetric security level of 112 bits. Similarly, ECC is used for 256 bit and 521 bit. That gives 128 or 258 bits symmetric security. And PQC is also giving you 256 bit of symmetric security. Quantum computers, they really need to compute. I mean, now the state of quantum development program is like it has got only 200 logical qubits, just 200. And it has got many, limited fault tolerance and all. So there is a need of much mature, full-grown quantum computers to be in place to really pose a threat to ECC or RSA. In the next 5-year block, up to 2034, you can raise the key sizes of RSA to 15,360 to get a 256 or higher bit symmetric security. Similarly, 521 bit of ECC will give you more than 192 and 256 bit security. However, as per the IBM roadmap, they would be getting 2000 logical qubits. That is projected. It is not sure. Okay, and if that is that they could do, it will be a threat to a RSA and ECC really. So up to 2034, there is no any such really a problem for you. But this breathing time, you have to get, I mean, ready to come for a fully grown PQC kind of thing. So this is what the point I would like to make here. And the next 5 years, up to 2039, you need more than 15,360 bit of RSA, which will really produce high latency in the computation. You need higher order curves, 521 bit, which I am advocating here. And 768 bit, we could do it. So we have not put it in the paper, but in the experience, I am just saying it. And PQC may get better way of doing the error handling in gates and all. So then you can think of the practical threat to the ECC and RSA. Up to 2044, we expect that full-grown quantum computer may come with millions of qubits, and that will really real-world risk. So these kind of traditional ECC and RSA will not work for sure. Beyond 2044, we cannot expect until we have a massive change in their algebraic structures, which suits post-quantum or quantum resilience. Now we see the strategic trade-offs, what it says. In terms of the bit security, the symmetric security, RSA and ECC are 128 or 256 bit of symmetric security they are giving. PQC is also giving the same one. Then quantum safety, yes, RSA 2048 is resilient to 3000 qubits. 4096 is resilient to 9000 qubits. However, the ECC 256 is resilient to 2330 qubits only, because the discrete logarithmic problem what it offers is easier to solve by quantum computers than RSA. But with the PQC, as it is a new technique, it is still to be tested under the field trials. In terms of the strategy, like how much it was live or used in the field, RSA and ECC are quite old, and they have really faced good cryptanalysis with the classical thing. So mathematics is completely understood, and there is no any such problem with that. Only threat was coming to with a quantum computer, which is not realized in its full power so far. Training also, like ECC and RSA was in the market, so the people are already trained on it. But in case of PQC, we really need training, a lot of training to them. We have to make to them. So in this way, these things works, the comparison of this ECC and PQC thing. We compare ECC and PQC in post-quantum time. So maturity level, if you see, ECC is well established and standardized with the decades of deployments experience and cryptanalysis it has got faced actually. And PQC has recently, last year, it has got standardized. Quantum resilience, ECC is so far theoretically not there. Assuming that quantum computers are there, it is theoretically not safe, but the PQC is designed to resist quantum attacks. Key sizes of ECC is very short, whereas the key sizes of PQC is very, very high. So you have to deal with the performance issue. And then efficiency is the same way. Deployment, we have got ECC and RSA deployed everywhere in the TLS schemes, smart cards, TPMs, everywhere. And now we are gradually going to implement PQC, replacing them. But at the same time, we are not sure about the difficulty and the amount of security it really offers, what it claims for. We are using hybrid techniques. So one classical, one PQC. That shows our trust is also little bit in the dilemma that we are not 100% sure that, okay, let's go with PQC only. So that trust is not there. And that comes with the field trials and the longevity you have in the market. And the transition risk is also there because ECC has well understood operational policies, whereas the PQC risk, you have to go through eventually this the new two isogeny based curve as well as the rainbow. Both have received the successful break. So that really shakes us that be sometime in the field and then let us have our critical crypto infrastructure using them. So that is what the differentiation I could make in this paper. Now the point comes that how you can be quantum readiness, you can exhibit a quantum readiness with ECC. So definitely you have to produce higher order curves, and for that you need a real good computation with you, good mathematics with you, and a lot of software skills are also required. And then all the communication where you want to have higher order curves, this has to support it so that there should not be any mismatch while they are generating sessions and all the handshaking and all are happening. And these new curves should be standardized so that global acceptance will be there and interoperability issues should not be there. Finally, what we asked the two questions in the beginning, we are now concluding here that when quantum computers achieve their full potential, theoretically secure algorithms will only be resistant to quantum attacks. But that will take time as per IBM roadmap and other people also. ECC is not secure against the source thing, but remains secure until a reliable quantum computer with millions of physical qubits becomes a reality to break the ECDLP. Now it is speaking about the physical qubits. So a number of physical qubits will be joined together to have one logical qubit, and there is no noise and also logical qubits are less. So we should not get confused with that. And using higher order elliptic curves will enable strategy decision makers to save immediate technology migration cost for a reasonably long period until a practical quantum computer is realized with millions of physical qubits. Finally, the conclusion is like this, that legacy algorithms can still be used to provide adequate quantum resilience for existing security infrastructure for a reasonably long duration. After that, you plan for a migration to the PQC. And by the time, let the PQC algorithm get matured through the field trials and testing, more testing. Thank you. I would like to have any questions.
Questions?
I just have three questions. Again, first of all, congratulations for selecting this topic, because so far what we have seen is most of us being discussing about quantum readiness and telling that it's going to take a long time, but this is a wonderful collection of data with which you guys have worked. First, congratulations for that. So the questions are like this, okay? The first thing is, you yourself mentioned about the logical qubits, isn't it? So
sorry, I could not get you.
See, at one of the slide, you calculated about 9,000 qubits in order to break a RSA. What was the calculation with which you arrived at 9,000 qubits?
No, there are some research papers, like you can see here. I have quoted one here. In my paper, it is listed. One I have put here, this one. Source you can see. There you can have this kind of a study. These are
Yeah, this is perfectly satisfying graph. After this, there was one slide where you showed all of the RSA 256 and things like that, right, in a tabular column. There you have specifically mentioned 9,000 qubits. Yeah, I believe somewhere here.
Yeah, here I have not referred, but in my paper it is referred. So those study I have put here. So because here I could not show it completely. So
because I don't see a calculation of how you arrived at that. That's one thing. Logical, because as you said, logical qubits are coming up. So we may not even need 9,000 qubits, right? Maybe some 1,000 logical qubits should be sufficient to break. But all of us are waiting for it. But that was my question, not a concern. But how did you arrive at that? And after all that, right, the title of this particular paper, right? You say it is, what is the title? What is the title of the paper?
sorry, I'm not able to.
No. Can you go to the title of the paper? Extending, right? Isn't that misleading? When you say extending ECC, it means you are trying to configure ECC in such a way that you are extending that to make it quantum readiness. But here, what we are trying to see is
For some period of time, for the next period, some
exactly.
10
So,
years of
I don't see it as an extension of elliptical curve, rather
extension,
continuation of usage of elliptical curve. So the title of the paper was something that I had a concern. Yeah, good.
Oh, thanks. Any other question, please?
Do you work with IIT partner? Because I got phone calls with regard to some drones.
Yes.
I think you interacted with me.
Yeah, my team is there. Yes, they are interacting with.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quantum competition, actually multi-prime RSA has been given by Blostein. Multi-prime, that means instead of having just PQ2 primes, he said number of primes you can use, and then, but that was not accepted in that is, it was not selected. Okay, do you think any future is there for that, like you were telling, extending ECC, similarly extending RSA using multi-primes? Is there?
Yes. That is there, sir. We can do it. The problem is with the trust, sir. Until it gets field tested for a reasonable, long duration, we cannot just like that. We can take up, because already two protocols has got the Rainbow and Isogeny. They have got broken. So that is what I want to just indicate. That let it be.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Okay, so I will request Dr. Balaji. to present a memento to our session chair. Please. So we have our next talk from Mr. Michael Sia, co-founder and MD at Wider Team Limited and the Dingle Group LLC Austria. And another speaker, Sri Rajesh Murthy, CEO and founder, GAPASK Canada. They will be talking about TIPS framework. Sir, are you there?
Yep.
So you can share your screen and start, please.
Do you want to share the presentation, Rajesh? And then I'll start.
Yeah, let me do that.
Okay.
Balaji, I have sent the request. All right, please let me know when you can see the screen.
I can see it now, but can they? All right, can people see it there?
Yes, it's visible. Please start.
Okay, and you can hear me all, okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, I will start then. Hello all, I'm Michael Shea, as it says here, Alien Group, and thank you for the invitation and very nice introduction. We're here today to talk about tips and for the next generation of PKI and its applications. I'll cover more of the tips element to familiarize you all with what tips is. And Rajesh will cover a lot more in depth around the PKI areas. My background is, and part of this is I was the co-chair for the trust and identity parts of a standard published last October, IE/UL 2933-2024, which is in the clinical IoT space. It's tips for clinical IoT. Tips, as you can see here from the diagram or the logo, is trust, identity, privacy, protection, safety, and security. It is a framework or almost like a meta standard that is looking to address some of the safety, all of these items, the concerns that exist within the IoT space. And the first reduction was specifically around clinical or medical IoT devices. Do you want to go to well, Rajesh, do you want to introduce yourself first, or you introduce yourself when you start your part? How would you like to do it?
Either way is fine.
Okay, I'll go to the next slide and then you take. So let's go to the next.
Go ahead.
Okay. So as technology moves forward, and it's moving at, as we all know, an ever increasing pace, the risks to not only to devices, but the environments or the context that they are operating in increase. When we look at IoT devices, my first third of my career was in embedded systems and industrial automation, in that area in writing code. And when I look back at some of the years and some of the things that were created way back in the last century, you can see how people wouldn't have understood some of the level of connectedness and the pervasiveness that has happened in 30, 40 years. And this is part of what we're trying to deal with. The Internet of Things devices, in many cases, have not been designed with security in mind. As things change now with the different technologies, particularly around as AI is sort of exploding and the volumes of data increasing, the levels of danger and the risks that are coming in in these environments, not only to the devices and the operation of the devices, but to our societies as a whole, is becoming very, very large. And TIPS was a standard created to try and address this, to start shifting the dial and bringing the assurance and safety, really all, like I said, all 6 letters, trust, identity, privacy, protection, safety, and security, into these environments, and reduce the overall risk that I believe anyways, most of us are not aware of the level of risks that we operate in a day-to-day manner. Next slide.
Hi, thanks, Michael. My name is Rajesh Murthy. I'm an entrepreneur, consultant, author, researcher, and a speaker. Michael covered the top level of why we need to have tips. As we start embedding these wearable devices and various other devices with the increase in ubiquity and miniaturization, these devices are prone to more attacks. So the attackers can interact with these devices, whether it's in your hospitals, the homes, critical infrastructure, or anywhere else. So the risks extend not only to the supply chains and the operational technology networks, but also to any kind of facility-wide automations and the devices that share data with these networks. And given the device to cloud continuum, it does increase the attack surface and therefore cascading impacts. Considering the various incidents that we have captured in the last decade and the incidents that are spread over some of the countries like US, India, Germany, Brazil, and China, these are the most impacted. It makes us to look at what we need to do. Can we go beyond what is proposed as security? And closer home, particularly given that this is a trust or a PKI, Public Key Infrastructure Conference, you would have probably heard of the Coinbase breach that happened in May of this year, and the SharePoint zero-day vulnerability that was exploited, wherein the attackers bypassed the key protections and the trust controls put in place in July. Now, what these incidents show is that just relying on PKI, on digital trust, is not enough. You can mismanage credentials, misconfigure elements of the entire infrastructure, which is sprawling and really complex. They rely excessively on the trust to human actions, not just the actors, or expose yourself to exploitable software vulnerabilities that can basically defeat even the robust cryptographic controls. We see PKI as a foundation, but not the panacea for identity and trust, and it requires rigorous governance, constant verification, and defense in depth measures to address the evolving digital threats. Now, this is because of the rise in digital spaces. I did touch a bit on the ubiquity, and this ubiquity is basically built on top of miniaturization. Now, what this does is that it enables us to get data in various forms, and that volume of data can be used to analyze, build profiles, and build useful stuff. But at the same time, we can use it for stuff that may be bad. And that's where the attackers come in. Secondly, the complexity of this ecosystem. Because of the complexities, what we end up doing is creating operating procedures and other methodologies that would help us manage the complexity. That creates complications. This means that we will end up having widespread vulnerabilities, whether it is due to technology or not. In this landscape, trust becomes a liability, not a safeguard. And what's needed is a certain bit of skepticism, verification, and explicit guarantees instead of blind reliance on a particular technology that it provides or the platforms. So the message we want to send with the rise of digital spaces is that as intelligence and miniaturization driving ubiquity, the vulnerabilities we witness in the connected devices warn us of the broader dangers in the digital spaces. And digital spaces are in physical world as well. And that's where the TIPS framework comes in. Now, it helps us design for trust, privacy, protection, and more. And PKI provides us the required cryptographic tools to make that trust verifiable and enforceable. Oops. So what exactly is TIPS? Michael will be covering that, but TIPS does align with many of the modern security trends, and it does help with the regulations, whether it's GDPR, the DSA, cares about privacy and safety, not just your firewall. It enhances user trust by making it more human-centric, and helps reduce the abuse, manipulation, and coercion threats that aren't just solved by your traditional security. Michael?
I'm off mute. Thank you, Rajesh. Yeah, so these are the 6 main elements of the IEEE 2933 standard. They are in the creation of the standard, we recognized that it's a journey that people will have to go through, particularly in the healthcare context. And in reality, as TIPS is also starting to move out into other industry sectors there as well. The assurance and trust around that the interactions between the device and the environment that it's working in is very important, and as Rajesh has talked about, is underpinned by a lot of the PKI infrastructure. As we were working on the standard, it really was taking this in a holistic view, all of these 6 elements, because they are all interrelated, particularly in the medical context. There's the identity of the device, and we had many conversations about, well, there's also the identity of the patient, if that device is connected to a patient. Or there may be an identity of the physician or a caregiver in a facility. So there's multiple layers and multiple levels. And taking TIPS and integrating TIPS is likely one of these things that's best done from the beginning, and how you are designing your systems and stitching them together. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. As we were putting this together, we recognized 2 things. First off, that these are all, as I said, these are all connected. The second is that there is a maturity model, and that industry will need time to move forward and to catch up to this. It has been very welcomely been accepted by large device operators or suppliers within the medical sector. And there has been fairly consistent feedback as to finally somebody has put this together. We're looking, so if I just go quickly through, trust is obviously you want to trust the device, but trust as we designed it and identity as we were looking at it was from 2 dimensions. The first dimension was the device into the network. So sort of a macro view. How does this device relate to the world that it lives in? And then there's a micro view, looking inside the device, so that as you are an engineer designing and building systems, what is the authenticity and what is the identity of the parts and components that exist within the device to ensure that there's not compromise that way. Privacy, particularly in the health context, is a key priority. How do we make sure that the access to the data does not happen in ways that are not or that are dangerous or harmful to the patient? Protection here is maintaining the protection of the system through its life cycle. We were very cautious and very careful in creating this standard not to move outside our responsibility into areas that are really belong to regulators. That is really the context that we put here around both safety, security, protection. So moving from the next to the life cycle, one of the things that's key and important and is now becoming even more important is first looking at the design, manufacture, and distribution. So how do you design? You have to design these principles into the beginning. When we look at a life cycle of a device, it's the design, manufacture, your creation steps, your initialization. How do you introduce it into a system? How does the device get bootstrapped and connected and integrated into a network in a facility? Then there's the everyday life and use. But then there's the cycle that in many times gets forgotten about, and that is the what happens after the device is pulled out of the initial environment. In many cases, that device is resold. So how do you make sure that all the critical information has been removed from that device? That could be certificates that identify it to the network. It could be patient data. And so that's some of the things that we covered within 2933 is that resale cycle, making sure that the appropriate actions are taken to first both protect your network and second protect any patient data. And finally, then when it comes to end of life and recycling and how the devices are broken down, again, making sure that data is not leaked within the overall cycle. On the hospital for home, this is one of the use cases. There's a growing pressure or research, particularly around how to deliver healthcare outside of the medical facilities. And really, when we looked at it, there is in the lower left corner is the medical facility. The right side, obviously, is the patient home, or and the top, because that is the services. Many things today are, as we all know, as a service. And in those contexts, that means a device that might exist in the patient home is actually connecting to the device supplier and logging data up there. So how do you make sure all of this is working, and it could run over multiple technologies of LAN, cellular, and things and so forth. And it then connects back down to the healthcare facility. So these are some of the contexts that we used in building 2933. Want to go to the next one? I think.
Yeah.
Or do you want to
Okay,
make a comment? Okay. I can't resist.
Yeah, you just covered this in the previous slide, Michael.
Okay, all right.
I'll go to the next one.
Yep. And okay. So this is within the standard is also a reference architecture for a medical device in the medical environment, in the healthcare environment, and how to deal with the different services and command center that's put into a medical operation.
Probably for this conference, maybe we want to highlight where you can see that there's like multiple devices and multiple workflows that needs to be authenticated. It's not just the user, but also the events and the workflows. So from a trust perspective, particularly when you're thinking about certificates, you may have multiple levels of certifications. So one of the bad approaches we have seen in some of the hospitals that have been impacted is that they only have one level. So basically, there is no issuer or there is no intermediary. You just have the root in your private as well. Think of what happens when you have a multi-enterprise and multiple networks connecting together. That's one of the takeaways for particularly people who are working with PKI and enabling trust across devices and users. And this kind of gives you a picture of the various nodes that are in action, various ecosystems in action, to enable us to work through the various workflows that are either mandated by regulations or necessary to enable healthcare facility. Michael?
Yeah, I think you've covered it very well. So we're going on to this. Okay. The reference. Yes. So when we look at it from the different layers of the sort of reference architecture, we defined our SQUIRT as our service quality integration reconciliation, which then interfaces to the end to the different stack here. I don't need to read the slide off to you, but it really is following a structured flow, a structured stack of context, technology, applications, and so forth, which are then both influenced or driven by governance and the architecture. So, it's just a sample reference architecture following best practices. Rajesh, I don't know if you want to add anything here as well.
Just that we are working on the ISO 424.2 as well on reference architectures. We are not sure if this will make into it, but it is a point that needs to be emphasized, that we use layered architecture because it's easy for us to look at different transactions and sessions that occur across the various workflows. And in the next slide, I'll be presenting a way to look at this reference architecture from a perspective of how you can bring in the principles or the pillars of TIPS framework, map them to the principles and the pillars of the PKI and its applications, and how digital trust could be brought about by various entities that you need to look at whether you're designing them or conceptualizing them. So from that perspective, TIPS asks you, what happens when the user is scared or confused or also being targeted? This is where we end up designing, say, for example, safety, not just security. We focus on the user impact and not just system hardening. One of the key aspects of PKI is just looking at it from a machine hardening perspective and not the user impact perspective. Think about your call center. Should the call center be involved? The call center is not involved in your hardening, but they are your first line of defense as well. If they don't understand what you're doing, then it doesn't make sense of whatever technology you put in place. So you need to force yourself to ask questions on, can users actually control their own trust model? How do I put in the certificates and make them work together? Say, for example, the use of mutual TLS. How can I make them work together without enabling a user, whether it is the end user, your client, your customers, or people who are not in the know-how, but do help you, support you, and are the first lines of defense? How can they react? How can they engage without losing your trust? And that's what TIPS framework does. Now, how can we then implement it from a PKI perspective? So I was told by Munir, Mohammed, and Balaji that you have a hackathon perspective. Now, most of the stuff given in blue is something you already are familiar with. I just want to touch base on certain areas that TIPS will make you, or the TIPS framework will make you think. At the user layer, I just explained a bit about why we need to consider that. It will make you think through what will be your interfaces. How is your interactions? Your user interactions need not be just your API. It could be native interactions as well. It could be how your widgets are placed. It could be how your east-west or north-south communications are enabled. In every one of those, you are going to enable an either autonomous authentication or a explicit authentication. In either of them, you need to think about how your certification will play a role on it, because that's where your trust contexts come in, especially in your east-west communications. In your data, what kind of controls are you providing? Not just for establishing your data security, but also in establishing user controls. Now, how will your scoring and baselines be enabled? What methodology would you use? Is it going to be a numbered system? Is the numbered system understood by people that would be using the, say, the certification system? So the key thing is to understand that you're mapping the framework to how you implement it. And the bridge between these two is your design and architecture. Essentially, architecture is design. All architectures are design, but not all designs are architecture. One of the key reasons is how you handle the attributes. Now, the TIPS framework helps you guide the design and operation of those systems, and it is a layered approach, so you can build scalable, trustworthy systems that are secure and, more importantly, human-centric. I'm not going to go through every domain here, but key thing from a PKI perspective and how TIPS works with PKI is to understand, for example, what the purpose of that particular device, purpose of that workflow would be, and therefore enable your designs to appropriately use it. Say, for example, we take the automotive sector. One of the key things in automotive sector is your secure over-the-air updates that you would enable it. And much of the misconfiguration comes because the updates may have malformed or misconfigured signatures. Now, this is an area of concern because if you have a misconfigured system, then your firmware will get a visit by your attacker. And that misconfiguration can mean that your vehicle will be inoperable and the user may lose trust in your manufacturer. So essentially, you need to think about how you can prevent an attacker in introducing into a malicious firmware. In TIPS, you want to take this, Michael, or shall I continue?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So as I mentioned at the start, there's already underway the extension of TIPS to really all cyber-physical systems. The chair of this working group in PAR and of the standard, Florence Hudson, this has been part of her dream around the whole concept of TIPS right from the beginning. And can you, okay, can you just, yeah, there we go. So 2024 was approved. It was approved in June, and it was finally released for purchase, I guess, in October. We went through the so the journey was, it was a long journey. We started back in, the first PAR was written in 2017, 2018. The project really started around 2019, and it was a long journey. There are areas now where we're looking to extend it. It is a maturity model has been is being developed around the journey to excellence around TIPS. It's obviously first aimed at the healthcare domain, and now at the AI, particularly in AI, because there's great concern, particularly in the introduction of AI, around the safety and security and the quality of what's coming out of AI-assisted systems for healthcare. There is active work going around the creation of PARs in the distributed energy resources smart grid area, connected vehicles, agriculture, and smart cities. Volunteers or people who are interested in participating in any of these things is always sought. The way the standard and it was an open participation, not a member association created standard. If you are interested in either joining the monthly sort of roadmap task group, drop a note to Florence Hudson or myself or Rajesh, and our emails are at the end of the deck here. Be happy to get you onto the monthly call and see if there's particular task groups that are of interest to you. Do you want to go to the next one? Yeah. So here are the resources. The standard is available from IEEE. Available for purchase. Also, if you look at NE Northeast bigdatahub.org/tips, there's just a sort of a list of articles and events that different members from the group have participated in. And you can see what's happening with tips and where things are going. The next one, I think that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to participate today. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to either of us, and we'll do our best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor? But it's certainly free feel to reach out with email later.
No questions, sir. Okay. There are no questions. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. And I will request you to share your presentation over the email.
Yeah,
sure. I think I have sent it already.
Yeah, it went this morning. It went out this morning. Yeah.
Okay, then we'll check our mails. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Thank
Ciao.
you. Now we are moving to our last session. For this session, our session chair is Sri Ramchandran P. He is Scientist G at the Office of CCA, Controller of Certifying Authority. In this last session, we have two papers. So you will announce, or I can? Okay. So first, I would like to felicitate our session chair. So I request Dr. Balaji to felicitate our session chair. So our first paper is on cross-platform benchmarking of source algorithm for quantum cryptanalysis.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Nurul Hussain, from Interest Innovation Lab, IIT Madras Research Park, Chennai. So today I'm sharing our work cross-platform benchmarking for SHARS algorithm for quantum cryptanalysis. So far in the morning presentation, so we talk about the PQC and why we are moving about the PQC. So this kind of things we are seeing things. But actually, why all the cryptographic systems moving to the post-quantum signature? Because of the two algorithms. One is the SHARS and another one is the Groovers. So we are exploring, so many researchers, they have theoretically proved that SHARS is compromising the RSA and ECC. algorithms. So we have to practically explore this by using the unlock the current capabilities of quantum computing framework tools. So moving to the next slide. So these are the things as we know that the foundation of current encryption is completely based on the difficulties of the factorization large numbers, that is the RSA and the ECC for the other systems safeguard the global communication. So now that systems are compromised using this SHARS algorithm. So that is the ultimate motivation for our research work. Moving to the next slide. So to understanding the SHARS algorithm, it is a hybrid process. First, we have to start with some classical pre-processing, then uses the quantum computation for the core pre-ed finding steps, and finally finishes with the classical post processing to extract the factors. The real power lies in the quantum Fourier transform that accelerates the pre-ed finding part, giving the exponential speed up over classical factoring. So this is the quantum Fourier transform with the key role to speed up this quantum pre-ed finding subroutine for the searching the SHARS algorithm towards the RSA and other ECC other algorithms. So moving to the next slide. So these are the tools in our study. We benchmarked 7 popular quantum computing tools. One is the Qiskit. So Qiskit and Google Circuit, which focus on hardware integration to symbolic or hybrid frameworks like Pennyline and Qtip, which emphasize the scalability and simulation. So the idea was to see how these platforms performs when task running with the SHARS algorithm. So moving to the next slide. So this is the diverse ecosystem of the quantum computing framework. So each framework brings unique strength. Qiskit offers direct integration with IBM's quantum hardware. Circuit allows fine-grained circuit control. Pennyline enables the hybrid quantum classical workflows, especially in the machine learning, and Qtip specialization in the symbolic quantum dynamics. Project IQ and Tequila and Cuba each have their own optimization. So together they represent the diversity today's quantum ecosystems. So we have, moving to the next slide, we see about how our experimental methodology. So in the right side, we see our SHARS implementation flow chart. And to keep our study to narrow down, we use the same methodology across all the framework. So we factored integers ranging from the up to 15 digit we have taken for the 47-bit numbers. The workflow was consistent, validating the inputs, running the quantum order finding steps, and extracting the factors. So this is the way we could compare the framework under similar conditions of our experiment. So moving to the next slide. So these are our results. Pennyline achieved the best outcome of the 60 qubits with the maximum of the 15 digits. So this is the current capability in the software capability. So in IBM, they have in one of the Chinese papers, in the hardware level, in the real quantum computing, they have compromised 22 bits for the RSA. So we have to reach 4096. For software level, we have reached the 15 digits, that is a 120 bit approximately. So in order to achieve a 4096, we need at least more than 512 bits ranging. That is the 512 digits. So Qiskit and Circuit, which are closer to hardware implementation, only managed 4-digit numbers. This clearly shows that symbolic or hybrid approach are better at scaling, at least in simulation level. So moving to the next slide. So these are the performance analysis of the heat map. When we compare execution times, Penilyn and Cubar consistently performed faster. Qiskit showed moderate growth in runtime as a problem size increased. So Circu, however, scaled poorly, was the slowest overall. So these performance differences highlight the not all the framework are equally suited for the large scale cryptanalysis simulations. So moving to the next slide, we see the insights of the trade-off, fidelity with scalability. So the key takeaway here is the trade-off. Gate level simulation like Qiskit or Google Circu, IBM's Qiskit are accurate but do not scale well. When it comes to the symbolic approaches like Penilyn and Qtip, create scale efficiently but are less tied to the hardware precision. So both are important. One gives speed, other gives the realism. So this is the different in the trade-off. So moving to the next slide, based on this analysis, we have introducing our quantum efficiency index. So this is the novel metric benchmark. To capture this trade-off, we have introduced this called quantum efficiency index. So this balance the success rate, maximum bit length factored, qubit used, and circuit depth. So rather than just measuring the speed size alone, we have introducing the QEI gives a holistic measure of efficiency. How to we have to measure the values in this software and in future in our future work in the hardware level also. And so these are the results in the QEI. We see the Penilyn fare with a head of 0.0039. And when compared to the gate level simulator, which average around the 0.0005. So this confirms that hybrid framework are more efficient for exploring the Shor's algorithm at large scales, while gate level tools lags behind. So that is the IBM Qiskit and as well as the Google Circu. So moving to the slide, our conclusion. So key takeaway of our discussions, to summarize, symbolic framework excels when scale and speed matters. Gate level framework remain essential for hardware readiness, but overall modular exponentiation and qubit demand are still bottleneck actually. So our proposed workflow is combining both symbolic simulation and quick exploration of gate level for circuit validation, and then we are planning for the hardware testing on small real devices. That is our future work. Thank you for your attention. I hope this will help in the more contributing in this space in the community of cryptanalysis, and I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you. Digit, yeah. We have to compare with the RSA only. We have taken the values of the RSA 496 here. So that is in our complete experiment, RSA 496 is the benchmarking we have taken. So that is the results we have shown here. So that is the digit based. In some paper, author says that 651 digit. So it takes more time, but our current capabilities that lacks actually. Only 15 digit we have to run it. So that take much time actually. So we have to increase our high-speed computers, high-speed performance also. So that we have to compare with these things in the software level testing. Now we are moving in our future work. We have three things we are planning. One is the gate level simulation, hardware testing, that is the cloud backend, and QPU in noisy environment. So noisy environment is there's a limitation here. Noise-free simulators, we need to test in the we have to increase the digits. And then we have to, this is our continuous development work. Extent of this work, we have presenting next year in the ICER journals. Yeah, it depends upon the maturity of the cryptographically relevant quantum computer, not quantum computer, ordinary quantum computer. Cryptographically relevant quantum computer will perform this kind of tasks for compromising the RSA, ECC by using the shards and groovers. Groovers will weaken the key size. It's not broken, it's weakened actually. Weaken, if it is 128, it will weaken to 664. And for AES, the Simon algorithm is there actually. So that will compromise the AES in future. A is not affected still, but researchers are a lot of papers what they are talking about. Simon is possible to weaken the AES keys. Currently, we using the lightweight environment AES 128 bit. So that will be weakened into 64. So that can be weakened. So any other questions, sir? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Anup Kumar Pandey on stage to present his paper. Title of the paper is Quantum Communication Applications Beyond QKD.
Okay, so my paper was basically a tutorial paper. And well, I have explained many kind of quantum application beyond QKD. So usually for quantum, everybody thinks that QKD is the only thing. But there are many applications which can be performed using quantum computer. So I will take one example of blind quantum computing, where we will be using quantum application. So let me start with basic. So we already know that bits are binary digit which can exist in either 0 or 1. Now, if I talk about qubit, which are quantum bits, they can exist in a superposition of 0 and 1. And we tell this as ket psi equal to A ket 0 plus ket B ket 1. So that notation is called ket. It's called a Dirac notation. And so it is in a superposition of 0 plus 1. The coefficients A and B, they can be complex number. And since a complex number can take any infinite value, this state also can be, so this qubit also can exist in infinite states. Now, now we'll talk about some operators that can work on any quantum qubits. Now, usually in classical computers, if you remember, there are gates, like AND gate is there, NOT gate is there. So similarly, here also we have some operator which will change the state of a qubit from one to another. So for example, there is identity operator. So identity operator means it will do nothing. If it is ket 0, it will remain ket 0. If ket 1, then it will remain ket 1. Similarly, there is a X, which is a bit flip operator, and it will basically change it, similar to our NOT gate in classical computer. So 0 will be changed to 1, 1 will be changed to 0. There is one Y gate, which is both bit and phase flip. There is a gate Z, which is only phase flip. So the first 0 will remain unchanged, but the second one will become -1. Now, this qubit state, we can also represent using matrix. So how do I represent? So we can represent it using a column vector. If you remember, A and B were the coefficients. So that A and B I can write as a column vector. And 0 I can write as 1 and 0. 1 I can write as 0 and 1. So in that way, I can say that finally my ket psi is a combination of A ket 0 plus B ket 1. So it's simple matrix representation. One operation on this qubit is called adjoint operation. Adjoint operation is basically transpose and take a conjugate, complex conjugate. So if you see, column vector was there AB. When I transposed, it became a row vector. And then when I applied a conjugate, it became A asterisk B asterisk. But if A and B are real, then their conjugate will also be same. Now we'll talk about operators. So there are operators. The operators can also be represented using the matrix. So for example, the X operator, which was changing the bit, like 0 was becoming 1, 1 was becoming 0, that is represented using this 0, 1, 1, 0. Now suppose I want to apply this X on ket 0. So I will do simple matrix multiplication and I will get 0, 1, which is ket 1. So it means it proves that X is working in the way I wanted. So it was basically flipping 0 to 1. So here also you can see that I started with 0, I applied a X and I got a 1. Another way is that I can also get a adjoint of the operator. So again, same, take a transpose, and after transpose, we can do a complex conjugate. But since they are real numbers, 0 and 1, their complex conjugate will also be 0 and 1. So you can see that after making the adjoint, it is still X only. Now we'll multiply X and X adjoint, and you can see that ultimately, finally, it becomes I, identity operator. Identity operator, if it applies on ket 0, it will remain ket 0. If it applies on ket 1, it will remain ket 1. Now from this mathematics, it's simple matrix multiplications. I can conclude three things. One, that there are some operator, for them the adjoint is equal to them. They are called Hermitian operator. And then there are some operator whose multiplication with their adjoint gives identity operator. So they are called unitary operator. So I'll be using this concept, that's why I explained it. And since A adjoint is equal to A, I can also say A square equal to I. Now we'll talk about blind quantum computing. So in blind quantum computing, why do we need it? So the thing is that a client usually have not a quantum computer, at least not now. So what we do is we have different computers like IBM quantum computer, where we send our operations to perform. So we send our input, we tell them what operation to perform, they do it, they return, and we see the result. Now, all this is fine, but what about privacy? So if I invent an algorithm, I send it to them, they will know what is the input, what are the operations that I am performing. In fact, they will know my entire algorithm input output. So my goal is that can I somehow hide my input, my operations? So that is blind quantum computing. So my intention is that I have some input, I want to run some function on that. So for that, what will I do is, first I will mask my input. Then I will send it to the our quantum computer and let it do the operation on that. Once I get back this operation, somehow from this fx dash, I have to get my original fx. This is my goal. So in this way, I can get from x, I can get the fx. Now, it's important that from x dash, I cannot get back x. That's not possible. Otherwise, even the quantum computer can get back my original input by applying that function. So this is our problem statement, that there is a client who has less capability. They don't have a universal capability of a quantum computer. So they will send their input to a server, and somehow we have to hide the state, input state, and the quantum operation. So let us start with how can I mask my input. So for masking my input, what can I do is I can randomly mask my input using one of the poly operator where X, Y, Z. So I can mask like this. So I can, suppose in this example, I am showing that I will use X gate, X operator. So I will apply the X operator on 0 based on some random flip of coin. So sometime I'll apply, sometime I will not apply. Okay. Now, in this way, I have hidden my input, my original input, because the server doesn't know whether this time the input was flipped or not. So they cannot exactly guess my original input. So in that way, for server, my input is hidden. Done. Now, my question, so next part is that somehow I hid my input, but I should also get back my operation, the original operation that I wanted. So it means that my input is, suppose ket psi, and I want this operation, C into ket psi. I want this somehow. Now, if I mask it, I will use some operator like sigma, and then I will ask server to do some operation. Somehow I should get back my C hash, C ket psi. Now, server operation can be different operation. Okay, so we'll start with first operation, which is called Clifford operation. Now, what are Clifford operations? So Clifford operators are basically unitary operators. They transform one poly operator from one poly operator to another poly operator, and we say like this, that this sigma is conjugated by C. C is the Clifford operation. Now, since it is unitary, we already saw in the last slide that C adjoint C or C into C adjoint should be identity. So that is fixed. Now, my masked input was sigma into ket psi. I sent it to server. Server applied a C, which was the Clifford operation. Now, somehow I have to get C into ket psi. So how do I remove this sigma? So for removing this sigma, what I can do is I can apply this transformation, C, sigma, and C dagger. I will apply this. Now let me apply this. So what will happen is that once I apply, you can see here in the middle, there is a C adjoint into C. So C adjoint into C, it will become identity. And then I am left with C into sigma into ket psi. Now there are two sigma square. Again, sigma square will become I. You can see at that side on the top right corner. A square will become identity. So A square is also left. Sigma square is also gone. So finally, I'm only left with my operation, that is Clifford C operation into the ket psi. So this was when the server operation is a Clifford operation. Now we'll consider another case where the server operation is not a Clifford operation. In that case, I will take a specific example of this phase operator T. So after my server operation, it will become T into sigma ket psi. Now in this operation, there are two possibilities, that either my T operator commutes with sigma or it doesn't commute. Okay, so now in quantum computer, what happens that the order of applying the operator matters. It's not like sigma T is equal to T sigma. So order matters. So first I will assume that commutation is allowed. Second time I will assume that commutation is not allowed. So if commutation is allowed, it means I can write T sigma equal to sigma T. Fine. So in that case, I will only use, for unmasking, I will use sigma. So sigma dash equal to sigma. So I will apply this on my after the server operation. I will commute it. So T sigma will become sigma T. And now there are 2 sigma, which becomes sigma square, and sigma square is identity, so gone. So I'm only left with T psi, get psi. So done. So this time I achieved what I wanted, only the operation multiplied by my input. Another case will be when the commutation doesn't work. Now, if commutation doesn't work, then what client will do is, client will, whatever input it got from the server, that T sigma psi, it will again apply sigma on that. Same sigma it will apply. So now it will become sigma T sigma ket psi. Done. Now after that, it will ask server to apply one another gate is there, S gate. S gate is basically S equal to T square. Means it has 2T. So when server applies this 2T, it will become like this. S sigma T sigma ket psi equal to S I simply replaced with 2T. So it becomes T sigma and ket psi. Now can you see in the middle, T sigma is repeated. Again, I can say T sigma square, and T sigma square will become identity. So I'm only left with finally A T psi. A I can remove because this is just an amplitude which doesn't affect the quantum properties. So I am finally left with only T ket psi. So I proved that the server operation is either a Clifford operation or non-Clifford operation. And in non-Clifford also, either it can commute or not commute. In all the cases, I am getting my final output. But there is one question that whenever it doesn't commute, I have to ask server to apply S gate. Now server will know, array, it is not commuting, that's why he sent me. And if it is not commuting, it means that it's a T gate, or the sigma has X or Z. So if it knows, sorry, it contains X or Y. So if it knows, then blindness is not there. So what we can do is, irrespective of whether it commutes or not, every time I will ask it to apply S gate on the input. And when it commutes, only thing is I will send it a dummy qubit to apply the S gate. So sometime I require it to apply S gate, another time I will send it a dummy that apply on this dummy qubit. Server will not know. He will only know that I have to apply first operation T and second operation S. Now we want to mask the operation because we already said that server can apply C gate, T gate. So it means they know that what operation they have to apply. So I want to mask that also. Now there are a set of universal computation. So for example, we have H, C naught, T, S. So what I can do is, instead of saying that no, I only want to apply C or T or S, I will say that apply this entire set on my input. But whichever operation I don't want, suppose I don't want C naught, I don't want S, so for them, the input will be some dummy qubit. So whenever an operation which I do not require, for them I will send the dummy qubit, and whenever the operation I require, I will send the actual qubit. In that way, server knows that every time he is applying all the 4. He doesn't know which one is dummy and which one is the actual one. So in that way, I can mask my operation. So to conclude, in this way, I was able to hide my input. I was able to hide my operations. And I was able to obtain my desired operation. But it doesn't guarantee data integrity. What if my server doesn't apply the gate that I'm asking? It may apply some other gate. So in that case, that will be a different topic. We'll meet another time for that. Thank you. That's all from my side. So I will, yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, the point was basically the transformation of the input the client was doing. So first thing is does he need a quantum system to do it, or he doesn't require? That is first question.
The basic operations which we used for masking our input, X, Y, Z, those are poly operators any basic quantum computer can do.
Okay.
Only for high level H, C naught, T, S, we are asking the server to do.
Okay. Now, in the last slide where you mentioned that 4 options are there, see the combinations, permutation and combination of whatever that is, a large quantum system can probably figure it out, right? If I say dummy qubit, because we are using only 4 choices, right?
So these 4 are universal
gates.
Universal gates. So it's like any
gates.
circuit can be formed using these 4. So what I have to do is every time I will send this only, do this, do this. And if I really require some operation, I want H and T. So for them, I will send my actual qubit.
Okay.
For the operation that I don't need, C naught and ends, I will send dummy qubit. And their response, I will simply disregard.
Okay. Okay. My point was basically the server if a server wants to break it, meaning this kind of thing, so it can also try the multiple combinations. Is it possible? It can try to do the attack of it.
So as of now, we only discussed the server blindness.
Okay.
Okay. Now, second part was which I put in, but that there may be a possibility that server is not doing what I said. So how do I maintain my data integrity that yes, whatever data I say, or it tampers the data. So that part is a separate research problem.
Okay. So one point is basically when you started the presentation, this was more or less looking like a crypto hashing algorithm. Because anyway, you said that this does not guarantee the integrity of the data. Because reverse operation is not possible, right, in any possibility. So that is what actually was mentioned here also in your presentation in the beginning.
No, reverse operation is possible. So for example,
f of x,
if I do a NOT operation, again, if I apply the NOT operation, I will get back my original input. But server doesn't know that whether I applied the NOT or not.
Okay. Fine. Okay, then that's the point I was making.
So that was x raised to the power r, where r was random bit, 0 or 1. If r is 0, I will not apply x. If r is 1, I will apply x. But server doesn't know.
Okay, yeah, that's
okay. Thank you. Any other question? Okay, so that ends the session for today. So we'll start with the session tomorrow at 9. So I will request Dr. Satyanarayan to present a memento to our session chair, Sri Ramchandran. So that's all for today. So we'll start our session tomorrow at 9 a.m. So see you tomorrow. Good night. Thank you.
You can take all our previous events also. On the 5 years, I entered. You think you have to go.